Day 5. The Eighth Story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 5. The Eighth Story. Nastagio degli Onesti, loving a damsel of the Traversari family, by lavish expenditure gains not her love. At the instance of his kinsfolk he hies him to Chiazi, where he sees a knight hunt a damsel and slay her, and cause her to be devoured by 2 dogs. He bids his kinsfolk and the lady that he loves to breakfast. During the meal the said damsel is torn in pieces before the eyes of the lady, who, fearing a like fate, takes Nastagio to husband.
Lauretta was no sooner silent than thus at the queen's behest began Philomela.
Sweet ladies, as in us pity has ever its meed for praise, even so divine justice suffers not our cruelty to escape severe chastisement, the which that I may show you, and thereby dispose you utterly to banish that passion from your souls. I am minded to tell you a story no less touching than delightsome. In Ravenna, a most ancient city of Romagna, there dwelt of yore noblemen and gentlemen not a few, among whom was a young man, Nastagio degli Onesti by name, who by the death of his father and one of his uncles inherited immense wealth. Being without a wife, Nastagio, as 'tis the way with young men, became enamored of a daughter of Messer Pablo Traversaro, a damsel of much higher birth than his, whose love he hoped to win by gifts and the like modes of courting, which, albeit they were excellent and fair and commendable, not only availed him not, but seemed rather to have the contrary effect, so harsh and ruthless and unrelenting did the beloved damsel show herself towards him, for whether it was her uncommon beauty or her noble lineage that puffed her up, so haughty and disdainful was she grown, that pleasure she had none either in him or in aught that pleased him, the burden of which disdain Nastagio found so hard to bear that many a time, when he had made his moan, he longed to make away with himself. However, he refrained therefrom, and many a time resolved to give her up altogether, or, if so he might, to hold her in despite, as she did him. But 'twas in vain, for it seemed as if the more his hope dwindled the greater grew his love, and as thus he continued, loving and spending inordinately, certain of his kinsfolk and friends, being apprehensive lest he should waste both himself and his substance, did many a time counsel and beseech him to depart to Ravenna, and go tarry for a time elsewhere, that so he might at once cool his flame and reduce his charges. For a long while Nastagio answered their admonitions with banter, but as they continued to ply him with them, he grew weary of saying no so often, and promised obedience. Whereupon he equipped himself as for a journey to France or Spain, or other distant parts, got on horseback and sallied forth of Ravenna, accompanied by not a few of his friends, and being come to a place called Chiazi, about 3 miles from Ravenna, he halted, and having sent for tents and pavilions, told his companions that there he meant to stay, and they might go back to Ravenna. So Nastagio pitched his camp, and there commenced to live after as fine and lordly a fashion as did ever any man, bidding divers of his friends from time to time to breakfast or sup with him, as he had been wont to do. Now it so befell that about the beginning of May, the season being very fine, he fell a brooding on the cruelty of his mistress, and, that his meditations might be the less disturbed, he bade all his servants leave him, and sauntered slowly, wrapped in thought, as far as the pine wood, which he had threaded for a good half-mile, when, the 5th hour of the day being well nigh past, yet he, recking neither of food nor of aught else, 'twas as if he heard a woman wailing exceedingly, and uttering most piercing shrieks, whereat the train of his sweet melancholy being broken, he raised his head to see what was toward, and wondered to find himself in the pine wood, and saw, moreover, before him, running through a grove, close set with underwood and brambles, towards the place where he was, a damsel most comely, stark naked, her hair dishevelled, and her flesh all torn by the briars and brambles, who wept and cried piteously for mercy. And at her flanks he saw two mastiffs, exceedingly great and fierce, that ran hard upon her track, and not seldom came up with her and bit her cruelly. And in the rear he saw, riding a black horse, a knight sadly accoutred, and very wrathful of mien, carrying a rapier in his hand, and with despiteful blood-curdling words threatening her with death. Whereat he was at once amazed and appalled, and then filled with compassion for the hapless lady, whereof was bred a desire to deliver her, if so he might, from such anguish and peril of death. Wherefore, as he was unarmed, he ran and took in lieu of a cudgel a branch of a tree, with which he prepared to encounter the dogs and the knight, which the knight observing, called to him before he was come to close quarters, saying, "Hold off, Nastaggio, leave the dogs and me alone to deal with this vile woman as she has deserved." And even as he spoke, the dogs gripped the damsel so hard on either flank that they arrested her flight, and the knight, being come up, dismounted. Whom Nastaggio approached, saying, "I know not who thou art, that knowest me so well, but thus much I tell thee, 'tis a gross outrage for an armed knight to go about to kill a naked woman, and set his dogs upon her as if she were a wild beast. Rest assured that I shall do all I can to protect her." Whereupon, "Nastaggio," replied the knight, "of the same city as thou was I, and thou wast yet a little lad when I, Messer Guido degli Anastagi by name, being far more enamoured of this damsel than thou art now of her, of the Traversan, was by her haughtiness and cruelty brought to so woeful a pass that one day in a fit of despair I slew myself with this rapier which thou seest in my hand, for which cause I am condemned to the eternal pains. Nor was it long after my death that she, who exulted therein over measure, also died, and for that she repented her not of her cruelty and the joy she had of my sufferings, for which she took not blame to herself but merit, was likewise condemned to the pains of hell. Nor had she sooner made her descent, than for her pain and mine 'twas ordained that she should flee before me, and that I, who so loved her, should pursue her, not as my beloved lady, but as my mortal enemy. And so, as often as I come up with her, I slay her with this same rapier with which I slew myself, and having ripped her up by the back, I take out that hard and cold heart, to which neither love nor pity had ever access, and therewith her other inward parts, as thou shalt forthwith see, and cast them to these dogs to eat. And in no long time, as the just and mighty God decrees, she rises even as if she had not died, and recommences her dolorous flight, I and the dogs pursuing her. And it so falls out that every Friday about this hour I here come up with her, and slaughter her as thou shalt see. But ween not that we rest on other days, for there are other places in which I overtake her, places in which she used or devised how she might use me cruelly. On which wise, changed as thou seest from her lover into her foe, I am to pursue her for years as many as the months during which she showed herself harsh to me. Wherefore leave me to execute the decree of the divine justice, and presume not to oppose that which thou mayst not avail to withstand." Affrighted by the knight's words, insomuch that there was scarce a hair on his head but stood on end, Nastaggio shrank back, still gazing on the hapless damsel, and waited all a tremble to see what the knight would do. Nor had he long to wait, for the knight, as soon as he had done speaking, sprang, rapier in hand, like a mad dog upon the damsel, who, kneeling, while the two mastiffs gripped her tightly, cried him mercy. But the knight, thrusting with all his force, struck her between the breasts, and ran her clean through the body. Thus striken, the damsel fell forthwith prone on the ground, sobbing and shrieking, whereupon the knight drew forth a knife, and having therewith opened her in the back, took out the heart and all the circumjacent parts, and threw them to the two mastiffs, who, being famished, forthwith devoured them. And in no time the damsel, as if naught thereof had happened, started to her feet, and took to flight towards the sea, pursued, as ever and anon bitten, by the dogs, while the knight, having gotten him to horse again, followed them as before, rapier in hand, and so fast sped they that they were quickly lost to Nastasius's sight. Long time he stood, musing on what he had seen, divided between pity and terror. And then it occurred to him that, as this passed every Friday, it might avail him not a little. So, having marked the place, he rejoined his servants, and in due time thereafter sent for some of his kinsfolk and friends, and said to them, "'Tis now a long while that you urge me to give up loving this lady that is no friend to me, and therewith make an end of my extravagant ways of living, and I am now ready to do so, provided you procure me one favour, to wit, that next Friday Messer Paulo Traversaro, and his wife and daughter, and all the ladies, their kinswomen, and as many other ladies as you may be pleased to bid, come hither to breakfast with me, when you will see for yourselves the reason why I so desire." A small matter this seemed to them, and so, on their return to Ravenna, they lost no time in conveying Nastasius's message to his intended guests, and, albeit she was hardly persuaded, yet in the end the damsel that Nastasio loved came with the rest. Nastasio caused a lordly breakfast to be prepared, and had the table set under the pines about the place where he had witnessed the slaughter of the cruel lady, and in ranging the ladies and gentlemen at table he so ordered it that the damsel whom he loved was placed opposite the spot where it should be enacted. The last course was just served, when the despairing cries of the hunted damsel became audible to all, to their no small amazement, and each asking, and none knowing, what it might import. Up they all started intent to see what was toward, and perceived the suffering damsel, and the knight and the dogs, who in a trice were in their midst. They holid amain to dogs and knight, and not a few advanced to succour the damsel. But the words of the knight, which were such as he had used to Nastasio, caused them to fall back, terror-stricken and lost in amazement. And when the knight proceeded to do as he had done before, all the ladies that were there, many of whom were of kin to the suffering damsel and to the knight, and called to mind his love and death, wept as bitterly as if 'twere their own case. When 'twas all over, and the lady and the knight had disappeared, the strange scene set those that witnessed it pondering many and diverse matters. But among them all none was so appalled as the cruel damsel that Nastasio loved, who, having clearly seen and heard all that had passed, and being ware that it touched her more nearly than any other by reason of the harshness that she had ever shown to Nastasio, seemed already to be fleeing from her angered lover, and to have the mastiffs on her flanks. And so great was her terror that, lest the like fate should befall her, she converted her aversion into affection, and as soon as occasion served, which was that very night, sent a trusty chambermaid privily to Nastasio with a request that he would be pleased to come to her, for that she was ready in all respects to pleasure him to the full. Nastasio made answer that he was greatly flattered, but that he was minded with her consent to have his pleasure of her in an honourable way, to wit, by marrying her. The damsel, who knew that none but herself was to blame that she was not already Nastasio's wife, made answer that she consented. Wherefore by her own mouth she acquainted her father and mother that she agreed to marry Nastasio, and they heartily approving her choice, Nastasio wedded her on the ensuing Sunday, and lived happily with her many a years. Nor was it in her instance alone that this terror was productive of good. On the contrary, it so wrought among the ladies of Ravenna that they all became, and have ever since been, much more compliant with men's desires than they had been wont to be. End of Day 5. The Eighth Story.
Day 5, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the 9th story. Federigo degli Alberighi loves and is not loved in return. He wastes his substance by lavishness until naught is left but a single falcon, which, his lady being come to see him at his house, he gives for her to eat. She, knowing his case, changes her mind, takes him to husband, and makes him rich.
So ended Philomela, and the queen, being aware that besides herself only Dioneo, by virtue of his privilege, was left to speak, said with gladsome mien,
"'Tis now for me to take up my parable, which, dearest ladies, I will do with a story like in some degrees to the foregoing, and that not only that you may know how potent are your charms to sway the gentle heart, but that you may also learn how upon fitting occasions to make bestowal of your guerdons of your own accord, instead of always waiting for the guidance of fortune, which most times, not wisely, but without rule or measure, scatters her gifts. You are then to know that Corpo di Borghese Dominici, a man that in our day was, and perchance still is, had in respect and great reverence in our city, being not only by reason of his noble lineage, but, and yet more, for manners and merit most illustrious, and worthy of eternal renown, was in his old age not seldom wont to amuse himself by discoursing of things past with his neighbours and other folk, wherein he had not his match for accuracy, and compass of memory and concinnity of speech. Among other good stories, he would tell how that there was of yore in Florence a gallant named Federigo di Messer Filippo Alberighi, who for feats of arms and courtesy had not his peer in Tuscany, who, as is the common lot of gentlemen, became enamoured of a lady named Monna Giovanna, who in her day held rank among the fairest and most elegant ladies of Florence, to gain whose love he jousted, tilted, gave entertainments, scattered largesse, and, in short, set no bounds to his expenditure. However, the lady, no less virtuous than fair, cared not a jot for what he did for her sake, nor yet for him. Spending thus greatly beyond his means, and making nothing, Federigo could hardly fail to come to lack, and was at length reduced to such poverty that he had nothing left but a little estate, on the rents of which he lived very straitly, and a single falcon, the best in the world. The estate was at Campi, and thither, deeming it no longer possible for him to live in the city as he desired, he repaired, more in love than ever before, and there, in complete seclusion, diverting himself with hawking, he bore his poverty as patiently as he might. Now Federigo being thus reduced to extreme poverty, it so happened that one day Monna Giovanna's husband, who was very rich, fell ill, and seeing that he was nearing his end, made his will, whereby he left his estate to his son, who was now growing up, and in the event of his death without lawful heir, named Monna Giovanna, whom he dearly loved, heir in his stead, and having made these dispositions he died. Monna Giovanna, being thus left a widow, did as our ladies are wont, and repaired in the summer to one of her estates in the country, which lay very near to that of Federigo. And so it befell that the urchin began to make friends with Federigo, and to show a fondness for hawks and dogs, and having seen Federigo's falcon fly not a few times, took a singular fancy to him, and greatly longed to have him for his own, but still did not dare to ask him of Federigo, knowing that Federigo prized him so much. So the matter stood when by chance the boy fell sick, whereby the mother was sore distressed, for he was her only son, and she loved him as much as might be, insomuch that all day long she was beside him, and ceased not to comfort him, and again asked him if there were aught that he wished for, imploring him to say the word, and, if it might by any means be had, she would assuredly do her utmost to procure it for him. Thus repeatedly exhorted, the boy said, "Mother mine, do but get me Federigo's falcon, and I doubt not I shall soon be well." Whereupon the lady was silent a while, bethinking her what she should do. She knew that Federigo had long loved her, and had never so much as a single kind look from her. Wherefore she said to herself, "How can I send or go to beg of him this falcon, which by what I hear is the best that ever flew, and moreover is his sole comfort? And how could I be so unfeeling as to seek to deprive a gentleman of the sole solace that is now left him?" And so, albeit she very well knew that she might have the falcon for the asking, she was perplexed, and knew not what to say, and gave her son no answer. At length, however, the love she bore the boy carried the day, and she made up her mind, for his contentment, come what might, not to send, but to go herself and fetch him the falcon. So, "Be of good cheer, my son," she said, "and doubt not thou wilt soon be well, for I promise thee that the very first thing that I shall do tomorrow morning will be to go and fetch thee the falcon." Whereat the child was so pleased that he began to mend that very day. On the morrow the lady, as if for pleasure, hied her with another lady to Federigo's little house, and asked to see him. 'Twas still, as for some days past, no weather for hawking, and Federigo was in his garden, busy about some small matters which needed to be set right there. When he heard that Monna Giovanna was at the door, asking to see him, he was not a little surprised and pleased, and hied him to her with all speed. As soon as she saw him, she came forward to meet him with a womanly grace, and having received his respectful salutation, said to him, "Good morning, Federigo," and continued, "I am come to requite thee for what thou hast lost by loving me more than thou shouldst, which compensation is this, that I and this lady that accompanies me will breakfast with thee without ceremony this morning." "Madam," Federigo replied with all humility, "I mind not ever to have lost aught by loving you, but rather to have been so much profited that, if I ever deserved well in aught, 'twas to your merit that I owed it, and to the love that I bore you. And of a surety, had I still as much to spend as I have spent in the past, I should not prize it so much as this visit you so frankly pay me, come as you are to one who can afford you but a sorry sort of hospitality." Which said, with some confusion, he bade her welcome to his house, and then led her into his garden, where, having none else to present to her, by way of companion, he said, "Madam, as there is none other here, this good woman, wife of this husbandman, will bear you company, while I go to have the table set." Now, albeit his poverty was extreme, yet he had not known as yet how sore was the need to which his extravagance had reduced him. But this morning 'twas brought home to him, for that he could find nought wherewith to do honour to the lady, for love of whom he had done the honours of his house to men without number. Wherefore, distressed beyond measure, and inwardly cursing his evil fortune, he sped hither and thither like one beside himself, but never a coin found he, nor yet aught to pledge. Meanwhile it grew late, and sorely he longed that the lady might not leave his house altogether unhonoured, and yet to crave help of his husbandman was more than his pride could brook. In these desperate straits his glance happened to fall on his brave falcon, on his perch in his little parlour. And so, as a last resource, he took him, and finding him plump, deemed that he would make a dish meet for such a lady. Wherefore, without thinking twice about it, he wrung the bird's neck, and caused his maid forthwith pluck him and set him on a spit, and roast him carefully; and having still some spotless table linen, he had the table laid therewith, and with a cheerful countenance hied him back to his lady in the garden, and told her that such breakfast as he could give her was ready. So the lady and her companion rose and came to table, and there, with Federigo, who was waiting on them most faithfully, ate the brave falcon, knowing not what they ate. When they were risen from table, and had dallied a while in gay converse with him, the lady deemed it time to tell the reason of her visit; wherefore, graciously addressing Federigo, thus began she: "Federigo, by what thou rememberest of thy past life and my virtue, which, perchance, thou hast deemed harshness and cruelty, I doubt not thou must marvel at my presumption when thou hearest the main purpose of my visit. But if thou hadst sons, or hadst had them, so that thou mightest know the full force of the love that is borne them, I should make no doubt that thou wouldst hold me in part excused. Now having a son, may I, for that thou hast none, claim exemption from the laws to which all other mothers are subject; and being thus bound to own their sway, I must, though fain were I not, and though 'tis neither meet nor right, crave of thee that which I know thou dost of all things and with justice prize most highly, seeing that this extremity of thy adverse fortune has left thee naught else wherewith to delight, divert, and console thee; which gift is no other than thy falcon, on which my boy has set his heart, that if I bring him it not, I fear lest he grow so much worse of the malady that he has, that thereby it may come to pass that I lose him. And so, not for the love which thou dost bear me, and which may nowise bind thee, but for that nobleness of temper whereof in courtesy more conspicuously than that aught else thou hast given me proof, I implore thee that thou be pleased to give me the bird, that thereby I may say that I have kept my son alive, and thus made him for aye thy debtor." No sooner had Federigo apprehended what the lady wanted, than for grief that 'twas not in his power to serve her, because he had given her the falcon to eat, he fell a weeping in her presence, before he could so much as utter a word. At first the lady supposed that 'twas only because he was loath to part with the brave falcon that he wept, and as good as made up her mind that he would refuse her. However, she awaited with patience Federigo's answer, which was on this wise: "Madam, since it pleased God that I should set my affections upon you, there have been matters not a few, in which to my sorrow I have deemed fortune adverse to me. But they have all been trifles in comparison of the trick that she now plays me, the which I shall never forgive her, seeing that you are come here to my poor house, where while I was rich you deigned not to come, and ask a trifling favour of me, which she has put it out of my power to grant. How 'tis so, I will briefly tell you. When I learned that you, of your grace, were minded to breakfast with me, having respect for your high dignity and desert, I deemed it due and seemly that in your honour I should regale you, to the best of my power, with fare of more excellent quality than is commonly set before others; and, calling to mind the falcon which you now ask of me, and his excellence, I judged him meet food for you; and so you have had him roasted on the trencher this morning, and well indeed I thought I had bestowed him; but as I now see that you would fain have had him in another guise, so mortified am I that I am not able to serve you, that I doubt I shall ever know peace of mind more." In witness whereof he had the feathers and feet and beak of the bird brought in and laid before her. The first thing the lady did, when she had heard Federigo's story, and seen the relics of the bird, was to chide him that he had killed so fine a falcon to furnish a woman with a breakfast. After which the magnanimity of her host, which poverty had been and was powerless to impair, elicited no small share of inward commendation. Then, frustrate of her hopes of possessing the falcon, and doubting of her son's recovery, she took her leave with the heaviest of hearts, and hied her back to the boy, who, whether for fretting that he might not have the falcon, or by the unaided energy of his disorder, departed this life not many days after, to the exceeding great grief of his mother. For a while she would do naught but weep and bitterly bewail herself, but being still young and left very wealthy, she was often urged by her brothers to marry again, and though she would rather have not done so, yet being importuned, and remembering Federigo's high desert, and the magnificent generosity with which he had finally killed his falcon to do her honour, she said to her brothers, "Gladly, with your consent, would I remain a widow, but if you will not be satisfied except I take a husband, rest assured that none other will I ever take save Federigo degli Alberighi." Whereupon her brothers derided her, saying, "Foolish woman, what is't thou sayst? How should thou want Federigo, who has not a thing in the world?" To whom she answered, "My brothers, well wot I that 'tis as ye say, but I had rather have a man without wealth than wealth without a man." The brothers, perceiving that her mind was made up, and knowing Federigo for a good man and true, poor though he was, gave her to him with all her wealth. And so Federigo, being mated with such a wife, and one that he had so much loved, and being very wealthy to boot, lived happily, keeping more exact accounts, to the end of his days. End of Day 5, the 9th story.
Day 5, the 10th story, of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron, by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the 10th story. Pietro da Vinciolo goes from home to sup. His wife brings a boy into the house to bear her company. Pietro returns, and she hides her gallant under a hen-coop. Pietro explains that in the house of Ercolano, with whom he was to have supped, there was discovered a young man, bestowed there by Ercolano's wife. The lady thereupon censures Ercolano's wife, but unluckily an ass treads on the fingers of the boy that is hidden under the hen-coop, so that he cries for pain. Pietro runs to the place, sees him, and apprehends the trick played on him by his wife, which, nevertheless, he finally condones, for that he is not himself free from blame.
When the queen had done speaking, and all had praised God that he had worthily rewarded Federigo, Dioneo, who never waited to be bidden, thus began.
I know not whether I am to term it a vice accidental and superinduced by bad habits in us mortals, or whether it be a fault seated in nature, that we are more prone to laugh at things dishonourable than at good deeds, and that more especially when they concern not ourselves. However, as the sole scope of all my efforts has been, and still shall be, to dispel your melancholy, and in lieu thereof to minister to you laughter and jollity, therefore, enamoured, my damsels, albeit the ensuing story is not altogether free from matter that is scarce seemly, yet, as it may afford you pleasure, I shall not fail to relate it, premonishing you, my hearers, that you take it with the like discretion, as when, going into your gardens, you stretch forth your delicate hands and cull the roses, leaving the thorns alone, which, being interpreted, means that you will leave the caitiff husband to abide in sorry plight with his dishonour, and will gaily laugh at the amorous wiles of his wife, and commiserate her unfortunate gallant, when occasion requires. 'Tis no great while since there dwelt at Perugia a rich man named Pietro da Vinciolo, who rather, perchance, to blind others and mitigate the evil repute in which he was held by the citizens of Perugia, than for any desire to wed, took a wife; and such being his motive, fortune provided him with just such a spouse as he merited. For the wife of his choice was a stout, red-haired young woman, and so hot-blooded that two husbands would have been more to her mind than one, whereas one fell to her lot that gave her only a subordinate place in his regard. Which she perceiving, while she knew herself to be fair and lusty, and felt herself to be gamesome and fit, waxed very wroth, and now and again had high words with her husband, and led but a sorry life with him at most times. Then, seeing that thereby she was more like to fret herself than to dispose her husband to conduct less base, she said to herself, "This poor creature deserts me to go walk in pattens in the dry, wherefore it shall go hard but I will bring another aboard the ship for the wet weather. I married him, and brought him a great and goodly dowry, knowing that he was a man, and supposing him to have the desires which men have, and ought to have. And had I not deemed him to be a man, I should never have married him. He knew me to be a woman. Why then took he me to wife, if women were not to his mind? 'Tis not to be endured. Had I not been minded to live in the world, I had become a nun; and being minded there to live, as I am, if I am to wait until I have pleasure or solace of him, I shall wait perchance until I am old, and then too late I shall bethink me to my sorrow that I have wasted my youth. And as to the way in which I should seek its proper solace, I need no better teacher and guide than him, who finds his delight where I should find mine, and finds it to his own condemnation, whereas in me 'twere commendable. 'Tis but the laws that I shall set at naught, whereas he sets both them and nature herself at naught." So the good lady reasoned, and peradventure more than once; and then, casting about how she might privily compass her end, she made friends with an old beldam, that showed as a veritable Santa Verdiana, foster mother of vipers, who was ever to be seen going to pardonings with a parcel of paternosters in her hand, and talked of nothing but the lives of the holy fathers and the wounds of St. Francis, and was generally reputed a saint, to whom in due time she opened her whole mind. "My daughter," replied the beldam, "God, who knows all things, knows that thou wilt do very rightly indeed. Were it for no other reason, 'twould be meet for thee and every other young woman so to do, that the heyday of youth be not wasted; for there is no grief like that of knowing that it has been wasted. And what the devil are we women fit for when we are old, except to pore over the cinders on the hearth? The which, if any know and may attest, 'tis I, who, now that I am old, call to mind the time that I let slip from me, not without most sore and bitter and fruitless regret. And albeit 'twas not all wasted, for I would not have thee think that I was entirely without sense, yet I did not make the best use of it, whereof when I bethink me, and that I am now, even as thou seest me, such a hag that never a spark of fire may I hope to get from any, God knows how I rue it. Now with men 'tis otherwise. They are born meet for 1,000 uses, not for this alone, and the more part of them are of much greater consequence in old age than in youth. But women are fit for naught but this, and 'tis but for that they bear children that they are cherished. Whereof, if not otherwise, thou mayst assure thyself, if thou do but consider that we are ever ready for it, which is not the case with men; besides which, one woman will tire out many men without being herself tired out. Seeing then that 'tis for this we are born, I tell thee again that thou wilt do very rightly to give thy husband thy loaf for his cake, that in thy old age thy soul may have no cause of complaint against thy flesh. Every one has just as much of this life as he appropriates, and this is especially true of women, whom therefore it behoves much more than men to seize the moment as it flies. Indeed, as thou mayest see for thyself, when we grow old, neither husband nor any other man will spare us a glance, but on the contrary they banish us to the kitchen, there to tell stories to the cat, and to count the pots and pans; or worse, they make rhymes about us, to the damsel Daintybits, to the beldam Ague fits, and such like catches. But to make no more words about it, I tell thee at once that there is no person in the world to whom thou couldst open thy mind with more advantage than to me. for there is no gentleman so fine but I dare speak my mind to him, nor any so harsh and forbidding but I know well how to soften him and fashion him to my will. Tell me only what thou wouldst have, and leave the rest to me. But one word more, I pray thee to have me in kindly remembrance, for that I am poor, and thou shalt henceforth go shares with me in all my indulgences and every paternoster that I say, that God may make thereof light and tapers for thy dead. Wherewith she ended. So the lady came to an understanding with the beldam, that as soon as she set eyes on a boy that often came along that street, and of whom the lady gave her a particular description, she would know what she was to do; and thereupon the lady gave her a chunk of salt meat, and bade her God speed. The beldam before long smuggled into the lady's chamber the boy of whom she had spoken, and not long after another, such being the humour of the lady, who, standing in perpetual dread of her husband, was disposed in this particular to make the most of her opportunities. And one of these days, her husband being to sup in the evening with a friend called Ercolano, the lady bade the beldam bring her a boy as pretty and dainty as was to be found in Perugia, and so the beldam forthwith did. But the lady and the boy being set at table to sup, lo, Pietro's voice was heard at the door bidding open to him. Whereupon the lady gave herself up for dead, but being fain, if she might, to screen the boy, and knowing not where else to convey or conceal him, bestowed him under a hen coop that stood in a verandah hard by the chamber in which they were supping, and threw over it a sorry mattress that she had that day emptied of its straw; which done, she hastened to open the door to her husband, saying to him as he entered, "You have gulped your supper mighty quickly to night." Whereto Pietro replied, "We have not so much as tasted it." "How so?" inquired the lady. "I will tell thee," said Pietro. "No sooner were we set at table, Ercolano, his wife, and I, than we heard a sneeze close to us, to which, though 'twas repeated, we paid no heed. But as the sneezer continued to sneeze, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and many another time to boot, we all began to wonder; and Ercolano, who was somewhat out of humour with his wife, because she had kept us a long time at the door before she opened it, burst out in a sort of rage with 'What means this? Who is't that thus sneezes?' and made off to a stair hard by, beneath which, and close to its foot, was a wooden closet, of the sort which, when folk are furnishing their houses, they commonly cause to be placed there, to stow things in upon occasion. And as it seemed to him that the sneezing proceeded thence, he undid the wicket, and no sooner had he opened it than out flew never so strong a stench of brimstone, albeit we had already been saluted by a whiff of it, and complained thereof, but had been put off by the lady with, "'Tis but a while ago I bleached my veils with brimstone, having sprinkled it on a dish that they might catch its fumes, which dish I then placed under the stair, so that it still smells a little." However, the door being now, as I have said, open, and the smoke somewhat less dense, Ercolano, peering in, espied the fellow that had sneezed, and who still kept sneezing, being thereto constrained by the pungency of the brimstone. And for all he sneezed, yet was he by this time so well nigh choked with the brimstone that he was like neither to sneeze nor to do aught else again. As soon as he caught sight of him, Ercolano bawled out, "Now I see, madam, why 'twas that a while ago, when we came here, we were kept waiting so long at the gate before 'twas opened. But woe betide me for the rest of my days if I pay you not out." Whereupon the lady, perceiving that her offence was discovered, ventured no excuse, but fled from the table, whither I know not. Ercolano, ignoring his wife's flight, bade the sneezer again and again to come forth; but he, being by this time fairly spent, budged not an inch for aught that Ercolano said. Wherefore Ercolano caught him by one of his feet and dragged him forth, and ran off for a knife with intent to kill him. But I, standing in fear of the Signory on my own account, got up and would not suffer him to kill the fellow, or to do him any hurt, and for his better protection raised the alarm, whereby some of the neighbours came up and took the lad, more dead than alive, and bore him off, I know not whither. However, our supper being thus rudely interrupted, not only have not gulped it, but I have not so much as tasted it, as I said before." Her husband's story showed his wife that there were other ladies as knowing as she, albeit misfortune might sometimes overtake them; and gladly would she have spoken out in defence of Ercolano's wife, but thinking that by censuring another's sin she would secure more scope for her own, she launched out on this wise: "Fine doings indeed! A right virtuous and saintly lady she must be. Here is the loyalty of an honest woman, and one to whom I lief have confessed, so spiritual I deemed her. And the worst of it is that, being no longer young, she sets a rare example to those that are so. Curses on the hour that she came into the world! Curses upon her that she makes not away with herself! Basest, most faithless of women she must needs be. The reproach of her sex, the opprobrium of all the ladies in this city, to cast aside all regard for her honour, her marriage vow, her reputation before the world, and lost to all sense of shame; to scruple not to bring disgrace upon a man so worthy, a citizen so honourable, a husband by whom she was so well treated, ay, and upon herself to boot. By my hope of salvation, no mercy should be shown to such women. They should pay the penalty with their lives. To the fire with them while they yet live, and let them be burned to ashes." Then, calling to mind the lover that she had close at hand in the hencoop, she fell to coaxing Pietro to get him to bed, for the hour grew late. Pietro, who was more set on eating than sleeping, only asked whether there was aught he might have by way of supper. "Supper, forsooth!" replied the lady. "Ay, of course, 'tis our way to make much of supper when thou art not at home. As if I were Ercolano's wife! Now, wherefore tarry longer? Go, get thy night's rest. 'Twere far better for thee." Now so it was that some of Pietro's husbandmen had come to the house that evening with divers things from the farm, and had put up their asses in a stable that adjoined the verandah, but had neglected to water them. And one of the asses, being exceeding thirsty, got his head out of the halter and broke loose from the stable, and went about nosing everything, if haply he might come by water; whereby he came upon the hencoop, beneath which was the boy, who, being constrained to stand on all fours, had the fingers of one hand somewhat protruding from under the hencoop; and so, as luck, or rather ill luck, would have it, the ass trod on them, whereat, being sorely hurt, he set up a great howling, much to the surprise of Pietro, who perceived that 'twas within his house. So forth he came, and hearing the boy still moaning and groaning, for the ass still kept his hoof hard down on the fingers, called out, "Who is there?" and ran to the hencoop and raised it, and espied the fellow, who, besides the pain that the crushing of his fingers by the ass's hoof occasioned him, trembled in every limb for fear that Pietro should do him a mischief. He was one that Pietro had long been after for his foul purposes. So Pietro, recognizing him, asked him, "What dost thou here?" The boy, making no answer, save to beseech him for the love of God to do him no hurt, Pietro continued, "Get up, have no fear that I shall hurt thee, but tell me how and for what cause camest thou to be here?" The boy then confessed everything; whereupon Pietro, as elated by the discovery as his wife was distressed, took him by the hand, and led him into the room where the lady, in the extremity of terror, awaited him, and, having seated himself directly in front of her, said, "'Twas but a moment ago that thou didst curse Ercolano's wife, and averred that she ought to be burned, and that she was the reproach of your sex. Why saidst thou not of thyself? Or, if thou wast not minded to accuse thyself, how hadst thou the effrontery to censure her, knowing that thou hadst done even as she? Verily, 'twas for no other reason than that ye are all fashioned thus, and study to cover your own misdeeds with the delinquency of others. Would that fire might fall from heaven and burn you all, brood of iniquity that ye are!" The lady, marking that in the first flush of his wrath he had given her nothing worse than hard words, and discerning, as she thought, that he was secretly overjoyed to hold so beautiful a boy by the hand, took heart of grace, and said, "I doubt not indeed that thou wouldst be well pleased that fire should fall from heaven and devour us all, seeing that thou art as fond of us as a dog is of the stick, though by the Holy Rood thou wilt be disappointed. but I would fain have a little argument with thee, to know whereof thou complainest. Well indeed were it for me, didst thou but place me on an equality with Hercolano's wife, who is an old sanctimonious hypocrite, and has of him all that she wants, and is cherished by him as a wife should be. But that is not my case; for, granted that thou givest me garments and shoes to my mind, thou knowest how otherwise ill bested I am, and how long it is since last thou didst lie with me; and far liefer had I go barefoot and in rags, and have thy benevolence abed, than have all that I have, and be treated as thou dost treat me. Understand me, Pietro; be reasonable; consider that I am a woman like other women, with a like craving, whereof if thou deny me the gratification, 'tis no blame to me that I seek it elsewhere; and at least I do thee so much honour as not to foregather with stable boys or scurvy knaves." Pietro perceived that she was like to continue in this vein the whole night; wherefore, indifferent as he was to her, he said, "Now, madam, no more of this. In the matter of which thou speakest I will content thee; but of thy great courtesy let us have something to eat by way of supper, for methinks the boy, as well as I, has not yet supped." "Ay, true enough," said the lady, "he has not supped, for we were but just sitting down to table to sup, when, beshrew thee, thou madest thy appearance." "Go, then," said Pietro, "get us some supper, and by I will arrange this fare in such a way that thou shalt have no more cause of complaint." The lady, perceiving that her husband was now tranquil, rose, and soon had the table laid again, and spread with the supper which she had ready; and so they made a jolly meal of it, the caitiff husband, the lady, and the boy. What, after supper, Pietro devised for their mutual satisfaction has slipped from my memory; but as much as this I know, that on the morrow, as he wended his way to the piazza, the boy would have been puzzled to say whether of the twain, the wife or the husband, had had the most of his company during the night. But this I would say to you, dear my ladies, that whoso gives you tit, why, just give him tat; and if you cannot do it at once, why, bear it in mind until you can, that even as the ass gives, so he may receive. End of Day 5, the 10th story.
Day 5. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by M. Rigg. Day 5. The conclusion. Dioneo's story, whereat the ladies laughed, the less for shamefastness rather than for disrelish, being ended, the queen, taking note that the term of her sovereignty was come, rose to her feet, and took off the laurel wreath, and set it graciously upon Elisa's head, saying, "Madam, 'tis now your turn to bear sway." The dignity accepted, Elisa followed in all respects the example of her predecessors. She first conferred with the seneschal, and directed him how meetly to order all things during the time of her sovereignty, which done to the satisfaction of the company. "Oft times," quoth she, "have we heard how with bright sallies, and ready retorts, and sadden devices, not a few have known how to repugn, with apt checks, the bites of others, or to avert imminent perils; and because 'tis an excellent argument, and may be profitable, I ordain that to morrow, God helping us, the following be the rule of our discourse, to wit, that it be of such as by some sprightly sally have repulsed an attack, or by some ready retort or device have avoided loss, peril, or scorn." The rule being heartily approved by all, the queen rose and dismissed them till supper time. So the honorable company, seeing the queen risen, rose all likewise, and as their wont was, betook them to their diversions as to each seemed best. But when the Cigales had hushed their chirping, all were mustered again for supper, and having blithely feasted, they all addressed them to song and dance. And the queen,
while Emilia led a dance, called for a song from Dioneo, who at once came out with "Monna Audruda, come perk up thy mood, a piece of glad tidings I bring thee." Whereat all the ladies fell a laughing, and most of all the Queen, who bade him give them no more of that, but sing another. Quoth Dioneo, "Madam, had I a tabret, I would sing 'Up with your smoke, Monna Lapa,' or 'Oh, the greensward under the olive.' Or perchance you had liefer I should give you 'Woe is me, the wave of the sea.' But no tabret have I, wherefore choose which of these others you will have. Perchance you would like, 'Now hie thee to us forth, that so it may be cut, as may the fields about.'" "No," returned the Queen, "give us another." "Then," said Dioneo, "I will sing 'Monna Simona, embarrel, why 'tis not the month of October.'" "Now a plague upon thee," said the Queen, with a laugh, "give us a proper song will do, for we will have none of these." "Never fear, madam," replied Dioneo, "only say which you prefer. I have more than 1,000 songs by heart. Perhaps you would like 'This my little covert, make I never it overt,' or 'Gently, gently, husband mine,' or '£100 were none too high a price for me a cock to buy.'" The Queen now shewed some offence, though the other ladies laughed, and "A truce to thy jesting, Dioneo," said she, "and give us a proper song, else thou mayst prove the quality of my ire." Whereupon Dioneo forthwith ceased his fooling, and sang on this wise:
So ravishing a light doth from the fair eyes of my mistress move, as keeps me slave to her and thee, O love. A beam from those bright orbs did radiate that flame that through mine own eyes to my breast did whilom entrance gain. Thy majesty, O love, thy might, how great they be! 'Twas her fair face did manifest, whereon to brood still fain I felt thee take, and chain each sense, my soul enthralling on such wise, that she alone henceforth evokes my sighs. Wherefore, O dear my love, myself I own thy slave, and all obedience wait and yearn till thy might me console. Yet wot I not, if it be truly known, how noble is the flame wherewith I burn. My loyalty how whole to her that doth control, even in such sort, my mind, that shall I none, nor would I, peace receive, save hers alone. And so I pray thee, sweet my lord, that thou give her to feel thy fire, and show her plain how grievous my disease. This service deign to render, for that now thou seest me waste for love, and in the pain dissolve me by degrees, and then the apt moment seize my cause to plead with her, as is but due from thee to me, who fain with thee would sue.
When Dioneo's silence shewed that his song was ended, the Queen accorded it no stinted meed of praise, after which she caused not a few other songs to be sung. Thus passed some part of the night, and then the Queen, taking note that its freshness had vanquished the heat of the day, bade all go to rest them, if they would, till the morning. Conclusion of Day 5.
Day 6. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by H. M. Rigg. Day the 6th. The Introduction. Endeth here the 5th day of the Decameron, beginneth the 6th, wherein, under the rule of Elisa, discourse is had of such as by some sprightly sally have repulsed an attack, or by some ready retort or device have avoided loss, peril, or scorn. Still in mid heaven the moon had lost her radiance, nor was any part of our world unillumined by the fresh splendour of the dawn, when the Queen being risen and having mustered her company, they hied them, gently sauntering across the dewy mead some distance from the beautiful hill, conversing now of this, now of the other matter, canvassing the stories, their greater or less degree of beauty, and laughing afresh at divers of their incidents, until, the sun being now in his higher ascendant, they began to feel his heat, and turning back by common consent, retraced their steps to the palace, where the tables being already set, and fragrant herbs and fair flowers strewn all about, they, by the Queen's command, before it should grow hotter, addressed themselves to their meal. So having blithely breakfasted, they first of all sang some dainty and jocund ditties, and then, as they were severally minded, composed them to sleep or set them down to chess or dice, while Dioneo and Lauretta fell a singing of Troilus and Cressida. The hour of session being come, they took their places, at the Queen's summons, in their wonted order by the fountain. But when the Queen was about to call for the first story, that happened which had not happened before, to wit, there being a greater uproar in the kitchen among the maids and men, the sound thereof reached the ears of the Queen and all the company. Whereupon the Queen called the Seneschal and asked him who bawled so loud, and what was the occasion of the uproar. The Seneschal made answer that it was some contention between Lyciska and Tindaro, but the occasion he knew not, having but just come to quiet them, when he received her summons. The Queen then bade him cause Lyciska and Tindaro to come thither forthwith. So they came, and the Queen inquired of them the cause of the uproar. Tindaro was about to make answer, when Lyciska, who was somewhat advanced in years, and disposed to give herself airs, and heated to the strife of words, turned to Tindaro, and scowling upon him said, "Unmannerly varlet, that makest bold to speak before me, leave me to tell the story." Then turning to the Queen, she said, "Madam, this fellow would fain instruct me as to Sycophante's wife, and neither more or less, as if I had not known her well, would have me believe that, the first night that Sycophante lay with her, it was by force and not without effusion of blood that Master Yard made his way into Dusky Hill, which I deny, averring that he met with no resistance, but on the contrary, with a hearty welcome on the part of the garrison. And such a numbskull is he as fondly to believe that the girls are so simple as to let slip their opportunities, while they wait on the caprice of father or brothers, who 6 times out of 7 delay to marry them for 3 or 4 years after they should. Ay, indeed, doubtless they were well advised to tarry so long. Christ's face, I should know the truth of what I swear. There is never a woman in my neighbourhood whose husband had her virginity, and well I know how many and what manner of tricks our married dames play their husbands, and Eustace Booby would fain teach me to know woman as if I were but born yesterday." While Lyciska thus spoke, the ladies laughed, till all their teeth were ready to start from their heads. 6 times at least the Queen bade her be silent, but all in vain. She halted not till she had said all that she had a mind to. When she had done, the Queen turned with a smile to Dioneo, saying, "This is a question for thee to deal with, Dioneo, so hold thyself in readiness to give final judgment upon it when our stories are ended." "Madam," replied Dioneo forthwith, "I give judgment without more ado. I say that Lyciska is in the right. I believe that it is even as she says, and that Tindaro is a fool." Whereupon Lyciska burst out laughing, and turning to Tindaro, "Now did I not tell thee so?" quoth she. "Begone, in God's name! Dost think to know more than I, thou that art but a sucking babe? Thank God, I have not lived for nothing, not I." And had not the Queen sternly bade her be silent, and make no more disturbance, unless she had a mind to be whipped, and send both her and Tindaro back to the kitchen, the whole day would have been spent in naught but listening to her. So Lyciska and Tindaro having withdrawn, the Queen charged Philomena to tell the first story, and gaily thus Philomena began. End of Day 6, the Introduction.
Day 6, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6, the first story. A knight offers to carry Madonna Oretta a horseback with a story, but tells it so ill that she prays him to dismount her. As stars are set for an ornament in the serene expanse of heaven, and likewise in springtime flowers and leafy shrubs in the green meadows, so damsels in the hour of rare and excellent discourse is wit with its bright sallies, which, being brief, are much more proper for ladies than for men, seeing that prolixity of speech, where brevity is possible, is much less allowable to them. But for whatever cause, be it the sorry quality of our understanding, or some especial enmity that heaven bears to our generation, few ladies or none are left to-day that when occasion prompts are able to meet it with apt speech, or if aught of the kind they hear, can understand it aright. To our common shame be it spoken. But as, touching this matter, enough has already been said by Pampinea, I purpose not to enlarge thereon, but, that you may know that excellence resides in speech apt for the occasion, I am minded to tell you after how courteous a fashion a lady imposed silence upon a gentleman. 'Tis no long time since there dwelt in our city a lady, noble, debonair, and of excellent discourse, whom not a few of you may have seen or heard of, whose name, for such high qualities merit not oblivion, was Madonna Oretta, her husband being Messer Geri Spina. Now this lady, happening to be, as we are, in the country, moving from place to place for pleasure with a company of ladies and gentlemen, whom she had entertained the day before at breakfast at her house, and the place of their next sojourn, whither they were to go afoot, being some considerable distance off, one of the gentlemen of the company said to her, Madonna Oretta, so please you, I will carry you great part of the way a horseback with one of the finest stories in the world. Indeed, sir, replied the lady, I pray you do so, and I shall deem it the greatest of favours. Whereupon the gentleman, who perhaps was no better master of his weapon than of his story, began a tale, which in itself was indeed excellent, but which, by repeating the same word 3, 4, or 6 times, and now and again harking back, saying, I say not well, and erring not seldom in the names, setting one in place of another, he utterly spoiled, besides which his mode of delivery accorded very ill with the character of the persons and incidents, insomuch that Madonna Oretta, as she listened, did oft sweat, and was like to faint, as if she were ill, and at the point of death, and being at length able to bear no more of it, witting that the gentleman had got into a mess, and was not like to get out of it, she said pleasantly to him, Sir, this horse of yours trots too hard, I pray you be pleased to set me down. The gentleman, being perchance more quick of apprehension than he was skilful in narration, missed not the meaning of her sally, and took it in all good and gay humour. So, leaving unfinished the tale which he had begun, and so mishanded, he addressed himself to tell her other stories. End of Day 6, the first story.
Day 6, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6, the second story. Sisti A baker, by an apt speech, gives Messer Jerry Spina to know that he has by inadvertence asked that of him which he should not.
All the ladies and the men alike having greatly commended Madonna Oretta's apt saying, the queen bade Pampinea follow suit, and thus she began.
Fair ladies, I cannot myself determine whether nature or fortune be the more at fault, the one in furnishing a noble soul with a vile body, or the other in allotting a base occupation to a body endowed with a noble soul, whereof we may have seen an example among others in our fellow citizen Sisti, whom, furnished though he was with a most lofty soul, fortune made a baker. And verily I should curse nature and fortune alike, did I not know that nature is most discreet, and that fortune, albeit the foolish imagine her blind, has 1,000 eyes. For it is, I suppose, that, being wise above a little, they do as mortals ofttimes do, who, being uncertain as to their future, provide against contingencies by burying their most precious treasures in the basest places in their houses, as being the least likely to be suspected, whence in the hour of their greatest need they bring them forth, the base place having kept them more safe than the dainty chamber would have done. And so these two arbitresses of the world would seldom hide their most precious commodities in the obscurity of their crafts, that are reputed most base, that thence being brought to light they may shine with a brighter splendour. Whereof how in a trifling matter Sisti, the baker, gave proof, restoring the eyes of the mind to Messer Jerry Spina, whom the story of his wife, Madonna Oretta, has brought to my recollection. I am minded to show you in a narrative which shall be of the briefest. I say then that Pope Boniface, with whom Messer Jerry Spina stood very high in favour and honour, having sent drivers of his courtiers to Florence as ambassadors to treat of certain matters of great moment, and they being lodged in Messer Jerry's house, where he treats with them of the said affairs of the Pope, 'twas for some reason or other the wont of Messer Jerry and the ambassadors of the Pope to pass almost every morning by Santa Maria Ugi, where Sisti the baker had his bakehouse, and plied his craft in person. Now, albeit fortune had allotted him a very humble occupation, she had nevertheless prospered him therein to such a degree that he was grown most wealthy, and without ever aspiring to change it for another, lived in most magnificent style, having among his other good things a cellar of the best wines, white and red, that were to be found in Florence or the country parts. And marking Messer Jerry and the ambassadors of the Pope pass every morning by his door, he bethought him that, as 'twas very hot, 'twould be a very courteous thing to give them to drink of his good wine. But comparing his rank with that of Messer Jerry, he deemed it unseemly to presume to invite him, and cast about how he might lead Messer Jerry to invite himself. So, wearing always the whitest of doublets, and a spotless apron, he denoted rather the miller than the baker. He let bring every morning about the hour that he expected Messer Jerry and the ambassadors to pass by his door, a spick and span bucket of fresh and cool spring water, and a small Bolognese flagon of his good white wine, and 2 beakers that shone like silver, so bright were they. And there, down he sat him, as they came by, and after hawking once or twice, fell a-drinking his wine with such gusto that 'twould have raised a thirst in a corpse. Which Mr. Jerry, having observed on 2 successive mornings, said on the 3rd, "What is it, Sisty? Isn't it good?" Whereupon Sisty jumped up and answered, "Ay, sir, good it is, but in what degree I might no means make you understand unless you tasted it." Mr. Jerry, in whom either the heat of the weather or unwonted fatigue, or perchance the gusto with which he had seen Sisty drink, had bred a thirst, turned to the ambassadors and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, 'twere well to test the quality of this worthy man's wine. It may be such that we shall not repent us." And so, in a body, they came up to see where Sisty stood, who, having caused a goodly bench to the beakers, said, "Stand back, comrades, and leave this office to me, for I know as well how to serve wine as to bake bread, and expect not to taste a drop yourselves." Which said, he washed 4 fine new beakers with his own hands, and having sent for a small flagon of his good wine, he heedfully filled the beakers and presented them to Mr. Jerry and his companions, who deemed the wine the best that they had drunk for a good while. So Mr. Jerry, having praised the wine not a little, came there to drink every morning with the ambassadors as long as they tarried with him. Now, when the ambassadors had received their congé and were about to depart, Mr. Jerry gave a grand banquet, to which he bade some of the most honourable of the citizens, and also Sisty, who could by no means be induced to come. However, Mr. Jerry bade one of his servants go fetch a flask of Sisty's wine, and serve half a beaker thereof to each guest at the first course. The servant, somewhat offended perhaps that he had not been suffered to taste any of the wine, took with him a large flask, which Sisty no sooner saw than, "Son," quoth he, "Mr. Jerry does not send thee to me." And often as the servant affirmed that he did, he could get no other answer, wherewith he was fain at last to return to Mr. Jerry. "Go, get thee back," said Mr. Jerry, "and tell him that I do send thee to him, and if he answers thee so again, ask him to whom I send thee." So the servant came back and said, "Sisty, Mr. Jerry does for sure send me to thee." "Son," answered Sisty, "Mr. Jerry does for sure not send thee to me." "To whom then," said the servant, "does he send me?" "To Arno," returned Sisty. Which being reported by the servant to Mr. Jerry, the eyes of his mind were straightway opened, and, "Let me see," quoth he to the servant, "what flask it is thou takest there." And when he had seen it, "Sisty says sooth," he added, and having sharply chidden him, he caused him take with him a suitable flask, which when Sisty saw, "Now know I," quoth he, "that 'tis indeed Mr. Jerry that sends thee to me," and blithely filled it. And having replenished the rundlet that same day with wine of the same quality, he had it carried with due care to Mr. Jerry's house, and followed after himself, where finding Mr. Jerry, he said, "I would not have you think, sir, that I was appalled by the great flask your servant brought me this morning. 'Twas but that I thought you had forgotten that which by my little beakers I gave you to understand, when you were with me of late, to wit, that this is no table wine, and so wished this morning to refresh your memory. Now, however, being minded to keep the wine no longer, I have sent you all I have of it to be henceforth entirely at your disposal. Mr. Jerry set great store by Sisty's gift, and thanked him accordingly, and ever made much of him, and entreated him as his friend." End of Day 6, the second story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 6, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 6, the third story. Monna nonna di Pulci, by a ready retort, silences the scarce seemly jesting of the Bishop of Florence.
Pampinia's story ended, and praise not a little bestowed on Cisti, alike for his apt speech and for his handsome present, the queen was pleased to call forthwith for a story from Lauretta, who blithely thus began:
Debonair my ladies, the excellency of wit, and our lack thereof, have been noted with no small truth, first by Pampinea, and after her by Philomena, to which topic 'twere bootless to return. Wherefore, to that which has been said touching the nature of wit, I purpose but to add one word, to remind you that its bite should be as a sheep's bite, and not as a dog's. For if it bite like a dog, 'tis no longer wit, but discourtesy. With which maxim the words of Madonna Oretta and the apt reply of Cisti accorded excellently. True indeed it is, that if 'tis by way of retort, and one that has received a dog's bite gives the biter a like bite in return, it does not seem to be reprehensible, as otherwise it would have been. Wherefore one must consider how and when and on whom, and likewise where, one exercises one's wit. By ill observing which matters, one of our prelates did once upon a time receive no less shrewd a bite than he gave, as I will show you in a short story. While Messer Antonio d'Orso, a prelate both worthy and wise, was Bishop of Florence, there came thither a Catalan gentleman, Messer Dego de la Ratta by name, being King Ruberto's marshal. Now, Dego being very goodly of person and inordinately fond of women, it so befell that of the ladies of Florence, she that he regarded with especial favour was the very beautiful niece of a brother of the said bishop. And having learned that her husband, though of a good family, was but a caitiff and avaricious in the last degree, he struck a bargain with him, that he should lie one night with the lady for 500 florins of gold. Whereupon he had the same number of popolins of silver, which were then current, gilded, and having lain with the lady, albeit against her will, gave them to her husband. Which coming to be generally known, the caitiff husband was left with the loss and the laugh against him, and the bishop, like a wise man, feigned to know naught of the affair. And so the bishop and the marshal being much together, it befell that on St. John's day, as they rode side by side down the street whence they start to run the Palio, and took note of the ladies, the bishop espied a young gentlewoman, whom this present pestilence has reft from us, Monna Nonna de Pulci by name, a cousin of Messer Alesso Rinucci, whom you must all know. Whom, for that she was lusty and fair, and of excellent discourse and a good courage, and but just settled with her husband in Porta San Piero, the bishop presented to the marshal, and then, being close beside her, he laid his hand on the marshal's shoulder, and said to her, "Nonna, what thinkest thou of this gentleman, that thou mightst make a conquest of him?" Which words the lady resented as a gibe at her honour, and like to tarnish it in the eyes of those who were not a few, in whose hearing they were spoken. Wherefore, without bestowing a thought upon the vindication of her honour, but being minded to return blow for blow, she retorted hastily, "Perchance, sir, he might not make a conquest of me, but if he did so, I should want good money." The answer stung both the marshal and the bishop to the quick, the one as contriver of the scurvy trick played upon the bishop's brother in regard of his niece, the other as thereby outraged in the person of his brother's niece, insomuch that they dared not look one another in the face, but took themselves off in shame and silence, and said never a word more to her that day. In such a case, then, the lady having received a bite, 'twas allowable in her wittily to return it. End of Day 6, the third story.
Day 6, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 6, the fourth story. Cicibio, cook to Corrado Gianfigliazzi, owes his safety to a ready answer, whereby he converts Corrado's wrath into laughter, and evades the evil fate with which Corrado had threatened him.
Lauretta being now silent, all lauded Nonna to the skies, after which Neifila received the Queen's command to follow suit, and thus began.
Albeit, loving ladies, ready wit not seldom ministers words apt and excellent and congruous with the circumstances of the speakers, 'tis also true that fortune at times comes to the aid of the timid, and unexpectedly sets words upon the tongue which in a quiet hour the speaker could never have found for himself. The which 'tis my purpose to show you by my story. Corrado Gianfigliazzi, as the eyes and ears of each of you may bear witness, has ever been a noble citizen of our city, open-handed and magnificent, and one that lived as a gentleman should with hounds and hawks, in which, to say nothing at present of more important matters, he found unfailing delight. Now, having one day hard by Peretola dispatched a crane with one of his falcons, finding it young and plump, he sent it to his excellent cook, a Venetian, Cicibio by name, bidding him roast it for supper, and make a dainty dish of it. Cicibio, who looked, as he was, a very green head, had dressed the crane and set it to the fire, and was cooking it carefully, when, the bird being all but roasted, and the fumes of the cooking very strong, it so chanced that a girl, Brunetta by name, that lived in the same street, and of whom Cicibio was greatly enamoured, came into the kitchen, and perceiving the smell and seeing the bird, began coaxing Cicibio to give her a thigh. By way of answer, Cicibio fell a singing, "You get it not from me, Madame Brunetta, you get it not from me." Whereat Madame Brunetta was offended, and said to him, "By God, if thou givest it me not, thou shalt never have aught from me to pleasure thee." In short, there was not a little altercation, and in the end Cicibio, fain not to vex his mistress, cut off one of the crane's thighs and gave it to her. So the bird was set before Corrado and some strangers that he had at table with him. And Corrado, observing that it had but one thigh, was surprised, and sent for Cicibio, and demanded of him what was become of the missing thigh. Whereto the mendacious Venetian answered readily, "The crane, sir, has but one thigh and one leg." "What the devil!" rejoined Corrado in a rage. So the crane has but one thigh and one leg. Think'st thou I never saw crane before this? But Cicisbeo continued, "'Tis even so as I say, sir, and so please you, I will show you that so it is in the living bird." Corrado had too much respect for his guests to pursue the topic. He only said, "Since thou promisest to show me in the living bird what I have never seen or heard tell of, I bid thee do so to-morrow, and I shall be satisfied. But if thou fail, I swear to thee by the body of Christ that I will serve thee so that thou shalt ruefully remember my name for the rest of thy days." No more was said of the matter that evening. But on the morrow at daybreak, Corrado, who had by no means slept off his wrath, got up still swelling therewith, and ordered his horses, mounted Cicisbeo on a hackney, and saying to him, "We shall soon see which of us lied yesternight, thou or I," set off with him for a place where there was much water, beside which there were always cranes to be seen about dawn. Cicisbeo, observing that Corrado's ire was unabated, and knowing not how to bolster up his lie, rode by Corrado's side in a state of the utmost trepidation, and would gladly, had he been able, have taken to flight. But, as he might not, he glanced now ahead, now aback, now aside, and saw everywhere naught but cranes standing on 2 feet. However, as they approached the river, the very first thing they saw upon the bank was a round dozen of cranes, standing each and all on 1 foot, as is their wont when asleep. When Cicisbeo presently pointed out to Corrado, saying, "Now may you see well enough, sir, that 'tis true as I said yesternight, that the crane has but 1 thigh and 1 leg. Mark but how they stand over there." Whereupon Corrado, "Wait," quoth he, "and I will show thee that they have each thighs and legs twain." So having drawn a little nigher to them, he ejaculated, "Ow!" which caused the cranes to bring each the other foot to the ground, and after hopping a step or two, to take to flight. Corrado then turned to Cicisbeo, saying, "How now, rogue? Art satisfied that the bird has thighs and legs twain?" Whereto Cicisbeo, all but beside himself with fear, made answer, "Ay, sir, but you cried not 'Oh ho!' to our crane of yestereve. Had you done so, it would have popped its other thigh and foot forth, as these have done." Which answer Corrado so much relished, that all his wrath changed to jollity and laughter. "Cicisbeo," quoth he, "thou art right. Indeed I ought to have so done." Thus did Cicisbeo by his ready and jocund retort arrest impending evil, and make his peace with his master. End of Day 6, the 4th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 6, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni BOCCACCIO, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6, the 5th story. Messer Forese de Rabatta and Master Giotto, the painter, journeying together from Mugello, deride one another's scurvy appearance.
Nay, Phila being silent, and the ladies having made very merry over Cicisbeo's retort, Pamphilo at the Queen's command thus spoke:
Dearest ladies, if fortune, as Pampanea has shown us, does sometimes hide treasures most rich of native worth in the obscurity of base occupations, so, in like manner, 'tis not seldom found that nature has enshrined prodigies of wit in the most ignoble of human forms. whereof a notable example is afforded by two of our citizens, of whom I purposed for a brief while to discourse. The one, Messer Foreza da Rabata by name, was short and deformed of person, and withal flat-cheeked and flat-nosed, insomuch that never a Baroncio had a visage so misshapen, but his would have showed as hideous beside it. Yet so conversant was this man with the laws, that by not a few of those well able to form an opinion, he was reputed a veritable storehouse of civil jurisprudence. The other, whose name was Giotto, was of so excellent a wit, that, let nature, mother of all, operant ever by continual revolution of the heavens, fashion what she would, he, with his style and pen and pencil, would depict its like on such wise that it showed not as its like, but rather as the thing itself, insomuch that the visual sense of men did often err in regard thereof, mistaking for real that which was but painted. Wherefore, having brought back to light that art which had for many ages lain buried beneath the blunders of those who painted rather to delight the eyes of the ignorant than to satisfy the intelligence of the wise, he may deservedly be called one of the lights that composed the glory of Florence, and the more so, the more lowly was the spirit in which he won that glory, who, albeit he was, while he yet lived, the master of others, yet did ever refuse to be called their master. And this title that he rejected adorned him with a lustre the more splendid in proportion to the avidity with which it was usurped by those who were less knowing than he, or were his pupils. But for all the exceeding greatness of his art, yet in no particular had he the advantage of Messer Frese, either in form or in feature. But to come to the story. 'Twas in Mugello that Messer Frese, as likewise Giotto, had his country seat, whence, returning from a sojourn that he had made there during the summer vacation of the courts, and being, as it chanced, mounted on a poor jade of a draught horse, he fell in with the said Giotto, who was also on his way back to Florence, after a like sojourn on his own estate, and was neither better mounted, nor in any other wise better equipped, than Messer Forese. And so, being both old men, they jogged on together at a slow pace, and being surprised by a sudden shower, such as we frequently see fall in summer, they presently sought shelter in the house of a husbandman that was known to each of them, and was their friend. But after a while, as the rain gave no sign of ceasing, and they had a mind to be at Florence that same day, they borrowed of the husbandman 2 old cloaks of Romagnole cloth, and 2 hats, much the worse for age, there being no better to be had, and resumed their journey. Whereon they had not proceeded far, when, taking note that they were soaked through and through, and liberally splashed with the mud cast up by their nags' hoofs, circumstances which are not of a kind to add to one's dignity, they, after a long silence, the sky beginning to brighten a little, began to converse, and Messer Forese, as he rode and hearkened to Giotto, who was an excellent talker, surveyed him sideways, and from head to foot, and all over, and seeing him in all points in so sorry and scurvy a trim, and recking naught of his own appearance, broke into a laugh, and said, "Giotto, would e'er a stranger that met us, and had not seen thee before, believe, think'st thou, that thou wert, as thou art, the greatest painter in the world?" Whereto Giotto answered promptly, "Methinks, sir, he might, if, scanning you, he gave you credit for knowing the ABC." Which hearing, Messer Forese recognized his error, and perceived that he had gotten as good as he brought. End of Day 6, the 5th story.
Day 6, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6. The sixth story. Michele Scalza proves to certain young men that the Baronci are the best gentlemen in the world and the Maremma, and wins a supper.
The ladies were still laughing over Giotto's ready retort, when the queen charged Fiammetta to follow suit, wherefore thus Fiammetta began.
Pamphilus' mention of the Baronci, who to you, damsels, are perchance not so well known as to him, has brought to my mind a story in which 'tis shown how great is their nobility, and for that it devolves no deviation from our rule of discourse, I am minded to tell it you. 'Tis no long time since there dwelt in our city a young man, Michele Scalza by name, the pleasantest and merriest fellow in the world, and the best furnished with quaint stories, for which reason the Florentine youth set great store in having him with them when they foregathered in company. Now it so befell that one day, he being with a party of them at Montughi, they fell a disputing together on this wise, to wit, who were the best gentlemen and of the longest descent in Florence. One said the Uberti, another the Lamberti, or some other family, according to the predilection of the speaker. Whereat Scalza began to smile, and said, Now out upon you, blockheads that ye are, ye know not what ye say. The best gentlemen, and of longest descent in all the world and the Maremma, let alone Florence, are the Baronci by the common consent of all philosophers and all that know them as I do. And lest ye should otherwise conceive me, I say that 'tis of your neighbours the Baronci of Santa Maria Maggiore that I speak. Whereupon the young men, who had looked for somewhat else from him, said derisively, Thou dost but jest with us, as if we did not know the Baronci as well as thou. Quoth Scalza, By the Gospels I jest not, but speak sooth, and if there is any of you will wager a supper to be given to the winner and 6 good fellows whom he shall choose, I will gladly do the like, and, what is more, I will abide by the decision of such one of you as you may choose. Then said one of them, whose name was Neri Manini, I am ready to adventure this supper, and so they agreed together that Piero di Fiorentino, in whose house they were, should be judge, and hied them to him, followed by all the rest, eager to see Scalza lose, and triumph in his discomfiture, and told Piero all that had been said. Piero, who was a young man of sound sense, heard what Neri had to say, and then turning to Scalza, And how, quoth he, mayst thou make good what thou averest? I will demonstrate it, returned Scalza, by reasoning so cogent that not only you, but he that denies it, shall acknowledge that I say sooth. You know, and so they were saying but now, that the longer men's descent, the better is their gentility, and I say that the Baronci are of longer descent, and thus better gentlemen than any other men. If, then, I prove to you that they are of longer descent than any other men, without a doubt the victory in this dispute will rest with me. Now you must know that when God made the Baronci, he was but a novice in his art, of which, when he made the rest of mankind, he was already master. And to assure yourself that herein I say sooth, you have but to consider the Baronci, how they differ from the rest of mankind, who all have faces well composed and duly proportioned, whereas of the Baronci you will see one with a face very long and narrow, another with a face inordinately broad, one with a very long nose, another with a short one with a protruding and upturned chin and great jaws like an ass's, and again there will be one that has one eye larger than its fellow, or set on a lower plane, so that their faces resemble those that children make when they begin to learn to draw. Whereby, as I said, 'tis plainly manifest that when God made them, he was but novice in his art, and so they are of longer descent than the rest of mankind, and by consequence better gentlemen. By which entertaining argument Piero the judge, and Neri, who had wagered the supper, and all the rest, calling to mind the Baronci's ugliness, were so tickled that they fell a laughing, and averred that Scalza was in the right, and that he had won the wager, and that without a doubt the Baronci were the best gentleman, and of the longest descent, not merely in Florence, but in the world and the Maremma to boot. Wherefore it was not without reason that Pamphilo, being minded to declare Messer Forese's ill-favouredness, said that he would have been hideous beside a Baroncio. End of Day 6, the 6th story.
Day 6, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 6, the 7th story. Madonna Philippa, being found by her husband with her lover, is cited before the court, and by a ready and jocund answer acquits herself, and brings about an alteration of the statute.
Fiammetta had been silent some time, but Scalza's novel argument to prove the preeminent nobility of the Baronci kept all still laughing, when the queen called for a story from Philostrato, who thus began:
Noble ladies, an excellent thing is apt speech on all occasions, but to be proficient therein I deem then most excellent when the occasion does most imperatively demand it, as was the case with the gentlewoman, of whom I propose to speak to you, who not only ministered gaiety and merriment to her heroes, but extricated herself, as you saw here, from the toils of an ignominious death. There was aforetime in the city of Prato a statute, no less censurable than harsh, which, making no distinction between the wife whom her husband took in adultery with her lover, and the woman found pleasuring a stranger for money, condemned both alike to be burned. While this statute was in force, it befell that a gentlewoman, fair and beyond measure enamoured, Madonna Philippa by name, was by her husband, Rinaldo de Pugliese, found in her own chamber one night in the arms of Lazarino de Guazzagliotri, a handsome young noble of the same city, whom she loved even as herself. Whereat Rinaldo, very wroth, scarce refrained from falling upon them and killing them on the spot, and indeed, but that he doubted how he should afterwards fare himself, he had given way to the vehemence of his anger, and so done. Nor, though he so far mastered himself, could he forbear recourse to the statute, thereby to compass that he might not otherwise lawfully compass, to wit, the death of his lady. Wherefore, having all the evidence needful to prove her guilt, he took no further counsel, but as soon as 'twas day, he charged the lady, and had her summoned. Like most ladies that are veritably enamoured, the lady was of high courage, and though not a few of her friends and kinfolk sought to dissuade her, she resolved to appear to the summons, having liefer die bravely confessing the truth than basely free, and for defiance of the law live in exile, and show herself unworthy of such a lover as had in her arms that night. And so, attended by many ladies and gentlemen, who all exhorted her to deny the charge, she came before the podesta, and with a composed air and unfaltering voice asked whereof he would interrogate her. The podesta, surveying her, and taking note of her extraordinary beauty and exquisite manners, and the high courage that her words evinced, was touched with compassion for her, fearing that she might make some admission, by reason whereof, to save his honor, he must needs do her to death. But still, as he could not refrain from examining her of which was laid to her charge, he said, Madam, here, as you see, is your husband Rinaldo, who prefers a charge against you, alleging that he has taken you in adultery, and so he demands that, pursuant to a statute which is in force here, I punish you with death. But this I may not do, except you confess. Wherefore be very careful what you answer, and tell me if what your husband alleges against you be true. The lady, nowise dismayed, and in a tone not a little jocund, thus made answer: "True it is, sir, that Rinaldo is my husband, and that last night he found me in the arms of Lazarino, in whose arms for the whole-hearted love that I bear him I have oftentimes laid. Nor shall I ever deny, but as well I wot you know, the laws ought to be common and enacted with the common consent of all they affect, which conditions are wanting to this law, insomuch as it binds only us poor women, in whom to be liberal is much less reprehensible than it were in men, and therefore the consent of no woman was, I say not had, but so much as before 'twas made, for which reasons it justly deserves to be called a bad law. However, if in scathe of my body and your own soul you are minded to put it to force, 'tis your own affair; but I pray you, go not on to try this matter in any wise, until you have granted me this trifling grace, to wit, to ask my husband if I ever gainsayed him, and did not rather accord him, when and so often he crave it, complete enjoyment of myself." Whereto Rinaldo, having awaited the podesta's question, forthwith answered that assuredly the lady had granted him all that he had asked of her for his gratification. "Then," promptly continued the lady, "if he has ever had of me as much as sufficed for his solace, what was I or am I to do with the surplus? Am I to cast it to the dogs? Is it not better to bestow it on a gentleman that loves me more dearly than himself, than to suffer it to come to naught, or worse?" Which jocund question being heard by well nigh all the folk of Prato, who had flocked thither all agog to see a dame so fair and of such quality on her trial for such an offence, they laughed loud and long, and then all with one accord, and as with one voice, exclaimed that the lady was in the right, and said well; nor left they the court until, in concert with the podesta, they had so altered the harsh statute as thenceforth only such women as should wrong their husbands for money should be within its purview. Wherefore Rinaldo left the court, discomfited of his foolish enterprise, and the lady, blithe and free as if rendered back to life from the burning, went home triumphant. End of Day 6, the 7th story.
Day 6, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 6, the 8th story. Fresco admonishes his niece not to look at herself in the glass if 'tis, as she says, grievous to her to see nasty folk.
It was not at first without some flutterings of shame, evinced by the modest blush mantling on their cheeks, that the ladies heard Philostratos' story, but afterwards, exchanging glances, they could scarce forbear to laugh, and hearkened tittering. However, when he had done, the queen turning to Emilia bade her follow suit. Whereupon Emilia, fetching a deep breath as if she were roused from sleep, thus began.
Loving ladies, brooding thought has kept my spirit for so long time remote from here, that perchance I may make a shift to satisfy our queen with a much shorter story than would have been forthcoming but for my absence of mind, wherein I propose to tell you how a young woman's folly was corrected by her uncle with a pleasant jest, had she but had the sense to apprehend it. My story, then, is of one, Fresco da Celatico by name, that had a niece, Cesca as she was playfully called, who, being fair of face and person, albeit she had none of those angelical charms that we ofttimes see, had so superlative a conceit of herself, that she had contracted a habit of disparaging both men and women and all that she saw, entirely regardless of her own defects, though for odiousness, tiresomeness, and petulance she had not her match among women, insomuch that there was naught that could be done to her mind. Besides which, such was her pride, that had she been of the blood royal of France, 'twould have been inordinate. And when she walked abroad, so fastidious was her humour, that she was ever averting her head, as if there was never a soul she saw or met but reeked with a foul smell. Now one day, not to speak of other odious and tiresome ways that she had, it so befell that being come home, where Fresco was, she sat herself down beside him with a most languishing air, and did naught but fume and chafe. Whereupon, "Fiesca," quoth he, "what means this, that, though 'tis a feast day, yet thou art come back so soon?" She, all but dissolved with her vapourish humours, made answer, "Why, the truth is that I am come back early, because never, I believe, were there such odious and tiresome men and women in this city as there are to-day. I cannot pass a soul in the street that I loathe not like ill luck, and I believe there is not a woman in the world that is so distressed by the sight of odious people as I am, and so I am come home thus soon to avoid the sight of them." Whereupon Fresco, to whom his niece's bad manners were distasteful in the extreme, "Daughter," quoth he, "if thou loathe odious folk as much as thou sayest, thou wert best, so thou wouldst live happy, never to look at thyself in the glass." But she, empty as a reed, albeit in her own conceit a match for Solomon in wisdom, was as far as any sheep from apprehending the true sense of her uncle's jest, but answered that on the contrary she was minded to look at herself in the glass like other women. And so she remained, and yet remains, hide-bound in her folly. End of Day 6, the 8th story.
Day 6, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 6, the 9th story. Guido Cavalcanti, by a quip, meetly rebukes certain Florentine gentlemen who had taken him at a disadvantage.
The queen, perceiving that Emilia had finished her story, and that none but she, and he who had the privilege of speaking last, now remained to tell, began on this wise.
Albeit debonair, my ladies, you have forestalled me today of more than 2 of the stories, of which I had thought to tell one, yet one is still left me to recount, which carries at the close of it a quip of such a sort that perhaps we have as yet heard not so pregnant. You are to know then that in former times there obtained in our city customs excellent and commendable not a few, whereof today not one is left to us, thanks to the greed which, growing with the wealth of our folk, has banished them all from among us. One of which customs was that in divers quarters of Florence the gentlemen that there resided would assemble together in companies of a limited number, taking care to include therein only such as might conveniently bear the expenses, and today one, another tomorrow, each in his turn for a day, would entertain the rest of the company, and so they would not seldom do honour to gentlemen from distant parts when they visited the city, and also to their fellow citizens, and in like manner they would meet together at least once a year, all in the same trim, and on the most notable days would ride together through the city, and now and again they would tilt together, more especially on the greater feasts, or when the city was rejoiced by tidings of victory or some other glad event. Among which companies was one of which Messer Betto Brunelleschi was the leading spirit, into which Messer Betto and his comrades had striven hard to bring Guido, son of Cavalcante de Cavalcanti, and not without reason, inasmuch as, beside being one of the best logicians in the world, and an excellent natural philosopher, qualities of which the company made no great account, he was without a peer for gallantry and courtesy and excellence of discourse and aptitude for all manners which he might set his mind to, and that belonged to a gentleman. And therewithal he was very rich, and when he deemed any worthy of honour, knew how to bestow it to the uttermost. But as Messer Betto had never been able to gain him over, he and his comrades supposed that 'twas because Guido, being addicted to speculation, was thereby estranged from men. and for that he was somewhat inclined to the opinion of the Epicureans. The vulgar averred that these speculations of his had no other scope than to prove that God did not exist. Now one day it so befell that, Guido being come, as was not seldom his wont, from Or San Michele by the Corso degli Adimari as far as San Giovanni, around which were then the great tombs of marble that are today in Santa Reparata, besides other tombs not a few, and Guido being between the columns of porphyry that are there and the tombs and the door of San Giovanni, which was locked, Messer Betto and his company came riding on to the piazza of Santa Reparata, and seeing him among the tombs, said, "Go we and flout him." So they set spurs to their horses, and making a mock onset, were upon him almost before he saw them. Whereupon, "Guido," they began, "thou wilt be none of our company, but, lo now, when thou hast proved that God does not exist, what wilt thou have achieved?" Guido, seeing that he was surrounded, presently answered, "Gentlemen, you may say to me what you please in your own house." Thereupon he laid his hand on one of the great tombs, and being very nimble, vaulted over it, and so evaded them, and went his way, while they remained gazing in one another's faces, and some said that he had taken leave of his wits, and that his answer was but naught, seeing that the ground on which they stood was common to them with the rest of the citizens, and among them Guido himself. But Messer Betto, turning to them, "Nay, but," quoth he, "'tis ye that have taken leave of your wits, if ye have not understood him, for meetly and in few words he has given us never so shrewd a reprimand, seeing that if you consider it well, these tombs are the houses of the dead that are laid and tarry therein, which he calls our house, to show us that we and all other simple unlettered men are, in comparison of him and the rest of the learned, in sorrier case than dead men, and so being here we are in our own house." Then none was there but understood Guido's meaning, and was abashed, insomuch that they flouted him no more, and thenceforth reputed Messer Betto a gentleman of a subtle and discerning wit. End of Day 6, the 9th story.
Day the 6th. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by H. M. Rigg. Day the 6th. The conclusion. Immense was the delight and diversion which this story afforded to all the company alike, and great and general was the laughter over Fra Cipolla, and more especially at his pilgrimage, and the relics, as well those that he had but seen as those that he had brought back with him. Which being ended, the Queen, taking note that therewith the close of their sovereignty was come, stood up, took off the crown, and set it on Dioneo's head, saying with a laugh, "'Tis time, Dioneo, that thou prove the weight of the burden of having ladies to govern and guide. Be thou king then, and let thy rule be such, that when 'tis ended we may have cause to commend it." Dioneo took the crown, and laughingly answered, "Kings worthier far than I you may well have seen many a time ere now. I speak of the kings in chess. But let me have of you that obedience which is due to a true king, and of a surety I will give you to taste of that solace, without which perfection of joy there may not be in any festivity. But enough on this. I will govern as best I may." Then, as was the wont, he sent for the seneschal, and gave him particular instruction how to order matters, during the term of his sovereignty, which done, he said, "Noble ladies, such and so diverse has been our discourse of the ways of men and their various fortunes, that but for the visit that we had a while ago from Madame Lekiska, who by what she said has furnished me with matter of discourse for tomorrow, I doubt I had been not a little put to it to find a theme. You heard how she said that there was not a woman in her neighbourhood whose husband had her virginity, adding that well she knew how many and what manner of tricks they, after marriage, played their husbands. The first count we may well leave to the girls whom it concerns. The second, methinks, should prove a diverting topic. Wherefore I ordain that, taking our cue from Madame Lekiska, we discourse tomorrow of the tricks that either for love or for their deliverance from peril ladies have heretofore played their husbands, and whether they were by the said husbands detected or no. To discourse of such a topic, some of the ladies deemed unmeet for them, and besought the king to find another theme. But the king made answer, Ladies, what manner of theme I have prescribed I know as well as you, nor was I to be diverted from prescribing it by that which you now think to declare unto me. For I wot the times are such that so only men and women have a care to do naught that is unseemly, 'tis allowable to them to discourse of what they please. For in sooth, as you must know, so out of joint are the times that the judges have deserted the judgment seat, the laws are silent, and ample license to preserve his life as best he may is accorded to each and all. Wherefore, if you are somewhat less strict of speech than is your wont, not that aught unseemly in act may follow, but that you may afford solace to yourselves and others, I see not how you can be open to reasonable censure on the part of any. Furthermore, naught that has been said from the first day to the present moment has, methinks, in any degree sullied the immaculate honour of your company, nor, God helping us, shall aught ever sully it. Besides, who is there that knows not the quality of your honour, which were proof, I make no doubt, against not only the seductive influence of diverting discourse, but even the terror of death? And to tell you the truth, whoso wist that you refused to discourse of these light matters for a while, would be apt to suspect that it was but for that you had yourselves erred in like sort. And truly a goodly honour would you confer upon me, obedient as I have ever been to you, if after making me your king and your lawgiver, you were to refuse to discourse of the theme which I prescribe. Away then with the scruple fitter for low minds than yours, and let each study how she may give us a goodly story, and fortune prosper her therein. So spake the king, and the ladies, hearkening, said that, even as he would, so it should be. Whereupon he gave all leave to do as they might be severally minded, until the supper hour. The sun was still quite high in the heaven, for they had not enlarged in their discourse. Wherefore, Dioneo with the other gallants, being set to play at dice, Elisa called the other ladies apart and said, There is a nook hard by this place, where I think none of you has ever been. 'Tis called the Ladies' Vale, whither, ever since we have been here, I have desired to take you, but time meet I have not found until to-day, when the sun is still so high. If then you are minded to visit it, I have no manner of doubt that, when you are there, you will be very glad you came. The ladies answered that they were ready, and so, saying no to the young men, they summoned one of their maids, and set forth. Nor had they gone much more than a mile, when they arrived at the Vale of Ladies. They entered it by a very straight gorge, through which there issued a rivulet, clear as crystal, and a sight than which naught more fair and pleasant, especially at that time when the heat was great, could be imagined met their eyes. Within the valley, as one of them afterwards told me, was a plain about half a mile in circumference, and so exactly circular
that it might have been fashioned according to the compass, though it seemed a work of nature's art, not man's. It was girdled about by 6 hills of no great height, each crowned with a palace that shewed as a goodly little castle. The slopes of the hills were graduated from summit to base after the manner of the successive tiers, ever abridging their circle, that we see in our theatres, and as many as fronted the southern rays were all planted so close with vines, olives, almond trees, cherry trees, fig trees, and other fruit-bearing trees, not a few, that there was not a hand's breadth of vacant space. Those that fronted the north were in like manner covered with copses of oak saplings, ashes, and other trees, as green and straight as might be. Besides which the plain, which was shut in on all sides, save that on which the ladies had entered, was full of firs, cypresses, and bay trees, with here and there a pine, in order and symmetry so meet and excellent, as had they been planted by an artist, the best that might be found in that kind, wherethrough, even when the sun was in the zenith, scarce a ray of light might reach the ground, which was all one lawn of the finest turf, pranked with the hyacinths and divers other flowers. Add to which, nor was there aught there more delightsome, a rivulet, that issuing from one of the gorges between the 2 hills, descended over ledges of living rock, making, as it fell, a murmur most gratifying to the ear, and seen from a distance, shewed as a spray of finest powdered quicksilver, and no sooner reached the little plain than it was gathered into a tiny channel, by which it sped with great velocity to the middle of the plain, where it formed a diminutive lake, like the fish-ponds that townsfolk sometimes make in their gardens when they have occasion for them. The lake was not so deep but that a man might stand therein with his breast above the water, and so clear, so pellucid was the water that the bottom, which was of the finest gravel, shewed so distinct, that one, had he wished, who had naught better to do, might have counted the stones. Nor was it only the bottom that was to be seen, but such a multitude of fishes, glancing to and fro, as was at once delight and a marvel to behold. Bank it had none, but its margin was the lawn, to which it imparted a goodlier freshness. So much of the water as it might not contain was received by another tiny channel, through which, issuing from the whale, it glided swiftly to the plain below. To which pleasaunce the damsels being come surveyed it with roving glance, and finding it commendable, and marking the lake in front of them, did, as it was very hot, and they deemed themselves secure from observation, resolve to take a bath. So having bidden their maid wait and keep watch over the access to the whale, and give them warning if haply any should approach it, they all 7 undressed and got into the water, which to the whiteness of their flesh was even such a whale as fine glass is to the vermeil of the rose. They being thus in the water, the clearness of which was thereby in no wise affected, did presently begin to go thither and thither after the fish, which had much ado where to bestow themselves so as to escape out of their hands. In which diversion they spent some time, and caught a few, and then they heaved them out of the water and dressed them again, and bethinking them that it was time to return to the palace, they began slowly sauntering thither, dilating much as they went upon the beauty of the place, albeit they could not extol it more than they had already done. It was still quite early when they reached the palace, so that they found the gallants yet at play where they had left them. To whom quoth Pomponea with a smile, "We have stolen a march upon you to-day." "So," replied Dioneo, "'tis with you do first and say after." "Ay, my lord," returned Pomponea, and told him at large whence they came and what the place was like, and how far it was off, and what they had done. What she said of the beauty of the spot begat in the king a desire to see it. Wherefore he straightway ordered supper, whereof when all had gaily partaken, the three gallants parted from the ladies, and hied them with their servants to the vale, where none of them had ever been before, and having marked all its beauties, extolled it as scarce to be matched in all the world. Then, as the hour was very late, they did but bathe, and as soon as they had resumed their clothes, returned to the ladies, whom they found dancing a carol to an air that Fiammetta sang, which done, they conversed of the lady's wail, waxing eloquent in praise thereof, insomuch that the king called the seneschal, and bade him have some beds made ready, and carried thither on the morrow, that any that were so minded might there take their siesta. He then had lights and wine and comfits brought, and when they had taken a slight refection, he bade all address them to the dance. So at his behest Pamphilo led a dance, and then the king, turning with gracious mien to Elisa, "Fair damsel," quoth he, "it was thou to-day didst me this honour of the crown, and it is my will that thine to-night be the honour of the song. Wherefore sing us whatsoever thou hast most lief." "That gladly will I," replied Elisa, smiling, and thus with dulcet voice began:
If of thy talents, love, be quit I may, I deem it scarce can be, but other fangs I may elude for aye. Service I took with thee, a tender maid, in thy war, thinking perfect peace to find, and all my arms upon the ground I laid, yielding myself to thee with trustful mind. Thou, harpy tyrant, whom no faith may bind, eftsoons didst swoop on me, and with thy cruel claws madest me thy prey. Then thy poor captive, bound with many a chain, thou tookest and gavest to him whom fate did call hither my death to be, for that in pain and bitter tears I waste away this thrall. Nor have I ever sigh or tear let fall, so harsh a lord is he that him inclines a jot my grief to allay. My prayers upon the idle air are spent, he hears not, will not hear, wherefore in vain the more each hour my soul doth her torment. Nor may I die, albeit to die were gain. Ah, Lord, have pity of my bitter pain. Help have I none but thee, then take and bind, and at my feet him lay. But if thou wilt not, do my soul but loose from hope, that her still binds with triple chain. Sure, O my Lord, this prayer thou wilt not refuse, the which so thou to grant me do but deign, I look my wonted beauty to regain, and banish misery with those roses white and red, bedecked and gay.
So with a most piteous sigh ended Elisa her song, whereat all wondered exceedingly, nor might any conjecture wherefore she so sang. But the king, who was in a jolly humour, sent for Tindaro, and bade him out with his cornemuse, and caused them tread many a measure thereto, until, no small part of the night being thus spent, he gave leave to all to betake them to rest. End of conclusion of Day 6. Day 7. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by M. Rigg. Day 7. The Introduction. Endeth here the 6th day of the Decameron, beginneth the 7th, in which, under the rule of Dioneo, discourse is had of the tricks which, either for love or for their deliverance from peril, ladies have heretofore played their husbands, and whether they were by the said husbands detected or no. Fled was now each star from the eastern sky, save only that which we call Lucifer, which still glowed in the whitening dawn, when up rose the seneschal, and with a goodly baggage train hied him to the lady's vale,
there to make all things ready according to the ordinance and the commandment of the king. Nor was it long after his departure that the king rose, being awakened by the stir and bustle that the servants made in lading the horses; and being risen he likewise roused all the ladies and the other gallants. And so, when as yet it was scarce clear daybreak, they all took the road, nor seemed it to them that the nightingales and the other birds had ever chanted so blithely as this morning. By which Weir they were attended to the ladies' vale, where they were greeted by other warblers not a few that seemed rejoiced at their arrival. Roving about the vale, and surveying its beauties afresh, they rated them higher than on the previous day, as indeed the hour was more apt to shew them forth. Then with good wine and comfits they broke their fast, and that they might not lag behind the songsters, they fell a singing, whereto the vale responded, ever echoing their strains, nor did the birds, as minded not to be beaten, fail to swell the chorus with notes of unwonted sweetness. However, breakfast time came, and then the tables being laid under a living canopy of trees, and besides other goodly trees that fringed the little lake, they sat them down in order as to the king seemed meet. So they took their meal, glancing from time to time at the lake, where the fish darted to and fro in multitudinous shoals, which afforded not only delight to their eyes, but matter for converse. Breakfast ended, and the tables removed, they fell a singing again more blithely than before. After which, there being set in divers places about the little vale, beds which the discreet seneschal had duly furnished and equipped, within and without with store of French coverlets, and other bed gear, all that were so minded, had leave of the king to go to sleep; and those that cared not to sleep might betake them, as each might choose, to any of their wonted diversions. But all at length being risen, and the time for addressing them to the story telling being come, the king had carpets spread on the sward no great way from the place where they had breakfasted, and all having set them down beside the lake, he bade Emilia begin, which, blithe and smiling, Emilia did on this wise. End of introduction of the seventh day.
Day 7, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 7, the first story. Gianni Letteringhi hears a knocking at his door at night. He awakens his wife, who persuades him that 'tis the bogey, which they fall to exercising with a prayer, whereupon the knocking ceases. My lord, glad indeed had I been that, saving your good pleasure, some other than I had had precedence of discourse upon so goodly a theme as this of which we are to speak. I doubt I am but chosen to teach others confidence, but such being your will, I will gladly obey it. And my endeavour shall be, dearest ladies, to tell you somewhat that may be serviceable to you in the future. For if you are, as I am, timorous, and that most especially of the bogey, which God wot I know not what manner of thing it may be, nor yet have found any that knew, albeit we are all alike afraid of it, you may learn from this my story how to put it to flight, should it intrude upon you, with a holy, salutary, and most efficacious orison. That dwelt of yore at Florence, in the quarter of San Pancrazio, a master spinner, Gianni Letteringhi by name, one that had prospered in his business, but had little understanding of aught else, insomuch that being somewhat of a simpleton, he had many a time been chosen leader of the band of laud singers of Santa Maria Novella, and had charge of their school; and not a few like offices had he often served, upon which he greatly plumed himself. Howbeit, 'twas all for no other reason than that, being a man of substance, he gave liberal doles to the friars, who, for what they got thereof, this one hose, another a cloak, and a third a hood, would teach him good orisons, or give him the Paternoster in the vernacular, or the chant of St. Alexis, or the lament of St. Bernard, or the laud of Lady Matilda, or the like sorry stuff, which he greatly prized, and guarded with jealous care, deeming them all most conducive to the salvation of his soul. Now our simple master spinner had a most beautiful wife, and amorous withal, her name Monatessa. Daughter she was of Manuccio dalla Cuccola, and not a little knowing and keen-witted, and being enamoured of Federigo di Neri Pergolotti, a handsome and lusty gallant, as he also of her, she, knowing her husband's simplicity, took counsel with her maid, and arranged that Federigo should come to chat with her at a right goodly pleasure-house that the said Gianni had at Camarata, where she was wont to pass the summer. Gianni coming now and again to sup and sleep, and going back in the morning to his shop, or maybe to his laud singers. Federigo, who desired nothing better, went up there punctually on the appointed day about vespers, and, as the evening passed without Gianni making his appearance, did most comfortably, and to his no small satisfaction, sup and sleep with the lady, who, lying in his arms, taught him that night some 6 of her husband's lauds. But as neither she nor Federigo was minded that this beginning should also be the end of their intercourse, and that it might not be needful for the maid to go each time to make the assignation with him, they came to the following understanding: to wit, that as often as he came and went between the house and an estate that he had a little higher up, he should keep an eye on a vineyard that was beside the house, where he would see an ass's head stuck on one of the poles of the vineyard, and as often as he observed the muzzle turned towards Florence, he might visit her without any sort of misgiving; and if he found not the door open, he was to tap it thrice, and she would open it. And when he saw the muzzle of the ass's head turned towards Fiesole, he was to keep away, for then Gianni would be there. Following which plan, they foregathered not seldom. But on one of these evenings, when Federigo was to sup with Monatessa on 2 fat capons that she had boiled, it so chanced that Gianni arrived there unexpectedly and very late, much to the lady's chagrin. So she had a little salt meat boiled apart, on which she supped with her husband; and the maid by her orders carried the 2 boiled capons, laid in a spotless napkin, with plenty of fresh eggs and a bottle of good wine, into the garden, to which there was access otherwise than from the house, and where she was wont at times to sup with Federigo. And there the maid set them down at the foot of a peach tree that grew beside a lawn. But in her vexation she forgot to tell the maid to wait till Federigo should come and let him know that Gianni was there, and he must take his supper in the garden. And she and Gianni and the maid were scarce gone to bed when Federigo came and tapped once at the door, which being hard by the bedroom, Gianni heard the tap, as did also the lady, albeit that Gianni might have no reason to suspect her, she feigned to be asleep. Federigo waited a little, and then gave a second tap, whereupon, wondering what it might mean, Gianni nudged his wife, saying, "Tessa, dost thou hear what I hear? Methinks some one has tapped at our door." The lady, who had heard the noise much better than he, feigned to wake up, and "How? What sayst thou?" quoth she. "I say," replied Gianni, "that meseems some one has tapped at our door." "Tapped at it?" quoth the lady. "Alas, my Gianni, wotst thou not what that is? 'Tis the bogey, which for some nights past has so terrified me as never was, insomuch that I never hear it but I pop my head under the clothes and venture not to put it out again until 'tis broad day." "Come, come, wife," quoth Gianni, "if such it is, be not alarmed, for before we got into bed I repeated the Telutsis, the Intemerata, and divers other good orisons; besides which I made the sign of the cross in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit at each corner of the bed, wherefore we need have no fear that it may avail to hurt us, whatever be its power." The lady, lest Federigo, perchance suspecting her rival, should take offence, resolved to get up and let him understand that Gianni was there; so she said to her husband, "Well, well, so sayst thou, but I for my part shall never deem myself safe and secure unless we exercise it, seeing that thou art here." "Oh," said Gianni, "and how does one exercise it?" "That," quoth the lady, "I know right well, for the other day, when I went to Fiesole for the pardoning, one of those anchoresses, the saintliest creatures, my Gianni, God be my witness, knowing how much afraid I am of the bogey, taught me a holy and salutary orison, which she said she had tried many a time before she was turned anchoress, and always with success. God wot, I should never have had courage to try it alone, but as thou art here, I propose that we go exercise it together." Gianni made answer that he was quite of the same mind, so up they got and stole to the door, on the outside of which Federigo, now suspicious, was still waiting, and as soon as they were there, "Now," quoth the lady to Gianni, "thou wilt spit when I tell thee." "Good," said Gianni, whereupon the lady began her orison, saying, "Bogey, bogey that goes by night, tail erect thou camest, tail erect take thy flight. Hie thee to the garden, and the great peach before, grease upon grease, and droppings 50 of my hand shalt thou find. Set the flask thy lips to, then away like the wind, and no scath unto me or my Gianni do." And when she had done, "Now, Gianni," quoth she, "spit," and Gianni spat. There was no more room for jealousy in Federigo's mind as he heard all this from without; nay, for all his disappointment, he was like to burst with suppressed laughter, and when Gianni spat, he muttered under his breath, "Now out with thy teeth." The lady, having after this fashion thrice exercised the bogey, went back to bed with her husband. Federigo, disappointed of the supper that he was to have had with her, and apprehending the words of the orison aright, hied him to the garden, and having found the 2 capons and the wine and the eggs at the foot of the peach tree, took them home with him, and supped very comfortably. And many a hearty laugh had he and the lady over the exorcism during their subsequent intercourse. Now, true it is that some say that the lady had in fact turned the ass's head towards Fiesole, but that a husbandman, passing through the vineyard, had given it a blow with his stick, whereby it had swung round, and remained fronting Florence; and so it was that Federigo thought that he was invited, and came to the house, and that the lady's orison was on this wise: "Bogey, a God's name away thee hie, for whoever turned the ass's head, 'twas not I. Another it was, foul for his eyne, and here am I with Gianni mine." Wherefore Federigo was fain to take himself off, having neither slept nor supped. But a neighbour of mine, a lady well advanced in years, tells me that, by what she heard when she was a girl, both stories are true, but that the latter concerned not Gianni Lotharingi, but one Gianni di Nello, that lived at Porta San Piero, and was no less a numbskull than Gianni Lotharingi. Wherefore, dear my ladies, you are at liberty to choose which exorcism you prefer, or take both if you like. They are both of extraordinary and approved virtue in such cases as you've heard. Get them by heart, therefore, and they may yet stand you in good stead. End of Day 7, the first story.
Day 7, the second story of the Decameron. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the second story. Her husband returning home, Peronella bestows her lover in a tun, which, being sold by her husband, she avers to have been already sold by herself to one that is inside examining it to be sound. Whereupon the lover jumps out and causes the husband to scour the tun for him, and afterwards to carry it to his house.
Great, indeed, was the laughter with which Emilia's story was received, which being ended, and her orison commended by all as good and salutary, the king bade Philostrato follow suit, and thus Philostrato began.
Dearest my ladies, so much are the tricks that men play you, and most of all your husbands, that, when from time to time it so befalls that some lady plays her husband a trick, the circumstance, whether it come from your own cognizance, or be told you by another, should not only give you joy, but should incite you to publish it on all hands, that men may beware that, knowing as they are, their ladies also, on their part, know somewhat, which cannot be serviceable to you. For that one does not rashly essay to take another with guile, whom one wots not to lack that quality. Can we doubt then that, should but the converse that we hold today touching this matter should be bruited about among men, 'twould serve but a most notable check upon the tricks they play you, by doing them the wit of the tricks which you in like manner have been so minded may play them? Wherefore 'tis my intention to tell you in what manner a young girl, albeit she was but of low rank, did, on the spur of the moment, beguile her husband to her own deliverance. 'Twas not long time since at Naples a poor man, a mason by craft, took to wife a fair and amorous maiden, Perenella was her name, who eked out by spinning what her husband made by his craft, and so the pair managed as best they might on very slender means. And, as chance would have it, one of the gallants of the city, taking note of this Perenella one day, and being mightily pleased with her, fell in love with her, and by this means and that so prevailed that he won her to accord him her intimacy. Their times of foregathering they concerted as follows, to wit, that, her husband being wont to rise betimes of a morning to go to work or seek for work, the gallant was to be where he might see him go forth, and the street where she dwelt, which was called Avario, being scarcely inhabited, was to come into the house as soon as her husband was well out of it, and so times not a few they did. But one of these occasions it befell that, the good man being gone forth, and Gianello Signario, such was the gallant's name, being come into the house, and being with Perenella, after a while, back came the good man, though 'twas not his wont to return until the day was done, and finding the door locked, he knocked, and after knocking he fell a saying to himself, O God be praised, thy name for ever, for that, albeit thou hast ordained that I be poor, at least thou hast accorded me the consolation of a good and honest girl for wife. Mark what haste she made to shut the door when I was gone, that none else might enter to give her trouble. Now Perenella knew by his knock that 'twas her husband, wherefore, Alas, Gianello mine, quoth she, I am a dead woman, for lo, here is my husband, foul fall him! Come back. What it may import I know not, for he is never wont to come back at this hour, perchance he caught sight of thee as thou camest in. However, for the love of God, be it as it may, get thee into this tun that thou seest here, and I will open to him, and we shall see what is the occasion of his sudden return this morning. So Gianello forthwith got into the tun, and Perenella went to the door, and let in her husband, and gave him black looks, saying, This is indeed a surprise, that thou art back so soon this morning. By what I see thou hast a mind to make this a holiday, that thou returnest tools in hand. If so, what are we to live on? Whence shall we get bread to eat? Thinkest thou I will let thee pawn my gown and other bits of clothes? Day and night I do naught else but spin, insomuch that the flesh is falling away from my nails, that at least I may have oil enough to keep our lamp alight. Husband, husband, there is never a woman in the neighborhood but marvels and mocks at me, that I am at such labor and pains, and thou comest home with me with thy hands hanging idle, when thou shouldest be at work. Which said, she fell a weeping, and repeating, Alas, alas, woe's me! In what evil hour was I born? In what luckless moment came I hither? I, that might have had so goodly a young man, I would not, to take up with one that bestows never a thought on her whom he made his wife. Other women have a good time with their lovers, and never a one have we here but has two or three. They take their pleasure, and make their husbands believe that the moon is the sun. And I, alas, that I am an honest woman, and have no such casual amours. I suffer, and am hard bested. I know not why I provide not myself with one of these lovers, as others do. Give good heed, husband, to what I say. Were I disposed to dishonor thee, I were at no loss to find the man. For here are gallants enough that love me and court me, and have sent me many an offer of money. No stint, or dresses, or jewels, should I prefer them, but my pride would never suffer it, because I was not born a woman of that sort. And now thou comest home to me when thou oughtest be at work. Whereto the husband said, Wife, wife, for God's sake distress not thyself. Thou shouldest give me credit for knowing what manner of woman thou art, as indeed I have partly seen this morning. True it is that I went out to work, but 'tis plain that thou knowest not, as indeed I knew not, that today is the feast of Saint Galeone, and a holiday, and that is why I have come home at this hour. But nevertheless I have found means to provide us with bread for more than a month, for I have sold to this gentleman, whom you seest with me, the tun thou wottest of, seeing that it has encumbered the house for so long, and he has given me 5 gigalots for it. Quoth then Perenella, and this but adds to my trouble, that our man, and goest abroad, and shouldest know affairs, hath sold for 5 gigalots a ton, which I, that am but a woman, and was scarce ever out of doors, have, for that it took up so much room in the house, sold it for 7 gigalots to a good man, that but now, as thou camest back, got therein to see if it were sound. So hearing, the husband was overjoyed, and said to the man that was come to take it away, Good man, I wish thee God speed, for, as thou hearest, my wife has sold the ton for 7 gigalots, whereas thou gavest me only 5. Whereupon, So be it, said the good man, and took himself off. Then Perenella said to her husband, Now, as thou art here, come up and arrange the matter with the good man. Now Gianello, who meanwhile had been all on the alert to discover if there were aught he ought to fear or be on his guard against, no sooner heard Perenella's last words than he sprung out of the tun, and feigning to know naught of her husband's return, began thus: Where art thou, good dame? Whereto the husband coming up answered, Here I am, what wouldest thou of me? Quoth Gianello, And who art thou? I would speak with the lady with whom I struck the bargain for this tun. Then said the good man, Have no fear, you can deal with me, for I am her husband. Quoth then Gianello, The tun seems to me sound enough, but I think that you must have let the lees remain in it, for 'tis all encrusted with I know not what that is so dry that I cannot raise in it the nail, wherefore I am not minded to take it unless I first see it scoured. Whereupon Perenella, To be sure, thou shalt not hinder the bargain, my husband will scour it clean. Well and good, said the husband. So he laid down his tools, stripped himself to his vest, sent for a light and a rasp, and was in the tun, scraping away in a trice. Whereupon Perenella, as if she were curious to see what he did, thrust her head into the vent of the tun, which was of no great size, and therewithal one of her arms up to the shoulder, and fell a-saying, Scrape here, and there too, and look, there is a bit left here. So, she being in this posture, directing and admonishing her husband, Gianello, who had not that morning fully satisfied his desire when the husband arrived, now seeing that as he would, he might not, brought his mind to his circumstances, and resolved to take his pleasure as he might. Wherefore he made up to the lady, who completely blocked the vent of the tun, and even on such wise as on the open champaign the wild and lusty horses do amorously assail the mares of Parthia, he sated his youthful appetite. And so it was that almost at the same moment that he did so, and was off, the tun was scoured, the husband came forth, and Perenella withdrew her head from the vent, and turning to Gianello said, Take this light, good man, and see if it is scoured to thy mind. Whereupon Gianello, looking into the tun, said that it was in good turn, and that he was well content, and paid the husband the 7 gigalots, and caused him to carry the tun to his house. End of Day 7, the second story.
Day 7, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 7, the third story. Fra Rinaldo lies with his gossip. Her husband finds him in the room with her, and they make him believe that he was curing his godson of worms by a charm.
Philostrato knew not how so to veil what he said touching the mares of Parthia, but that the keen-witted ladies laughed thereat, making as if 'twas at somewhat else. However, his story being ended, the king called for one from Elisa, who, all obedience, thus began.
Debonair, my ladies, we heard from Emilia how the boogie is exercised, and it brought to my mind a story of another incantation. 'Tis not indeed so good a story as hers, but as no other germane to our theme occurs to me at present, I will relate it. You are to know then that there dwelt aforetime at Siena a young man right gallant and of honourable family, his name Rinaldo, who being in the last degree enamoured of one of his neighbours, a most beautiful gentlewoman and the wife of a rich man, was not without hopes that if he could but find means to speak with her privately, he might have of her all that he desired. But seeing no way, and the lady being pregnant, he cast about how he might become her child's godfather. Wherefore, having ingratiated himself with her husband, he broached the matter to him in as graceful a manner as he might, and 'twas arranged. So Rinaldo, being now godfather to Madonna Agnesa's child, and having a more colourable pretext for speaking to her, took courage and told her in words that message of his heart which she had long before read in his eyes. But though 'twas not displeasing to the lady to hear, it availed him but little. Now not long afterwards it so befell that, whatever may have been his reason, Rinaldo betook him to friarage, and whether it was that he found good pasture therein, or what not, he persevered in that way of life. And though for a while after he was turned friar he laid aside the love he bore his gossip and certain other vanities, yet in course of time, without putting off the habit, he resumed them, and began to take a pride in his appearance, and to go dressed in fine clothes, and to be quite the trim gallant, and to compose songs and sonnets and ballads, and to sing them, and to make a brave show in all else that pertained to his new character. But why enlarge upon our Fra Rinaldo of whom we speak? What friars are there that do not the like? Ah, opprobrium of a corrupt world! Sleek-faced and sanguine, daintily clad, dainty in all their accessories, they ruffle it shamelessly before the eyes of all, showing, not as doves, but as insolent cocks with raised crest and swelling bosom, and, what is worse, to say naught of the vases full of electuaries and unguents, the boxes packed with divers comfits, the pitchers and phials of artificial waters and oils, the flagons brimming with Malmsey and Greek and other wines of finest quality, with which their cells are so packed that they show not as the cells of friars, but rather as apothecaries' or perfumers' shops. They blush not to be known to be gouty, flattering themselves that other folk wot not that long fasts, and many of them, and coarse fare, and little of it, and sober living, make men lean and thin, and for the most part healthy, or if any malady come thereof, at any rate 'tis not the gout, the wonted remedy for which is chastity, and all beside that belongs to the regimen of a humble friar. They flatter themselves too that others wot not that over and above the meagre diet, long vigils and orisons and strict discipline ought to mortify men and make them pale, and that neither Saint Dominic nor Saint Francis went clad in stuff dyed in grain or any other goodly garb, but in coarse woolen habits, innocent of the dyer's art, made to keep out the cold, and not for show. To which matters 'twere well God had a care, no less than to the souls of the simple folk by whom our friars are nourished. Fray Rinaldo then, being come back to his first affections, took to visiting his gossip very frequently, and gaining confidence, began with more insistence than before to solicit her to that which he craved of her. So, being much urged, the good lady, to whom Fray Rinaldo perhaps seemed now more handsome than of yore, had recourse one day, when she felt herself unusually hard pressed by him, to the common expedient of all that would fain concede what is asked of them, and said, "Oh, but Fray Rinaldo, do friars then do this sort of thing?" Madam, replied Fra Rinaldo, when I divest myself of this habit, which I shall do easily enough, you will see that I am a man, furnished as other men, and no friar. Whereto, with a truly comical air, the lady made answer, Alas, woe's me! You are my child's godfather, how might it be? Nay, but 'twere a very great mischief, and many a time I have heard that 'tis a most heinous sin, and without a doubt, were it not so, I would do as you wish. If, said Fra Rinaldo, you forego it for such a scruple as this, you are a fool for your pains. I say not that 'tis no sin, but there is no sin so great but God pardons it, if one repent. Now tell me, whether is more truly father to your son, I that beheld him at the font, or your husband that begot him? My husband, replied the lady. Sooth say you, returned the friar, and does not your husband lie with you? Why, yes, said the lady. Then, rejoined the friar, I that am less truly your son's father than your husband, ought also to lie with you, as does your husband. The lady was no logician, and needed little to sway her. She therefore believed, or feigned to believe, that what the friar said was true. So, who might avail to answer your words of wisdom? Quoth she, and presently forgot the godfather in the lover, and complied with his desires. Nor had they begun their course to end it forthwith, but under cover of the friar's sponsorship, which set them more at ease, as it rendered them less open to suspicion, they foregathered again and again. But on one of these occasions it so befell that Fray Rinaldo, being come to the lady's house, where he espied none else save a very pretty and dainty little maid that waited on the lady, sent his companion away with her into the pigeon house, there to teach her the paternoster, while he and the lady, holding her little boy by the hand, went into the bedroom, locked themselves in, got them on to a divan that was there, and began to disport them. And while thus they sped the time, it chanced that the father returned, and, before any was aware of him, was at the bedroom door, and knocked, and called the lady by her name. Whereupon, "'Tis as much as my life is worth," quoth Madonna Agnesa. "Lo, here is my husband, and the occasion of our intimacy cannot but be now apparent to him." "Sooth say you," returned Fra Rinaldo, who was undressed, that is to say, had thrown off his habit and hood, and was in his tunic. "If I had but my habit and hood on me in any sort, 'twould be another matter; but if you let him in, and he finds me thus, 'twill not be possible to put any face on it." But with an inspiration as happy as sudden, "Now get them on you," quoth the lady, "and when you have them on, take your godson in your arms, and give good heed to what I shall say to him, that your words may accord with mine, and leave the rest to me." The good man was still knocking, when his wife made answer, "Coming, coming!" And so up she got, and put on a cheerful countenance, and hied her to the door, and opened it, and said, "Husband mine, well indeed was it for us that in came Fra Rinaldo our sponsor. 'Twas God that sent him to us, for in sooth but for that we had today lost our boy." Which the poor simpleton almost swooned to hear, and "How so?" quoth he. "O husband mine," replied the lady, "he was taken but now, all of a sudden, with a fainting fit, so that I thought he was dead, and what to do or say I knew not, had not Fray Rinaldo our sponsor come just in the nick of time, and set him on his shoulder, and said, 'Gossip, 'tis that he has worms in his body, and getting, as they do, about the heart, they might only too readily be the death of him; but fear not, I will say a charm that will kill them all, and before I take my leave you will see your boy as whole as you ever saw him.' And because, to say certain of the prayers, thou shouldst have been with us, and the maid knew not where to find thee, he caused his companion to say them at the top of the house, and he and I came in here." And for that 'tis not meet for any but the boy's mother to assist at such a service. That we might not be troubled with any one else, we locked the door, and he yet has him in his arms. And I doubt not that he only waits till his companion have said his prayers, and then the charm will be complete, for the boy is already quite himself again. The good simple soul, taking all this for sooth, and overwrought by the love he bore his son, was entirely without suspicion of the trick his wife was playing him, and heaving a great sigh, said, "I will go look for him." "Nay," replied the wife, "go not, thou wilt spoil the efficacy of the charm. Wait here, I will go see if thou mayst safely go, and will call thee." Whereupon Fray Rinaldo, who had heard all that passed, and was in his canonicals, and quite at his ease, and had the boy in his arms, having made sure that all was as it should be, cried out, "Gossip, do I not hear the father's voice out there?" "Ay, indeed, sir," replied the simpleton. "Come in, then," said Fra Rinaldo. So in came the simpleton. Whereupon quoth Fra Rinaldo, "I restore to you your boy, made whole by the grace of God, whom but now I scarce thought you would see alive at vespers. You will do well to have his image fashioned in wax, not less than life size, and set it for a thanksgiving to God before the statue of Master Saint Ambrose, by whose merits you have this favor of God." The boy, catching sight of his father, ran to him with joyous greetings, as little children are wont, and the father, taking him in his arms, and weeping as if he were restored to him from the grave, fell by turns a kissing him and thanking his godfather that he had cured him. Fra Rinaldo's companion, who had taught the maid not one paternoster only, but peradventure 4 or more, and by giving her a little purse of white thread that a nun had given him, had made her his devotee, no sooner heard Fra Rinaldo call the simpleton into his wife's room, than he stealthily got him to a place whence he might see and hear what was going on. Observing that the affair was now excellently arranged, he came down and entered the chamber, saying, "Fra Rinaldo, those 4 prayers that you bade me say, I have said them all." "Then well done, my brother," quoth Fra Rinaldo, "well breathed must thou be. For my part, I had but said 2 when my gossip came in. But what with thy travail and mine, God of his grace has vouchsafed us the healing or the boy." The simpleton then had good wine and comfits brought in, and did the honours to the godfather and his companion, in such sort as their occasion did most demand. He then ushered them forth of the house, commending them to God, and without delay had the waxen image made, and directed it to be set up, with the others, in front of the statue of Saint Ambrose, not, be it understood, Saint Ambrose of Milan. End of Day 7, the 3rd story.
Day 7, the 4th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron, by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the 4th story. Tophano one night locks his wife out of the house. She, finding that by no entreaties may she prevail upon him to let her in, feigns to throw herself into a well, throwing therein a great stone. Tophano hies him forth out of the house and runs to the spot. She goes into the house and locks him out and hurls abuse at him from within.
The king no sooner wist that Eliza's story was ended, than, turning to Lauretta, he signified his will that she should tell somewhat, wherefore without delay she began.
O love, how great and signal is thy potency! How notable thy stratagems, thy devices! Was there ever, shall there ever be, philosopher or adept, competent to inspire, counsel, and teach in such sort as thou, by thine unpremeditated art, dost tutor those that follow thy lead. Verily laggard teachers are they all in comparison of thee, as by the matters heretofore set forth may very well be understood. To which store I will add, loving ladies, a stratagem used by a woman of quite ordinary understanding, and of such a sort that I know not by whom she could have been taught it, save by love. Know then, that there dwelt aforetime at Arezzo a rich man, Tophano by name, who took to wife Monna Ghita, a lady exceeding fair, of whom, for what cause he knew not, he presently grew jealous. Whereof the lady, being ware, waxed resentful, and having on divers occasions demanded of him the reason of his jealousy, and gotten from him naught precise, but only generalities and trivialities, resolved at last to give him cause enough to die of that evil which without cause he so much dreaded. And being ware that a gallant, whom she deemed well worthy of her, was enamoured of her, she, using due discretion, came to an understanding with him, which being brought to the point that it only remained to give effect to their words in act, the lady cast about to devise how this might be. And witting that, among other bad habits that her husband had, he was too fond of his cups, she would not only commend indulgence, but cunningly and not seldom incite him thereto, insomuch that well nigh as often as she was so minded, she led him to drink to excess, and when she saw that he was well drunken, she would put him to bed. And so not once only, but divers times, without any manner of risk, she foregathered with her lover. Nay, presuming upon her husband's intoxication, she grew so bold, that not content with bringing her lover into her house, she would at times go spend a great part of the night with him at his house, which was not far off. Now, such being the enamoured lady's constant practice, it so befell that the dishonoured husband took note that while she egged him on to drink, she herself never drank a drop, whereby he came to suspect the truth, to wit, that the lady was making him drunk, that afterwards she might take her pleasure while he slept. And being minded to put his surmise to the proof, one evening, having drunken naught all day, he mimicked never so drunken a sot, both in speech and in carriage. The lady, deeming him to be really as he appeared, and that 'twas needless to ply him with liquor, presently put him to bed. Which done, she, as she at times was wont, hied her forth to her lover's house, where she tarried until midnight. Tophano no sooner perceived that his wife was gone, than up he got, hied him to the door, locked it, and then posted himself at the window to observe her return, and let her know that he was ware of her misconduct. So there he stood until the lady returned, and finding herself locked out, was annoyed beyond measure, and sought to force the door open. Tophano let her try her strength upon it a while, and then,
"Madam,"
quoth he,
"'tis all to no purpose, thou canst not get in. Go, get thee back thither where thou hast tarried all this while, and rest assured that thou shalt never recross this threshold until I have done thee such honour as is meet for thee in the presence of thy kinsfolk and neighbours."
Thereupon the lady fell entreating him to be pleased to open to her for the love of God, for that she was not come whence he supposed, but had only been passing the time with one of her gossips, because the nights were long, and she could not spend the whole time either in sleep or in solitary watching. But her supplications availed her nothing, for the fool was determined that all Arezzo should know their shame, whereof as yet none wist aught. So, as 'twas idle to entreat, the lady assumed a menacing tone, saying,
"So thou open not to me, I will make thee the saddest man alive."
Whereto Tophano made answer,
"And what then canst thou do?"
The lady, her wits sharpened by love, rejoined,
"Rather than endure the indignity to which thou wouldst unjustly subject me, I will cast myself into the well hard by here, and when I am found dead there, all the world will believe that 'twas thou that didst it in thy cups, and so thou wilt either have to flee and lose all that thou hadst and be outlawed, or forfeit thy head as guilty of my death, as indeed thou wilt be."
But for all she said, Tophano wavered not a jot in his foolish purpose. So at last, Lo now, quoth the lady,
I can no more abide thy surly humour. God forgive thee. I leave thee my distaff here, which be careful to bestow in a safe place.
So saying, away she hied her to the well, and, the night being so dark that wayfarers could scarce see one another as they passed, she took up a huge stone that was by the well, and ejaculating, God forgive me, dropped it therein. Tophano, hearing the mighty splash that the stone made as it struck the water, never doubted that she had cast herself in. So, bucket and rope in hand, he flung himself out of the house and came running to the well to her rescue. The lady had meanwhile hidden herself hard by the door, and seeing him make for the well, was in the house in a trice, and having locked the door, hied her to the window, and greeted him with,
"'Tis while thou art drinking, not now when the night is far spent, that thou shouldst temper thy wine with water."
Thus derided, Tophano came back to the door, and finding his ingress barred, began adjuring her to let him in. Whereupon, changing the low tone she had hitherto used for one so shrill that was well nigh a shriek, she broke out with,
"By the holy rood, tedious, drunken sot that thou art, thou gettest no admittance here to-night. Thy ways are more than I can endure. 'Tis time I let all the world know what manner of man thou art, and at what hour of the night thou comest home."
Tophano, on his part, now grew angry, and began loudly to upbraid her, insomuch that the neighbours, aroused by the noise, got up, men and women alike, and looked out of the windows, and asked what was the matter. Whereupon the lady fell a-weeping, and saying,
"'Tis this wicked man, who comes home drunk at even, or falls asleep in some tavern, and then returns at this hour. Long and to no purpose have I borne with him, but 'tis now past endurance, and I have done him this indignity of locking him out of the house, in the hope that perchance it may cause him to mend his ways."
Tophano, on his part, told, dolt that he was, just what had happened, and was mighty menacing. Whereupon,
"Now, mark,"
quoth the lady to the neighbours,
"the sort of man he is. What would you say if I were as he is in the street, and he were in the house as I am? God's faith, I doubt you would believe what he said. Hereby you may gauge his sense. He tells you that I have done just what, I doubt not, he has done himself. He thought to terrify me by throwing I know not what into the well, wherein would to God he had thrown himself indeed, and drowned himself, whereby the wine, of which he has taken more than enough, had been watered to some purpose."
The neighbours, men and women alike, now with one accord gave tongue, censuring Tophano, throwing all the blame upon him, and answering what he alleged against the lady with loud recrimination. And, in short, the brute, passing from neighbour to neighbour, reached at last the ears of the lady's kinsfolk, who hied them to the spot, and being apprised of the fare, from this, that, and the other of the neighbours, laid hands on Tophano, and beat him till he was black and blue from head to foot. Which done, they entered his house, stripped it of all that belonged to the lady, and took her home with them, bidding Tophano look for worse to come. Thus hard bested, and ruing the plight in which his jealousy had landed him, Tophano, who loved his wife with all his heart, set some friends to work to patch matters up, whereby he did, in fact, induce his lady to forgive him and live with him again, albeit he was fain to promise her never again to be jealous, and to give her leave to amuse herself to her heart's content, provided she used such discretion that he should not beware of it. On such wise, like the churl and booby that he was, being despoiled, he made terms. Now long live love, and perish war and all that wage it. End of Day 7, the 4th story.
Day 7, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 7, the 5th story. A jealous husband disguises himself as a priest, and hears his own wife's confession. She tells him that she loves a priest, who comes to her every night. The husband posts himself at the door to watch for the priest, and meanwhile the lady brings her lover in by the roof, and tarries with him.
When Lauretta had done speaking, and all had commended the lady, for that she had done well, and treated her caitiff husband as he had deserved, the king, not to lose time, turned to Fiammetta, and graciously bade her take up her parable, which she did on this wise.
Most noble ladies, the foregoing story prompts me likewise to discourse of one of these jealous husbands, deeming that they are justly requited by their wives, more especially when they grow jealous without due cause. And had our legislators taken account of everything, I am of opinion that they would have visited ladies in such a case with no other penalty than such as they provide for those that offend in self-defence, seeing that a jealous husband does cunningly practise against the life of his lady, and most assiduously machinate her death. All the week the wife stays at home, occupied with her domestic duties, after which, on the day that is sacred to joy, she, like every one else, craves some solace, some peace, some recreation, not unreasonably, for she craves but what the husbandmen take in the fields, the craftsmen in the city, the magistrates in the courts, nay, what God himself took when he rested from all his labours on the seventh day, and which laws human and divine, mindful alike of the honour of God and the common well-being, have ordained, appropriating certain days to work and others to repose. To which ordinance these jealous husbands will in no wise conform; on the contrary, by then most sedulously secluding their wives, they make those days, which to all other women are gladsome, to them most grievous and dolorous. And what an affliction it is to the poor creatures, they alone know who have proved it. For which reason, to sum up, I say that a wife is rather to be commended than censured, if she take her revenge upon a husband that is jealous without cause. Know then that at Rimini there dwelt a merchant, a man of great substance in lands and goods and money, who, having most beautiful woman to wife, waxed inordinately jealous of her, and that for no better reason than that, loving her greatly, and esteeming her exceeding fair, and knowing that she did her utmost endeavour to pleasure him, he must needs suppose that every man loved her, and esteemed her fair, and that she, moreover, was as zealous to stand well with every other man as with himself, whereby you may see that he was a poor creature, and of little sense. Being thus so deeply infected with jealousy, he kept so strict and close watch over her, that some, maybe, have lain under sentence of death, and been less rigorously confined by their warders. 'Twas not merely that the lady might not go to a wedding, or a festal gathering, or even to church, or indeed set foot out of doors of any sort, but she dared not so much as show herself at a window, or cast a glance outside the house, no matter for what purpose. Wherefore she led a most woeful life of it, and found it all the harder to bear because she knew herself to be innocent. Accordingly, seeing herself evilly entreated by her husband without good cause, she cast about how for her own consolation she might devise means to justify his usage of her. And for that, as she might not show herself at the window, there could be no interchange of amorous glances between her and any man that passed along the street. But she wist that in the next house there was a goodly and debonair gallant. She bethought that, if there were but a hole in the wall that divided the two houses, she might watch thereat until she should have sight of the gallant on such wise that she might speak to him, and give him her love, if he cared to have it, and, if so it might be contrived, foregather with him now and again, and after this fashion relieve the burden of her woeful life, until such time as the evil spirit should depart from her husband. So peering about, now here, now there, when her husband was away, she found in a very remote part of the house a place, where, by chance, the wall had a little chink in it, peering through which she made out, though not without great difficulty, that on the other side was a room, and said to herself, "If this were Filippo's room," Filippo was the name of the gallant, her neighbour, "I should be already half-way to my goal." So cautiously, through her maid, who was grieved to see her thus languish, she made quest, and discovered that it was indeed the gallant's room, where he slept quite alone. Wherefore she now betook her frequently to the aperture, and whenever she was ware that the gallant was in the room, she would let fall a pebble or the like trifle, whereby at length she brought the gallant to the other side of the aperture to see what the matter was. Whereupon she softly called him, and he, knowing her voice, answered, and so, having now the opportunity she had sought, she in few words opened to him all her mind. The gallant, being overjoyed, wrought at the aperture on such wise that albeit none might be ware thereof, he enlarged it, and there many a time they held converse together, and touched hands, though further they might not go by reason of the assiduous watch that the jealous husband kept. Now towards Christmas the lady told her husband that, if he approved, she would fain go on Christmas morning to church, and confess and communicate, like other Christians. "And what sins," quoth he, "hast thou committed, that wouldst be shriven?" "How?" returned the lady, "dost thou take me for a saint? For all thou keepest me so close, thou must know very well that I am like all other mortals. However, I am not minded to confess to thee, for that thou art no priest." Her husband, whose suspicions were excited by what she had said, cast about how he might discover these sins of hers, and having bethought him of what seemed an apt expedient, made answer that she had his consent, but he would not have her go to any church but their own chapel, where she might hie her betimes in the morning, and confess either to their own chaplain, or some other priest that the chaplain might assign her, but to none other, and presently return to the house. The lady thought she half understood him, but she answered only that she would do as he required. Christmas morning came, and with the dawn the lady rose, dressed herself, and hied her to the church appointed by her husband, who also rose and hied him to the same church, where he arrived before her, and having already concerted matters with the priest that was in charge, he forthwith put on one of the priest's robes, with a great hood overshadowing the face, such as we see priests wear, and which he pulled somewhat forward, and so disguised he seated himself in the choir. On entering the church the lady asked for the priest, who came, and learning that she was minded to confess, said that he could not hear her himself, but would send her one of his brethren, so away he hied him and sent her, in an evil hour for him, her husband. For though he wore an air of great solemnity, and 'twas not yet broad day, and he had pulled a hood well over his eyes, yet all did not avail, but that the lady forthwith recognized him, and said to herself, "God be praised! Why, the jealous rogue is turned priest, but leave it to me to give him that whereof he is in quest." So she feigned not to know him, and seated herself at his feet. I should tell you that he had put some pebbles in his mouth, that his speech, being impeded, might not betray him to his wife, and in all other respects he deemed himself so thoroughly disguised that there was naught whereby she might recognize him. Now, to come to the confession, the lady, after informing him that she was married, told him, among other matters, that she was enamoured of a priest, who came every night to lie with her. Which to hear was to her husband as if he was stricken through the heart with a knife, and had it not been that he was bent on knowing more, he would have forthwith given over the confession and taken himself off. However, he kept his place, and "How?" said he to the lady, "does not your husband lie with you?" The lady replied in the affirmative. "How then," quoth the husband, "can the priest also lie with you?" "Sir," replied she, What art the priest employs I know not, but door there is none, however well locked, in the house, that comes not open at his touch, and he tells me that, being come to the door of my room, before he opens it, he says certain words, whereby my husband forthwith falls asleep, whereupon he opens the door, and enters the room, and lies with me, and so 'tis always, without fail. Then 'tis very wrong, madam, and you must give it up altogether, said the husband. That, sir, returned the lady, I doubt I can never do, for I love him too much. In that case, quoth the husband, I cannot give you absolution. The pity of it, ejaculated the lady, I came not hither to tell you falsehoods. If I could give it up, I would. Madam, replied the husband, indeed I am sorry for you, for I see that you are in a fair way to lose your soul. However, this I will do for you, I will make special supplication to God on your behalf, and perchance you may be profited thereby. And from time to time I will send you one of my young clerks, and you will tell him whether my prayers have been of any help to you, or no, and if they have been so, I shall know what to do next. Nay, sir, quoth the lady, do not so, send no man to me at home, for should my husband come to know it, he is so jealous that nothing in the world would ever disabuse him of the idea that he came but for an evil purpose, and so I should have no peace with him all the year long. Madam, returned the husband, have no fear, rest assured that I will so order matters that you shall never hear a word about it from him. If you can make sure of that, quoth the lady, I have no more to say. And so, her confession ended, and her penance enjoined, she rose and went to mass, while the luckless husband, fuming and fretting, hasted to divest himself of his priest's trappings, and then went home, bent upon devising some means to bring the priest and his wife together, and take his revenge upon them both. When the lady came home from church, she read in her husband's face that she had spoiled his Christmas for him, albeit he dissembled to the uttermost lest she should discover what he had done, and supposed himself to have learned. His mind was made up to keep watch for the priest that very night by his own front door. So to the lady he said, I have to go out tonight to sup and sleep, so thou wilt take care that the front door, and the mid-stair door, and the bedroom door are well locked, and for the rest thou mayst go to bed at thine own time. Well and good, replied the lady, and as soon as she was able, off she hied her to the aperture, and gave the wonted signal, which Filippo no sooner heard than he was at the spot. The lady then told him what she had done in the morning, and what her husband had said to her after breakfast, adding, Sure I am that he will not stir out of the house, but will keep watch beside the door, wherefore contrive to come in tonight by the roof, that we may be together. Madam, replied the gallant, nothing loath, trust me for that. Night came. The husband armed and noiselessly hid himself in a room on the ground floor. The lady locked all the doors, being especially careful to secure the mid-stair door, to bar her husband's ascent. And in due time the gallant, having found his way cautiously enough over the roof, they got them to bed, and there had solace of one another and a good time, and at daybreak the gallant hied him back to his house. Meanwhile the husband, rueful and supperless, half dead with cold, kept his armed watch beside the door, momently expecting the priest for the best part of the night. But towards daybreak, his powers failing him, he lay down and slept in the ground floor room. 'Twas hard upon tierce when he awoke, and the front door was then open, so, making as if he had just come in, he went upstairs and breakfasted. Not long afterwards he sent to his wife a young fellow, disguised as the priest's underling, who asked her if he of whom she wist had been with her again. The lady, who quite understood what that meant, made answer that he had not come that night, and that if he continued to neglect her so, 'twas possible he might be forgotten, though she had no mind to forget him. Now, to make a long story short, The husband passed many a night in the same way, hoping to catch the priest as he came in, the lady and her gallant meanwhile having a good time. But at last the husband, being able to stand it no longer, sternly demanded of his wife what she had said to the priest the morning when she was confessed. The lady answered that she was not minded to tell him, for that 'twas not seemly or proper so to do. Whereupon, "Sinful woman," quoth the husband, "in thy despite I know what thou saidst to him, and know I must, and will, who this priest is, of whom thou art enamoured, and who by dint of his incantations lies with thee at nights, or I will sluice thy veins for thee." "'Tis not true," replied the lady, "that I am enamoured of a priest." "How?" quoth the husband, "saidst thou not as much to the priest that confessed thee?" "Thou canst not have had it from him," rejoined the lady. "Wast thou then present thyself? For sure I never told him so." "Then tell me," quoth the husband, "who this priest is, and lose no time about it." Whereat the lady began to smile, and "I find it not a little diverting," quoth she, "that a wise man would suffer himself to be led by a simple woman as a ram is led by the horns to the shambles. Albeit no wise man art thou, not since that fatal hour when thou gavest harbourage in thy breast, thou wist not why, to the evil spirit of jealousy. And the more foolish and insensate thou art, the less glory have I. Deemest thou, my husband, that I am as blind of the bodily eye as thou art of the mind's eye? Nay, but for sure I am not so. I knew at a glance the priest that confessed me, and that 'twas even thyself. But I was minded to give thee that of which thou wast in quest, and I gave it thee. Howbeit, if thou hadst been the wise man thou takest thyself to be, thou wouldst not have chosen such a way as that to worm out thy good lady's secrets, nor wouldst thou have fallen a prey to a baseless suspicion, but wouldst have understood that what she confessed was true, and she all the while guiltless. I told you that I loved a priest, and wast not thou, whom I love, though ill enough dost thou deserve it, turned priest? I told thee that there was no door in my house but would open when he was minded to lie with me. And when thou wouldst fain have access to me, what door was ever closed against thee? I told thee that the priest lay nightly with me, and what night was there that thou didst not lie with me? Thou sentest thy young clerk to me, and thou knowest that, as often as thou hadst not been with me, I sent word that the priest had not been with me. Who but thou, that hast suffered jealously to blind thee, would have been so witless as not to read such a riddle? But thou must needs mount guard at night beside the door, and think to make me believe that thou hadst gone out to sup and sleep. Consider thy ways, and court not the mockery of those that know them as I do, but turn a man again as thou wast wont to be. And let there be no more of this strict restraint in which thou keepest me, for I swear to thee by God that, if I were minded to set horns on thy brow, I should not fail so to take my pastime, that thou wouldst never find it out, though thou hadst 100 eyes, as thou hast but 2. Thus admonished, the jealous caitiff, who had flattered himself that he had very cunningly discovered his wife's secret, was ashamed and made no answer save to commend his wife's wit and honour. And thus, having cause for jealousy, he discarded it as he had erstwhile been jealous without cause. And so the adroit lady had, as it were, a charter of indulgence, and needed no more to contrive for her lover to come to her over the roof like a cat, but admitted him by the door, and, using due discretion, had many a good time with him, and sped her life gaily. End of Day 7, the 5th story.
Day 7, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron, by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 7, the 6th story. Madonna Isabella has with her Leonetto, her accepted lover, when she is surprised by one Messer Lambertuccio, by whom she is beloved. Her husband coming home about the same time, she sends Messer Lambertuccio forth of the house, drawn sword in hand, and the husband afterwards escorts Leonetto home.
Wondrous was the delight that all the company had of Fiammetta's story, nor was there any but affirmed that the lady had done excellent well, and dealt with her insensate husband as he deserved. However, it being ended, the king bade Pampinea follow suit, which she did on this wise.
Not a few there are that, in their simplicity, ever that love deranges the mind, insomuch that whoso loves becomes as it were witless, the folly of which opinion, albeit I doubt it not, and deem it abundantly proven by what has been already said, I purpose once again to demonstrate. In our city, rich in all manner of good things, there dwelt a young gentlewoman, fair exceedingly, and wedded to a most worthy and excellent gentleman. And, as it not seldom happens that one cannot keep ever to the same diet, but would fain at times vary it, so this lady, finding her husband not altogether to her mind, became enamoured of a gallant, Leonetto by name, who, though of no high rank, was not a little debonair and courteous, and he in like manner fell in love with her. And, as you know that 'tis seldom that what is mutually desired fails to come about, 'twas not long before they had fruition of their love. Now, the lady being, as I said, fair and winsome, it so befell that a gentleman, Messer Lambertuccio by name, grew mightily enamoured of her, but so tiresome and odious did she find him, that for the world she could not bring herself to love him. So, growing tired of fruitlessly soliciting her favour by passage, Messer Lambertuccio, who was a powerful signor, sent her at last another sort of message, in which he threatened to defame her if she complied not with his wishes. Wherefore the lady, knowing her man, was terrified, and disposed herself to pleasure him. Now it so chanced that Madonna Isabella, for such was the lady's name, being gone, as is our Florentine custom in the summer, to spend some time in a very goodly estate that she had in the Contado, one morning finding herself alone, for her husband had ridden off to tarry some days elsewhere, she sent for Leonetto to come and keep her company. And Leonetto came forthwith in high glee. But while they were together, Messer Lambertuccio, who, having got wind that the husband was away, had mounted his horse and ridden thither quite alone, knocked at the door. Whereupon the lady's maid hied her forthwith to her mistress, who was alone with Leonetto, and called her, saying, "Madam, Messer Lambertuccio is here below, quite alone." Whereat the lady was vexed beyond measure, and being also not a little dismayed, she said to Leonetto, "Prithee, let it not irk thee to withdraw behind the curtain, and there keep close until Messer Lambertuccio be gone. Leonetto, who stood in no less fear of Messer Lambertuccio than did the lady, got into his hiding-place, and the lady bade the maid to go open to Messer Lambertuccio. She did so, and having dismounted and fastened his palfrey to a pin, he ascended the stairs, at the head of which the lady received him with a smile, and as gladsome a greeting as she could find words for, and asked him on what errand he was come. The gentleman embraced and kissed her, saying, "My soul, I am informed that your husband is not here, and therefore I am come to stay a while with you." Which said, they went into the room, and locked them in, and Messer Lambertuccio fell a-toying with her. Now, while thus he sped the time with her, it befell that the lady's husband, albeit she nowise expected him, came home, and, as he drew nigh the palace, was observed by the maid, who forthwith ran to the lady's chamber and said, "Madam, the master will be here anon. I doubt he is already in the courtyard." Whereupon, for that she had 2 men in the house, and the knight's palfrey that was in the courtyard made it impossible to hide him, the lady gave herself up for dead. Nevertheless, she made up her mind on the spur of the moment, and springing out of bed, "Sir," quoth she to Messer Lambertuccio, "if you have any regard for me, and would save my life, you will do as I bid you. That is to say, you will draw your blade, and put on a fell and wrathful countenance, and hie you downstairs, saying, 'By God, he shall not escape me elsewhere.' And if my husband would stop you, or ask you aught, say naught but what I have told you, and get you on horseback, and tarry with him on no account." "To hear is to obey," quoth Messer Lambertuccio, who, with the flush of his recent exertion and the rage that he felt at the husband's return still on his face, and drawn sword in hand, did as she bade him. The lady's husband, being now dismounted in the courtyard, and not a little surprised to see the palfrey there, was about to go up the stairs when he saw Messer Lambertuccio coming down them, and marvelling both at his words and at his mien. "What means this, sir?" quoth he. But Messer Lambertuccio clapped foot in stirrup and mounted, saying naught but, "Zounds, but I will meet him elsewhere," and so he rode off. The gentleman then ascended the stairs, at the head of which he found his lady distraught with terror, to whom he said, "What manner of thing is this? After whom goes Messer Lambertuccio, so wrathful and menacing?" Whereto the lady, drawing nigher the room, that Leonetto might hear her, made answer, "Never, sir, had I such a fright as this. There came running in here a young man, who to me is quite a stranger, and at his heels Messer Lambertuccio with a drawn sword in hand. And as it happened, the young man found the door of this room open, and trembling in every limb, cried out, 'Madam, your succour, for God's sake, that I die not in your arms.' So up I got, and would have asked him who he was, and how bested, when up came Messer Lambertuccio, exclaiming, 'Where art thou, traitor?' I planted myself in the doorway, and kept him from entering, and seeing that I was not minded to give him admittance, he was courteous enough, after not a little parley, to take himself off, as you saw. Whereupon, "Wife," quoth the husband, "thou didst very right. Great indeed had been the scandal, had someone been slain here, and 'twas a gross affront on Messer Lambertuccio's part to pursue a fugitive within the house." He then asked where the young man was, whereto the lady answered, "Nay, where he may be hiding, sir, I wot not." So, "Where art thou?" quoth the knight. "Fear not to show thyself." Then forth of his hiding place, all of a tremble, for in truth he had been thoroughly terrified, crept Leonetto, who had heard all that had passed. To whom, "What hast thou to do with Messer Lambertuccio?" quoth the knight. "Nothing in the world," replied the young man. "Wherefore I doubt he must be either out of his mind or have mistaken me for another. For no sooner had he sight of me in the street hard by the palace than he laid his hand on the sword, and exclaimed, 'Traitor, thou art a dead man!' Whereupon I sought not to know why, but fled with all speed, and got me here. And so, thanks to God and this gentlewoman, I escaped his hands." "Now away with thy fears," quoth the knight. "I will see thee home safe and sound, and then 'twill be for thee to determine how thou shalt deal with him." And so, when they had supped, he set him on horseback and escorted him to Florence, and left him not until he was safe in his own house. And the very same evening, following the lady's instructions, Leonetto spoke privily with Messer Lambertuccio, and so composed the affair with him, that, though it occasioned not a little talk, the knight never wist how he had been tricked by his wife. End of Day 7, the 6th story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 7, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 7, the 7th story. Lodovico discovers to Madonna Beatrice the love that he bears her. She sends Egano, her husband, into a garden disguised as herself, and lies with Lodovico, who thereafter, being risen, hies him to the garden and cudgels Egano.
This device of Madonna Isabella, thus recounted by Pampinea, was held nothing short of marvellous by all the company. But being bidden by the king to tell the next story, thus spake Philomela.
Loving ladies, if I mistake not, the device, of which you shall presently hear from me, will prove to be no less excellent than the last. You are to know, then, that there dwelt aforetime at Paris a Florentine gentleman, who, being by reason of poverty turned merchant, had prospered so well in his affairs that he was become very wealthy, and having by his lady an only son, Lodovico by name, whose nobility disrelished trade, he would not put him in any shop, but, that he might be with other gentlemen, he caused him to enter the service of the King of France, whereby he acquired very fine manners, and other accomplishments. Being in this service, Lodovico was one day with some other young gallants that talked of the fair ladies of France, and England, and other parts of the world, when they were joined by certain knights that were returned from the Holy Sepulchre, and hearing their discourse, one of the knights fell a saying, that of a surety in the whole world, so far as he had explored it, there was not any lady, of all that he had ever seen, that might compare for beauty with Madonna Beatrice, the wife of Egano de Galuzzi, of Bologna, wherein all his companions, who in common with him had seen the lady at Bologna, concurred. Which report Lodovico, who was as yet fancy-free, no sooner heard, that he burned with such a yearning to see the lady, that he was able to think of naught else, insomuch that he made up his mind to betake him to Bologna to see her, and if she pleased him, to remain there, to which end he gave his father to understand that he would fain visit the Holy Sepulchre, whereto his father after no little demur consented. So to Bologna Anicino, for so he now called himself, came, and, as fortune would have it, the very next day he saw the lady at a festal gathering, and deemed her vastly more beautiful than he had expected, wherefore he waxed most ardently enamoured of her, and resolved never to quit Bologna until he had gained her love. So, casting about how he should proceed, he could devise no other way but to enter her husband's service, which was the more easy that he kept not a few retainers. On this wise Lodovico surmised that, peradventure, he might compass his end. He therefore sold his horses, and meetly bestowed his servants, bidding them make as if they knew him not, and being pretty familiar with his host, he told him that he was minded to take service with some worthy lord, in such he might find. "Thou wouldst make," quoth the host, "the very sort of retainer to suit a gentleman of this city, a Gano by name, who keeps not a few of them, and will have all of them presentable like thee. I will mention the matter to him." And so he accordingly did, and before he took leave of Egano had placed Annunzio with him, to Egano's complete satisfaction. Being thus resident with Egano, and having abundant opportunities of seeing the fair lady, Annicino set himself to serve Egano with no little zeal, wherein he succeeded so well that Egano was more than satisfied, insomuch that by and by there was naught he could do without his advice, and he entrusted him the guidance not only of himself but of all his affairs. Now it so befell that one day when Egano was gone a-hawking, having left Annicino at home, Madonna Beatrice, who as yet wist naught of his love, albeit she had from time to time taken note of him and his manners, and had not a little approved and commended them, sat herself down with him to a game of chess, which to please her, Annicino most dexterously contrived to lose, to the lady's prodigious delight. After a while the lady's women, one and all, gave over watching their play, and left them to it, whereupon Annicino heaved a mighty sigh. The lady, looking hard at him, said, "What ails thee, Annicino? Is it then such a mortification to thee to be conquered by me?" "Nay, madam," replied Annicino, "my sigh was prompted by a much graver matter." "Then if thou hast any regard for me," quoth the lady, "tell me what it is." Hearing himself thus adjured by any regard he had for her whom he loved more than aught else, Annicino heaved a yet mightier sigh, which caused the lady to renew her request that he would be pleased to tell her the occasion of his sighs. Whereupon, "Madam," said Annicino, "I greatly fear me that, were I to tell you, 'twould but vex you, and, moreover, I doubt you might repeat it to some one else." "Rest assured," returned the lady, "that I shall neither be annoyed, nor, without thy leave, ever repeat to any other soul aught that thou mayst say." "Then," said Annicino, "having this pledge from you, I will tell it you." And while the tears all but stood in his eyes, he told her who he was, the report he heard of her, and where and how he had become enamored of her, and with what intent he had taken service with her husband. After which he humbly besought her that, if it might be, she would have pity on him, and gratify his secret and ardent desire, and that, if she were not minded to do so, she would suffer him to retain his place there, and love her. Ah, Bologna, how sweetly mixed are the elements in thy women! How commendable in such a case are they all! No delight have thine sighs and tears, but are ever inclinable to prayers, and ready to yield to the solicitations of love. Had I but words apt to praise them as they deserve, my eloquence were inexhaustible." The gentlewoman's gaze was fixed on Annicino as he spoke. She made no doubt at all he said was true, and, yielding to his appeal, she entertained his love within her heart in such a measure that she too began to sigh, and after a sigh or two made answer: "Sweet my Anichino, be of good cheer, neither presents, nor promises, nor any courting by gentleman, or lord, or whoso else, for I have been, and am still, courted by not a few, was ever able to sway my soul to love any of them. But thou, by the few words that thou hast said, hast so wrought with me, that, brief though the time has been, I am already in far greater measure thine than mine. My love I deem thee to have won right worthily, and so I give it thee, and vow to give thee joyance thereof, before the coming night be past. To which end thou wilt come to my room about midnight. I will leave the door open. Thou knowest the side of the bed on which I sleep. Thou wilt come there. Should I be asleep, thou hast but to touch me, and I shall awake, and give thee solace for thy long-pent desire. In earnest whereof I will even give thee a kiss." So saying, she threw her arms about his neck, and lovingly kissed him, as Anichino her. Their colloquy thus ended, Anichino betook him elsewhere about some matters which he had to attend to, looking forward to midnight with boundless exultation. Egano came in from his hawking, and after supper, being weary, he went straight to bed, whither the lady soon followed him, leaving, as she had promised, the door of the chamber open. Thither accordingly, at the appointed hour, came Anichino, and having softly entered the chamber, and closed the door behind him, stole up to where the lady lay, and laying his hand upon her breast, found that she was awake. Now as soon as she wist that Anichino was come, she took his hand in both her own, and keeping fast hold of him, she turned about in the bed, until she awoke Egano. Whereupon, "Husband," quoth she, "I will not say aught of this to thee, yester eve, because I judged thou wast weary. But tell me, upon thy hope of salvation, Egano, whom deemest thou thy best and most loyal retainer, and the most attached to thee, of all that thou hast in the house?" "What a question is this, wife?" returned Egano. "Dost not know him? Retainer I have none, nor ever had so trusted or loved as Anichino. But wherefore put such a question?" Now, when Anichino wist that Egano was awake, and heard them talk of himself, he more than once tried to withdraw his hand, being mightily afraid lest the lady meant to play him false, but she held it so tightly that he might not get free, while thus she made answer to Egano: "I will tell thee what he is. I thought that he was all thou sayest, and that none was so loyal to thee as he, but he has undeceived me, for that yesterday, when thou was out a-hawking, he being here, chose his time, and had the shamelessness to crave of me compliance with his wanton desires, and I, that I might not need other evidence than that of thine own senses to prove his guilt to thee, I made answer that I was well content, and that tonight after midnight I would get me into the garden, and wait him there at the foot of the pine. Now go thither I shall certainly not, but if thou wouldst prove the loyalty of thy retainer, thou canst readily do so, if thou but slip on one of my loose robes, and cover thy face with a veil, and go down and attend his coming, for come I doubt not he will. Whereto Egano: "Meet indeed it is," quoth he, "that I should go see," and straightway up he got, and, as bet he might in the dark, he put on one of the lady's loose robes and veiled his face, and then hied him to the garden, and sate down at the foot of the pine to wait Anichino. The lady no sooner wist that he was out of the room than she rose and locked the door. Anichino, who had never been so terrified in all his life, and had struggled with all his might to disengage his hand from the lady's clasp, and had inwardly cursed her and his love, and himself for trusting her, 1,000 times, was overjoyed beyond measure at this last turn that she had given the affair. And so, the lady having got her to bed again, and he, at her bidding, having stripped and laid him down beside her, they had solace and joyance of one another for a good while. Then the lady, deeming it unmeet for Anichino to tarry longer with her, caused him to get up and resume his clothes, saying to him, Sweet my mouth, thou wilt take a stout cudgel, and get thee to the garden, and making as if I were there, and thy suit to me had been but to try me, thou wilt give Egano a sound rating with thy tongue, and a sound belabouring with thy cudgel, the sequel whereof will be wondrously gladsome and delightful. Whereupon Anicino hied him off to the garden, armed with a staff of wild willow, and as he drew nigh the pine, Egano saw him, and rose, and came forward to meet him as if he would receive him with the heartiest of cheer. But, ah, wicked woman, quoth Anicino, so thou art come, thou didst verily believe then that I am, minded thus to wrong my lord. Foul fall thee 1,000 times. And wherewith he raised his cudgel and began to lay about him. Egano, however, had heard and seen enough, and without a word took to flight, while Anicino pursued him, crying out, Away with thee! God send thee a bad year, lewd woman that thou art, and no doubt that Egano shall hear of this tomorrow. Egano, having received sundry round knocks, got him back to his chamber, and with what speed he might, and being asked by the lady whether Anicino had come into the garden, Would to God he had not, quoth he, for that, taking me for thee, he has beaten me blank and blue with his cudgel, and rated me like the vilest woman that ever was. Passing strange indeed it had seemed to me that he should have said those words to thee with intent to dishonour me, and now 'tis plain that 'twas but that, seeing thee so blithe and frolicsome, he was minded to prove thee. Whereto, God be praised, returned the lady, that he proved me by words, as thee by acts, and I doubt not he may say that I bear his words with more patience than thou his acts. But since he is so loyal to thee, we must make much of him and do him honour. Ay, indeed, quoth Egano, thou sayest sooth. Thus was Egano fortified in the belief that never had any gentleman wife so true, or a retainer so loyal, as he, and many a hearty laugh had he with Anicino and his lady over this affair, which to them was the occasion that, with far less let than might else have been, they were able to have solace and joyance of one another, so long as it pleased Anicino to tarry at Bologna. End of Day 7. The 7th Story.
Day 7, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the 8th story. A husband grows jealous of his wife, and discovers that she has warning of her lover's approach by a piece of pack-thread, which she ties to her great toe o' nights. While he is pursuing her lover, she puts another woman in bed in her place. The husband, finding her there, beats her and cuts off her hair. He then goes and calls his wife's brothers, who, holding his accusation to be false, give him a rating.
Rare indeed was deemed by common consent the subtlety shown by Madonna Beatrice in the beguilement of her husband, and all affirmed that the terror of Anicino must have been prodigious, when, the lady still keeping fast hold of him, he had heard her say that he had made suit of love to her. However, Philomela being silent, the king turned to Neifile, saying, "'Tis now for you to tell." Whereupon Neifile, with a slight smile died away upon her lips, thus began.
Fair ladies, to entertain you with a goodly story, such as those which my predecessors have delighted you withal, is indeed a heavy burden, but, God helping me, I trust fairly well to acquit myself thereof. You are to know then that there dwelt aforetime in our city a most wealthy merchant, Arriguccio Berlinghieri by name, who foolishly, as we wot by daily experience is the way of merchants, thinking to compass gentility by matrimony, took to wife a young gentlewoman, by no means suited to him, whose name was Monna Sismonda. Now Monna Sismonda, seeing that her husband was much abroad, and gave her little of his company, became enamoured of a young gallant, Ruberto by name, who had long courted her. And she, being grown pretty familiar with him, and using perchance too little discretion, for she affected him extremely, it so befell that Arricuccio, whether it was that he detected somewhat, or howsoever, waxed of all men the most jealous, and gave up going abroad, and changed his way of life altogether, and made it his sole care to watch over his wife, insomuch that he never allowed himself a wink of sleep until he had seen her to bed, which occasioned the lady the most grievous dumps, because 'twas on no wise possible for her to be with her Ruberto. So, casting about in many ways how she might contrive to meet him, and being thereto not a little plied by Ruberto himself, she bethought her at last of the following expedient, to wit, her room fronting the street, and Arricuccio, as she had often observed, being very hard put to it to get him to sleep, but thereafter sleeping very soundly, she resolved to arrange with Ruberto that he should come to the front door about midnight, whereupon she would get her down and open the door, and stay some time with him while her husband was in his deep sleep. And that she might have tidings of his arrival, yet so as that none else might wot aught thereof, she adopted the device of lowering a pack-thread from the bedroom window, on such wise that, while with one end it should all but touch the ground, it should traverse the floor of the room until it reached the bed, and then be brought under the clothes, so that when she was abed she might attach it to her great toe. Having so done, she sent word to Ruberto that when he came he must be sure to jerk the pack-thread, and if her husband were asleep, she would loose it and go open to him. But if he were awake, she would hold it taut and draw it to herself, to let him know that he must not expect her. Ruberto fell in with the idea, came there many times, and now foregathered with her, and again did not. But at last, they still using this cunning practice, it so befell that one night, while the lady slept, Arricuccio, letting his foot stray more than he was wont about the bed, came upon the pack-thread, and laying his hand upon it, found that it was attached to his lady's great toe, and said to himself, "This must be some trick," and afterwards discovering that the thread passed out of the window, was confirmed in his surmise. Wherefore he softly severed it from the lady's toe, and affixed it to his own, and waited, all attention, to learn the result of his experiment. Nor had he long to wait before Ruberto came, and Arricuccio felt him jerk the thread according to his wont, and as Arricuccio had not known how to attach the thread securely, and Ruberto jerked it with some force, it gave way, whereby he understood that he was to wait, and did so. Arricuccio straightway arose, caught up his arms, and hasted to the door to see who might be there, intent to do him a mischief. Now Arricuccio, for all he was a merchant, was a man of spirit, and of thews and sinews, and being come to the door, he opened it by no means gingerly, as the lady was wont, whereby Ruberto, who was in waiting, surmised the truth, to wit that 'twas Arricuccio by whom the door was opened. Wherefore he forthwith took to flight, followed by Arricuccio. But at length, when he had run a long way, as Arricuccio gave not up the pursuit, he being also armed, drew his sword, and faced about, and so they fell to, Arricuccio attacking, and Ruberto defending himself. Now when Arricuccio undid the bedroom door, the lady awoke, and finding the pack-thread cut loose from her toe, saw at a glance that her trick was discovered. and hearing Arriguccio running after Ruberto, she forthwith got up, foreboding what the result was like to be, and called her maid, who was entirely in her confidence, whom she so plied with her obsecrations that at last she got her into bed in her room, beseeching her not to say who she was, but to bear patiently all the blows that Arriguccio might give her, and she would so reward her that she should have no reason to complain. Then, extinguishing the light that was in the room, forth she hied her, and having found a convenient hiding place in the house, awaited the turn of events. Now, Arriguccio and Ruberto being hotly engaged in the street, the neighbours, roused by the din of the combat, got up and launched their curses upon them. Wherefore Arriguccio, fearing lest he should be recognised, drew off before he had so much as discovered who the young gallant was, or done him any scathe, and in a fell and wrathful mood betook him home. Stumbling into the bedroom, he cried out angrily, "Where art thou, lewd woman? Thou hast put out the light, that I may not be able to find thee, but thou hast miscalculated." And going to the bedside, he laid hold of the maid, taking her to be his wife, and fell a pummelling and kicking her with all the strength he had in his hands and feet, insomuch that he pounded her face well nigh to pulp, rating her the while like the vilest woman that ever was, and last of all he cut off her hair. The maid wept bitterly, as indeed she well might, and though from time to time she ejaculated an "Alas, mercy, for God's sake!" or "Spare me, spare me!" yet her voice was so broken by her sobs, and Arriguccio's hearing so dulled by his wrath, that he was not able to discern that 'twas not his wife's voice, but that of another woman. So, having soundly thrashed her and cut off her hair, as we said, "Wicked woman," quoth he, "I touch thee no more, but I go to find thy brothers, and shall do them to wit of thy good works, and then they may come here and deal with thee as they may deem their honour demands, and take thee hence. For be sure thou shalt no more abide in this house." With this he was gone, locking the door of the room behind him, and quitted the house alone. Now no sooner did Monna Sismonda, who had heard all that passed, perceive that her husband was gone, than she opened the door of the bedroom, rekindled the light, and finding her maid all bruises and tears, did what she could to comfort her, and carried her back to her own room, where, causing her to be privily waited on and tended, she helped her so liberally from Arriguccio's own store that she confessed herself content. The maid thus bestowed in her room, the lady presently hied her back to her own, which she set all in neat and trim order, remaking the bed so that it might appear as if it had not been slept in, relighting the lamp, and dressing and tiring herself until she looked as if she had not been abed that night. Then, taking with her a lighted lamp and some work, she sat her down at the head of the stairs and began sewing, while she waited to see how the affair would end. Arriguccio, meanwhile, had hied him with all speed straight from the house to that of his wife's brothers, where by dint of much knocking he made himself heard, and was admitted. The lady's 3 brothers and her mother, being informed that 'twas Arriguccio, got up, and having set lights a-burning, came to him and asked him on what errand he was come there at that hour, and alone. Whereupon Arriguccio, beginning with the discovery of the pack-thread attached to his lady's great toe, gave them the whole narrative of his discoveries and doings down to the very end, and to clinch the whole matter, he put in their hands the locks which he had cut, as he believed, from his wife's head, adding that 'twas now for them to come for her, and deal with her on such wise as they might deem their honour required, seeing that he would never more have her in his house. Firmly believing what he told them, the lady's brothers were very wroth with her, and having provided themselves with lighted torches, set out with Arriguccio, and hied them to his house with intent to scorn her, while their mother followed, weeping and beseeching now one, now another, not to credit these matters so hastily, until they had seen or heard somewhat more thereof; for that the husband might have some other reason to be wroth with her, and having ill-treated her might have trumped up this charge by way of exculpation, adding that, if true, 'twas passing strange, for well she knew her daughter, whom she had brought up from her tenderest years, and much more to the like effect. However, being come to Arrigucio's house, they entered, and were mounting the stairs, when Monasismonda, hearing them, called out, "Who is there?" Whereto one of the brothers responded, "Lewd woman, thou shalt soon have cause enough to know who it is." "Now, Lord love us," quoth Monasismonda, "what would he be at?" Then rising, she greeted them with, "Welcome, my brothers, but what seek ye abroad at this hour, all three of you?" They had seen her sitting and sewing with never a sign of a blow on her face, whereas Arriguccio had averred that he had pummelled her all over; wherefore their first impression was one of wonder, and refraining the vehemence of their wrath, they asked her what might be the truth of the matter which Arriguccio laid to her charge, and threatened her with direful consequences if she should conceal aught. Whereto the lady, "What you would have me tell you," quoth she, "or what Arriguccio may have laid to my charge, that know not I." Arriguccio could but gaze upon her, as one that had taken leave of his wits, calling to mind how he had pummelled her about the face times without number, and scratched it for her, and mishandled her in all manner of ways; and there he now saw her, with no trace of aught of it all upon her. However, to make a long story short, the lady's brothers told her what Arriguccio had told them, touching the pack-thread and the beating and all the rest of it. Whereupon the lady turned to him with, "Alas, my husband, what is this that I hear? Why givest thou me, to thy own great shame, the reputation of a lewd woman, when such I am not, and thyself the reputation of a wicked and cruel man, which thou art not? Wast thou ever to-night, I say not in my company, but so much as in the house until now? Or when didst thou beat me? For my part, I mind me not of it." Arriguccio began, "How sayest thou, lewd woman? Did we not go to bed together? Did I not come back after chasing thy lover? Did I not give thee bruises not a few, and cut thy hair for thee?" But the lady interrupted him, saying, "Nay, thou didst not lie here to-night. But leave we this, of which my true words are my sole witness, and pass we to this of the beating thou sayest thou gavest me, and how thou didst cut my hair. Never a beating had I from thee, and I bid all that are here, and thee among them, look at me, and say if I have any trace of a beating on my person. Nor should I advise thee to dare lay hand upon me, for by the holy rood I would spoil thy beauty for thee. Nor didst thou cut my hair, for aught that I saw or felt. However, thou didst it perchance on such wise that I was not ware thereof. So let me see whether 'tis cut or no." Then, unveiling herself, she showed that her hair was uncut and entire. Wherefore her brothers and mother now turned to Arriguccio with, "What means this, Arriguccio? This accords not with what thou gavest us to understand thou hadst done, nor know we how thou wilt prove the residue." Arriguccio was lost, as it were, in a dream, and yet he would fain have spoken; but seeing that what he had thought to prove was otherwise, he essayed no reply. So the lady, turning to her brothers, "I see," quoth she, "what he would have. He will not be satisfied unless I do what I never would otherwise have done, to wit, give you to know what a pitiful caitiff he is, as now I shall not fail to do. I make no manner of doubt that, as he has said, even so it befell, and so he did. How, you shall hear." This worthy man, to whom worse luck you gave me to wife, a merchant as he calls himself, and as such would fain have credit, and who ought to be more temperate than a religious, and more continent than a girl, lets scarce an evening pass but he goes a-boozing in the taverns, and consorting with this or the other woman of the town. And 'tis for me to await his return until midnight, or sometimes until matins, even as you now find me. I doubt not that, being thoroughly well drunk, he got him to bed with one of these wantons, and awaking found the pack-thread on her foot, and afterwards did actually perform all these brave exploits of which he speaks, and in the end came back to her and beat her and cut her hair off, and being not yet quite recovered from his debauch, believed, and I doubt not still believes, that 'twas I that he thus treated, and if you will but scan his face closely, you will see that he is still half drunk. But whatever he may have said about me, I would have you account it as nothing more than the disordered speech of a tipsy man, and forgive him as I do." Whereupon the lady's mother raised no small outcry, saying, "By the Holy Rood, my daughter, this may not be. A daughter such as thou to be mated with one so unworthy of thee! The pestilent insensate cur should be slain on the spot. A pretty state of things, indeed! Why, he might have picked thee up from the gutter. Now foul fall him! But thou shalt no more be vexed with the tedious drivel of a petty dealer in asses' dung. Some blackguard, belike, that came hither from the country, because he was dismissed the service of some petty squire, clad in romagnole, with belfry breeches, and a pen in his arse, and, for that he has a few pence, must needs have a gentleman's daughter, and a fine lady to wife, and set up a coat of arms, and say, I am of the such and such, and my ancestors did thus and thus. Ah! had my sons but followed my advice, thy honour were safe in the house of the Counts Guidi, where they might have bestowed thee, though thou hadst but a morsel of bread to thy dowry. But they must needs give thee to this rare treasure, who, though better daughter and more chaste there is none than thou in Florence, has not blushed this very midnight, and in our presence, to call thee a strumpet, as if we knew thee not. God's faith! So I were hearkened to, he should shrewdly smart for it." Then turning to her sons, she said, "My sons, I told you plainly enough that this ought not to be. Now have you heard how your worthy brother-in-law treats your sister? Petty twopenny trader that he is! Were it for me to act as it is for you, after what he has said of her and done to her, naught would satisfy or appease me till I had rid the earth of him. And were I a man who am but a woman, none other but myself should meddle with the affair. God's curse upon him, the woeful, shameless sot!" Whereupon the young men, incensed by what they had seen and heard, turned to Arriguccio, and after giving him the soundest rating that ever was bestowed upon caitiff, concluded as follows: "This once we pardon thee, witting thee to be a drunken knave, but as thou holdest thy life dear, have a care that henceforth we hear no such tales of thee. For rest assured that if aught of the kind do reach our ears, we will requite thee for both turns." Which said, they departed. Arriguccio, standing there like one dazed, not witting whether his late doings were actual fact or but a dream, made no more words about the matter, but left his wife in peace. Thus did she, by her address, not only escape imminent peril, but open a way whereby in time to come she was able to gratify her passion to the full, without any farther fear of her husband. End of Day 7, the 8th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 7, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the 9th story. Lydia, wife of Nicostratus, loves Pyrrhus, who, to assure himself thereof, asks 3 things of her, all of which she does, and therewithal enjoys him in the presence of Nicostratus, and makes Nicostratus believe that what he saw was not real.
So diverting did the ladies find Neophile's story, that it kept them still laughing and talking, though the king, having bidden Pamphilo tell his story, had several times enjoined silence upon them. However, as soon as they had done, Pamphilo thus began.
Methinks, worshipful ladies, there is no venture, though fraught with gravest peril, that whoso loves ardently will not make. Of which truth, exemplified though it has been in stories not a few, I purpose to afford you yet more signal proof in one which I shall tell you, wherein you will hear of a lady who, in her enterprises, owed far more to the favour of fortune than to the guidance of reason. Wherefore, I should not advise any of you rashly to follow in her footsteps, seeing that fortune is not always in a kindly mood, nor are the eyes of all men equally holden. In Argos, the most ancient city of Achaia, the fame of whose kings of old time is out of all proportion to its size, there dwelt of yore Nicostratus, a nobleman, to whom, when he was already verging on old age, fortune gave to wife a great lady, Lydia by name, whose courage matched her charms. Nicostratus, as suited with his rank and wealth, kept not a few retainers and hounds and hawks, and was mightily addicted to the chase. Among his dependents was a young man named Pyrrhus, a gallant of no mean accomplishment, and goodly of person and beloved and trusted by Nicostratus above all other, of whom Lydia grew mightily enamoured, insomuch that neither by day nor by night might her thoughts stray from him. But whether it was that Pyrrhus wist not her love, or would have none of it, he gave no sign of recognition. Whereby the lady's suffering waxing more than she could bear, she made up her mind to declare her love to him, and having a chambermaid, Lusca by name, in whom she placed great trust, she called her, and said, "Lusca, tokens thou hast had from me of my regard that should ensure thy obedience and loyalty, wherefore have a care that what I shall now tell thee reach the ears of none but him to whom I shall bid thee impart it. Thou seest, Lusca, that I am in the prime of my youth and lusty head, and have neither lack nor stint of all such things as folk desire, save only, to be brief, that I have one cause to repine, to wit, that my husband's years so far outnumber my own. Wherefore, with that whereon young ladies take most pleasure, I am but ill provided, and as my desire is no less than theirs, 'tis now some while since I determined that, if fortune has shown herself so little friendly to me by giving me a husband so advanced in years, at least I will not be mine own enemy by sparing to devise the means whereby my happiness and health may be assured, and that herein, as in all other matters, my joy may be complete. I have chosen thereto to minister by his embraces our Pyrrhus, deeming him more worthy than any other man, and have so set my heart upon him that I am ever ill at ease, save when he is present either to my sight or to my mind, insomuch that, unless I foregather with him without delay, I doubt that 'twill be the death of me. And so, if thou wouldst hold my life dear, thou wilt show him my love on such wise as thou mayest deem best, and make my suit to him that he be pleased to come to me, when thou shalt go to fetch him." "That gladly will I," replied the chambermaid, and as soon as she found convenient time and place, she drew Pyrrhus apart, and as best she knew how, conveyed her lady's message to him. Which Pyrrhus found passing strange to hear, for 'twas in truth a complete surprise to him, and he doubted the lady did but mean to try him. Wherefore he presently, and with some asperity, answered thus: Lusca, believe I cannot this message comes from my lady. Have a care, therefore, what thou sayest, and if perchance it does come from her, I doubt she does not mean it. And if perchance she does mean it, why, then I am bound by my lord above what I deserve, and I would not for my life do him such a wrong. So have a care never to speak of such matters to me again. Lusca, nowise disconcerted by his uncompliant tone, rejoined, I shall speak to thee, Pyrrhus, of these and all other matters, wherewith I may be commissioned by my lady, as often as she shall bid me, whether it pleases or irks thee. But thou art a blockhead. So, somewhat chafed, Lusca bore Pyrrhus's answer back to her lady, who would fain have died when she heard it, and some days afterwards resumed the topic, saying, Thou knowest, Lusca, that 'tis not the first stroke that fells the oak. Wherefore, methinks, thou wert best go back to this strange man, who is minded to evince his loyalty at my expense, and choosing a convenient time, declare to him all my passion, and do thy best endeavour that the affair be carried through, for if it should thus lapse, 'twould be the death of me. Besides which, he would think we had but trifled with him, and whereas 'tis his love we would have, we should earn his hatred. So, after comforting the lady, the maid hied her in quest of Pyrrhus, whom she found in a gladsome and propitious mood, and thus addressed: 'Tis not many days, Pyrrhus, since I declared to thee how ardent is the flame with which thy lady and mine is consumed for love of thee, and now again I do thee wit thereof, and that, if thou shalt not relent of the harshness that thou didst manifest the other day, thou mayest rest assured that her life will be short. Wherefore I pray thee to be pleased to give her solace of her desire, and shouldst thou persist in thy obduracy, I, that give thee credit for not a little sense, shall deem thee a great fool. How flattered thou shouldst be to know thyself beloved above all else by a lady so beauteous and high-born! And how indebted shouldst thou feel thyself to fortune, seeing that she has in store for thee a boon so great and so suited to the cravings of thy youth, aye, and so like to be of service to thee upon occasion of need. Bethink thee, if there be any of thine equals whose life is ordered more agreeably than thine will be if thou but be wise. Which of them wilt thou find so well furnished with arms and horses, clothes and money as thou shalt be, if thou but give my lady thy love? Receive then my words with open mind. Be thyself again. Bethink thee that 'tis fortune's way to confront a man but once with smiling mien and open lap, and if he then accept not her bounty, he has but himself to blame, if afterward he find himself in want, in beggary. Besides which, no such loyalty is demanded between servants and their masters as between friends and kinsfolk. Rather 'tis for servants, so far as they may, to behave towards their masters as their masters behave towards them. Thinkest thou that, if thou hadst a fair wife, or mother, or daughter, or sister, that found favour in Nicostratus's eyes, he would be so scrupulous on the point of loyalty as thou art disposed to be in regard of his lady? Thou art a fool, if so thou dost believe. Hold it for certain that if blandishments and supplications did not suffice, he would, whatever thou mightest think of it, have recourse to force. Observe we then towards them and theirs the same rule which they observe towards us and ours. Take the boon that fortune offers thee, repulse her not, rather go thou to meet her, and hail her advance. For be sure that if thou dost not do so, to say naught of thy lady's death, which will certainly ensue, thou thyself will repent thee thereof so often that thou wilt be fain of death. Since he had last seen Lusca, Pyrrhus had repeatedly pondered what she had said to him, and had made his mind up that, should she come again, he would answer her in another sort, and comply in all respects with the lady's desires, provided he might be assured that she was not merely putting him to the proof. Wherefore he now made answer. Lo now, Lusca, I acknowledge the truth of all that thou sayest, but, on the other hand, I know that my lord is not a little wise and wary, and, as he has committed all his affairs to my charge, I sorely misdoubt me that 'tis with his approbation and by his advice, and but to prove me, that Lydia does this. Wherefore let her do 3 things, which I shall demand of her for my assurance, and then there is naught that she shall crave of me, but I will certainly render her prompt obedience. Which 3 things are these. First, let her in Nicostratus's presence kill his fine sparrowhawk. Then she must send me a lock of Nicostratus's beard, and lastly, one of his best teeth. Hard seemed these terms to Lusca, and hard beyond measure to the lady, but love, that great fautor of enterprise and master of stratagem, gave her resolution to address herself to their performance. Wherefore, through the chambermaid, she sent him word that what he required of her she would do, and that without either reservation or delay. And therewithal she told him that, as he deemed Nicostratus so wise, she would contrive that they should enjoy one another in Nicostratus's presence, and the Nicostratus should believe that 'twas a mere show. Pyrrhus, therefore, anxiously expected what the lady would do. Some days thus passed, and then Nicostratus gave a great breakfast, as was his frequent wont, to certain gentlemen, and when the tables were removed, the lady, robed in green samite, and richly adorned, came forth of her chamber into the hall wherein they sat, and before the eyes of Pyrrhus and all the rest of the company, hied her to the perch on which stood the sparrowhawk that Nicostratus so much prized, and loosed him, and, as if she were minded to carry him on her hand, took him by the jesses and dashed him against the wall so that he died. Whereupon, Alas, my lady, what hast thou done? Exclaimed Nicostratus. But she vouchsafed no answer, save that, turning to the gentlemen that had sat at meat with him, she said, My lords, ill-fitted were I to take vengeance on a king that had done me despite, if I lacked the courage to be avenged on a sparrowhawk. You are to know that by this bird I have long been cheated of all the time that ought to be devoted by gentlemen to pleasuring their ladies, for with the first streaks of dawn Nicostratus has been up and got him to horse, and hawk on hand, hied him to the champaign to see him fly, leaving me, such as you see me, alone and ill content abed. For which cause I have oftentimes been minded to do that which I have now done, and have only refrained therefrom, that, biding my time, I might do it in the presence of men that should judge my case justly, as I trust you will do. Which hearing, the gentleman, who deemed her affections no less fixed on Nicostratus than her words imported, broke with one accord into a laugh, and turning to Nicostratus, who was sore displeased, fell a saying, Now well done of the lady to avenge her wrongs by the death of the sparrowhawk. And so, the lady being withdrawn to her chamber, they passed the affair off with divers pleasantries, turning the wrath of Nicostratus to laughter. Pyrrhus, who had witnessed what had passed, said to himself, Nobly indeed has my lady begun, and on such wise as promises well for the felicity of my love. God grant that she so continue. And even so Lydia did, for not many days after she had killed the sparrowhawk, she, being with Nicostratus in her chamber, from caressing passed to toying and trifling with him, and he, sportively pulling her by the hair, gave her occasion to fulfil the second of Pyrrhus's demands, which she did by nimbly laying hold of one of the lesser tufts of his beard, and, laughing the while, plucking it so hard that she tore it out of his chin. which Nicostratus, somewhat resenting, "Now what cause hast thou," quoth she, "to make such a wry face? 'Tis but that I have plucked some half dozen hairs from thy beard. Thou didst not feel it as much as did I, but now thy tugging of my hair." And so they continued jesting and sporting with one another, the lady jealously guarding the tuft that she had torn from the beard, which the very same day she sent to her cherished lover. The third demand caused the lady more thought, but, being amply endowed with wit, and powerfully seconded by love, she failed not to hit upon an apt expedient. Nicostratus had in his service 2 lads, who, being of gentle birth, had been placed with him by their kinsfolk that they might learn manners, one of whom, when Nicostratus sat at meat, carved before him, while the other gave him to drink. Both lads Lydia called to her, and gave them to understand that their breath smelt, and admonished them that, when they waited on Nicostratus, they should hold their heads as far back as possible, saying never a word of the matter to any. The lads, believing her, did as she bade them. Whereupon she took occasion to say to Nicostratus, "Hast thou marked what these lads do when they wait upon thee?" "Troth, that have I," replied Nicostratus. "Indeed, I have often had it in mind to ask them why they do so." "Nay," rejoined the lady, "spare thyself the pains, for I can tell thee the reason, which I have for some time kept close, lest it should vex thee. But as I now see that others begin to beware of it, it need no longer be withheld from thee. 'Tis for that thy breath stinks shrewdly that they thus avert their heads from thee. 'Twas not wont to be so, nor know I why it should be so, and 'tis most offensive when thou art in converse with gentlemen, and therefore 'twould be well to find some way of curing it." "I wonder what it could be," returned Nicostratus. "Is it perchance that I have a decayed tooth in my jaw?" "That may well be," quoth Lydia, and taking him to a window, she caused him open his mouth, and after regarding it on this side and that, "O Nicostratus," quoth she, "how couldst thou have endured it so long? Thou hast a tooth here which, by what I see, is not only decayed, but actually rotten throughout. And beyond all manner of doubt, if thou let it remain long in thy head, 'twill infect its neighbours. So 'tis my advice that thou out with it before the matter grows worse." "My judgment jumps with thine," quoth Nicostratus. "Wherefore send without delay for a chirurgeon to draw it." "God forbid," returned the lady, "that chirurgeon come hither for such a purpose. Methinks the case is such that I can very well dispense with him, and draw the tooth myself. Besides which, these chirurgeons do these things in such a cruel way that I could never endure to see thee or know thee under the hands of any of them. Wherefore my mind is quite made up to do it myself, that, at least if thou shalt suffer too much, I may give it over at once, as a chirurgeon would not do." And so she caused the instruments that are used on such occasions to be brought her, and having dismissed all other attendants, save Lusca, from the chamber, and locked the door, made Nicostratus lie down on a table, set the pincers in his mouth, and clapped them on one of his teeth, which, while Lusca held him, so that, albeit he roared for pain, he might not move, she wrenched by main force from his jaw, and keeping it close, took from Lusca's hand another and horribly decayed tooth, which she showed him, suffering it half dead as he was, saying, "See what thou hadst in thy jaw. Mark how far gone it is." Believing what she said, and deeming that, now the tooth was out, his breath would no more be offensive, and being somewhat eased of the pain, which had been extreme, and still remained, so that he murmured not little, by divers comforting applications, he quitted the chamber. Whereupon the lady forthwith sent the tooth to her lover, who, having now full assurance of her love, placed himself entirely at her service. But the lady being minded to make his assurance yet more sure, and deeming each hour 1,000 till she might be with him, now saw fit, for the more ready performance of the promise she had given him, to feign sickness. And Nicostratus, coming to see her one day after breakfast, attended only by Pyrrhus, she besought him for her better solacement to help her down to the garden. Wherefore Nicostratus on one side and Pyrrhus on the other took her and bore her down to the garden, and set her on a lawn at the foot of a beautiful pear-tree. And after they had sat there a while, the lady, who had already given Pyrrhus to understand what he must do, said to him, "Pyrrhus, I should greatly like to have some of those pears. Get thee up the tree, and shake some of them down." Pyrrhus climbed the tree in a trice, and began to shake down the pears, and while he did so, "Fie, sir," quoth he, "what is this you do? And you, madam, have you no shame, that you suffer him to do so in my presence? Think you that I am blind? 'Twas but now that you were greatly indisposed. Your cure has been speedy indeed to permit of your so behaving. And as for such a purpose, you have so many goodly chambers, why betake you not yourselves to one of them, if you must needs so disport yourselves? 'Twould be much more decent than to do so in my presence." Whereupon the lady, turning to her husband, "Now what can Pyrrhus mean?" said she. "Is he mad?" "Nay, madam," quoth Pyrrhus, "mad am not I. Think you I see you not?" Whereat Nicostratus marvelled not a little, and, "Pyrrhus," quoth he, "I verily believe thou dreamest." "Nay, my lord," replied Pyrrhus, "not a whit do I dream, neither do you. Rather you wag it with such vigour, that if this pear-tree did the like, there would be never a pear left on it." Then the lady, "What can this mean?" quoth she. "Can it be that it really seems to him to be as he says? Upon my hope of salvation, were I but in my former health, I would get me up there to judge for myself what these wonders are, which he professes to see." Whereupon, as Pyrrhus and the pear-tree continued talking in the same strange strain, "Come down," quoth Nicostratus, and when he was down, "Now what," said Nicostratus, "is it thou sayest thou seest up there?" "I suppose," replied Pyrrhus, "that you take me to be deluded or dreaming, but as I must needs tell you the truth, I saw you lying upon your wife, and then when I came down, I saw you get up and sit you down here where you now are." "Therein," said Nicostratus, "thou wast certainly deluded, for since thou clomest the pear-tree, we have not budged a jot, save as thou seest." Then said Pyrrhus, "Why make more words about the matter? Saw you I certainly did, and seeing you, I saw you lying upon your own." Nicostratus's wonder now waxed momently, insomuch that he said, "I am minded to see if this pear-tree be enchanted, so that whoso is in it sees marvels." And so he got him up into it. Whereupon the lady and Pyrrhus fell to disporting them, and Nicostratus, seeing what they were about, exclaimed, "Ah, lewd woman, what is this thou doest? And thou, Pyrrhus, in whom I so much trusted?" And so saying, he began to climb down. Meanwhile the lady and Pyrrhus made answer, "We are sitting here." And seeing him descending, they placed themselves as they had been when he had left them, whom Nicostratus, being come down, no sooner saw than he fell a-rating them. Then quoth Pyrrhus, "Verily, Nicostratus, I now acknowledge that, as you said a while ago, what I saw when I was in the pear-tree was but a false show, albeit I had never understood that so it was, but that I now see and know that thou hast also seen a false show, and that I speak truth you may sufficiently assure yourself, if you but reflect whether 'tis likely that your wife, who for virtue and discretion has not her peer among women, would, if she were minded so to dishonour you, see fit to do so before your very eyes. Of myself I say naught, albeit I had liefer be hewn in pieces than that I should so much as think of such a thing, much less do it in your presence. Wherefore 'tis evident that 'tis some illusion of sight that is propagated from the pear-tree, for naught in the world would have made me believe that I saw not you lying there in carnal intercourse with your wife, had I not heard you say that you saw me doing that which most assuredly, so far from doing, I never so much as thought of." The lady then started up with a most resentful mien, and burst out, "Foul fall thee, if thou knowest so little of me as to suppose that, if I were minded to do thee such foul dishonour as thou sayest thou didst see me do, I would come hither to do it before thine eyes. Rest assured that for such a purpose, were it ever mine, I should deem one of our chambers more meet, and it should go hard, but I would so order the matter that thou shouldst never know aught of it." Nicostratus, having heard both, and deeming that what they both averred must be true, to wit, that they would never have ventured upon such an act in his presence, passed from chiding to talk of the singularity of the thing, and how marvellous it was that the vision should reshape itself for every one that clomb the tree. The lady, however, made a show of being distressed that Nicostratus should so have thought of her, and "Verily," quoth she, "no woman, either I nor another, shall again suffer loss of honour by this fair tree. Run, Pyrrhus, and bring hither an axe, and at one and the same time vindicate thy honour and mine by felling it, albeit 'twere better for Nicostratus' skull should feel the weight of the axe, seeing that in utter heedlessness he so readily suffered the eyes of his mind to be blinded, for albeit this vision was seen by the bodily eye, yet ought the understanding by no means to have entertained and affirmed it as real." So Pyrrhus presently hied him to fetch the axe, and returning therewith, felled the pair, whereupon the lady, turning towards Nicostratus, "Now that this foe of my honour is fallen," quoth she, "my wrath is gone from me." Nicostratus then craving her pardon, she graciously granted it him, bidding him never again to suffer himself to be betrayed into thinking such a thing of her, who loved him more dearly than herself. So the poor duped husband went back with her and her lover to the palace, where not seldom in time to come Pyrrhus and Lydia took their pastime together, more at ease. God grant us the like. End of Day 7, the 9th story.
Day 7, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 7, the 10th story. Two Sienese love a lady, one of them being her gossip. The gossip dies, having promised his comrade to return to him from the other world, which he does, and tells him what sort of life is led there.
None was now left to tell, save the king, who, as soon as the ladies had ceased mourning over the fall of the pear tree that had done no wrong, and were silent, began thus:
Most manifest it is that 'tis the prime duty of a just king to observe the laws that he has made, and if he do not do so he is esteemed no king, but a slave that has merited punishment, into which fault and under which condemnation I, your king, must of necessity fall. For indeed, when yesterday I made the law which governs our discourse of to-day, I thought not to-day to avail myself of my privilege, but to submit to the law no less than you, and to discourse of the same topic whereof you all have discoursed. But not only has the very story been told which I had intended to tell, but therewithal so many things else, and so very much goodlier have been said, that, search my memory as I may, I cannot mind me of aught, nor wot I, that touching such a matter there is indeed aught for me to say, that would be comparable with what has been said. Wherefore, as infringe I must the law that I myself have made, I confess myself worthy of punishment, and, instantly declaring my readiness to pay any forfeit that may be demanded of me, am minded to have recourse to my wonted privilege. And such, dearest ladies, is the potency of Eliza's story of the godfather and his gossip, and therewith of the simplicity of the Sienese, that I am prompted thereby to pass from this topic of the beguilement of foolish husbands by their cunning wives, to a little story touching these same Sienese, which, albeit there is not a little therein which you were best not to believe, may yet be in some degree entertaining to hear. Know then that at Siena there dwelt in Porta Salia 2 young men of the people, named the one Tingoccio Mini, and the other Miuccio de Tura, who, by what appeared, loved one another not a little, for they were scarce ever out of one another's company, and being wont, like other folk, to go to church and listen to sermons, they heard from time to time of the glory and the woe which in the other world are allotted, according to merit, to the souls of the dead. Of which matters craving, but being unable to come by more certain assurance, they agreed together that whichever of them should die first should, if he might, return to the survivor, and certify him of that which he would fain know. And this agreement they confirmed with an oath. Now, after they had made this engagement, and while they were still constantly together, Tingoccio chanced to become sponsor to one Ambrogio Anselmini, that dwelt in Camporeggi, who had had a son by his wife Monimita. The lady was exceeding fair and amorous withal, and Tingoccio being wont sometimes to visit her as his gossip, and to take Miuccio with him, he, notwithstanding his sponsorship, grew enamoured of her, as did also Miuccio, for she pleased him not a little, and he heard her much commended by Tingoccio, which love each concealed from the other, but not for the same reason. Tingoccio was averse to discover it to Miuccio, for that he deemed it an ignominious thing to love his gossip, and was ashamed to let any one know it. Miuccio was on his guard for a very different reason, to wit, that he was already aware that the lady was in Tingoccio's good graces, wherefore he said to himself, if I avow my love to him, he will be jealous of me, and as, being her gossip, he can speak with her as often as he pleases, he will do all he can to make her hate me, and so I shall never have any favour of her. Now, the 2 young men being thus, as I have said, on terms of most familiar friendship, it befell that Tingoccio, being the better able to open his heart to the lady, did so order his demeanour and discourse that he had from her all that he desired. Nor was his friend's success hidden from Miuccio, much as it vexed him, yet still cherishing the hope of eventually attaining his end, and fearing to give Tingoccio occasion to balk or hamper him in some way, he feigned to know naught of the matter. So Tingoccio, more fortunate than his comrade and rival in love, did with such assiduity till his gossip's good land, that he got thereby a malady, which in the course of some days waxed so grievous that he succumbed thereto, and departed this life. And on the night of the 3rd day after his decease, perchance because earlier he might not, he made his appearance, according to his promise, in Miuccio's chamber, and called Miuccio, who was fast asleep, by his name. Whereupon, "Who art thou?" quoth Miuccio as he awoke. "'Tis I, Tingoccio," replied he, "come back in fulfilment of the pledge I gave thee to give thee tidings of the other world." For a while Miuccio saw him not without terror; then, his courage reviving, "Welcome, my brother," quoth he, and proceeded to ask him if he were lost. "Naught is lost but what is irrecoverable," replied Tingoccio. "How then should I be here if I were lost?" "Nay," quoth then Miuccio, "I mean it not so. I would know of thee whether thou art of the number of souls that are condemned to the penal fire of hell." "Why, no," returned Tingoccio, "not just that, but still for the sins that I did I am in most sore and grievous torment." Miuccio then questioned Tingoccio in detail of the pains there meted out for each of the sins done here, and Tingoccio enumerated them all. Whereupon Miuccio asked if there were aught he might do for him here on earth. Tingoccio answered in the affirmative, to wit, that he might have masses and prayers said, and alms deeds done for him, for that such things were of great service to the souls there. "That gladly will I," replied Miuccio; and then, as Tingoccio was about to take his leave, he bethought him of the gossip, and raising his head a little, he said, "I mind me, Tingoccio, of the gossip with whom thou wast wont to lie when thou wast here. Now, what is thy punishment for that?" "My brother," replied Tingoccio, "as soon as I got down there, I met one that seemed to know all my sins by heart, who bade me betake myself to a place where in direst torment I bewept my sins. I found comrades not a few, condemned to the same pains, and so, standing there among them, and calling to mind what I had done with the gossip, and foreboding in requital thereof a much greater torment than had yet been allotted me, albeit I was in a great and most vehement flame, I quaked for fear in every part of me, which one that was beside me observing, "What," quoth he, "hast thou done more than the rest of us that are here, that thou quakest thus as thou standest in the fire?" "My friend," quoth I am in mortal fear of the doom that I expect for a great sin that I once committed." He then asked what sin it might be. "'Twas on this wise," replied I lay with my gossip, and that so much that I died thereof." Whereat he did but laugh, saying, "Go to, fool! Make thy mind easy, for here there is no account taken of gossips," which completely revived my drooping spirits. 'Twas now near daybreak, wherefore, "Adieu, Miocchio," quoth his friend, "for longer tarry with thee I may not." And so he vanished. As for Miuccio, having learnt that no account was taken of gossips in the other world, he began to laugh at his own folly, in that he had already spared divers such, and so, being quit of his ignorance, he in that respect in course of time waxed wise. Which matters, had Fra Rinaldo but known, he would not have needed to go about syllogizing in order to bring his fair gossip to pleasure him. End of Day 7, the 10th story.
Day 7, the conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by H. M. Rigg. Day the 7th. The conclusion. The sun was westering, and a light breeze blew, when the king, his story ended, and none else being left to speak, arose, and taking off the crown, set it on Lauretta's head, saying, "Madam, I crown you with yourself queen of our company. 'Tis now for you, as our sovereign lady, to make our ordinances as you shall deem meet for our common solace and delectation." And having so said, he sat him down again. Queen Lauretta sent for the seneschal, and bade him have a care that the table should be set in the pleasant vale somewhat earlier than had been their wont, that their return to the palace might be more leisurely; after which she gave him to know what else he had to do during her sovereignty. Then turning to the company, "Yesterday," quoth she, "Dioneo would have it that to-day we would discourse of the tricks that wives play their husbands; and but that I am minded not to show as of the breed of yelping curs that are ever prompt to retaliate, I would ordain that to-morrow we discourse of the tricks that husbands play their wives. However, in loyal thereof, I will have every one take thought to tell of those tricks, that daily woman plays man, or man woman, or one man another, wherein I doubt not there will be matter of discourse no less agreeable than has been of that of to-day." So saying, she rose, and dismissed the company until supper time. So the ladies and the men being risen, some bared their feet and betook them to the clear water, there to disport them, while others took their pleasure upon the green lawn amid the trees that there grew goodly and straight. For no brief while Dioneo and Fiammetta sang in concert of Arcite and Palamon, and so, each and all taking their several pastimes, they sped the hours with exceeding great delight until supper time; which being come, they sat them down at table beside the little lake, and there, while a thousand songsters charmed their ears, and the gentle breeze that blew from the environing hills fanned them, and never a fly annoyed them, reposefully and joyously they supped. The tables removed, they rode awhile about the pleasant vale, and then, the sun being still high, for it was but half vespers, the queen gave the word, and they wended their ways back to their wonted abode, and going slowly and beguiling the way with quips and gurks without number upon divers matters, nor those alone of which they had that day discoursed. They arrived, hard upon nightfall, at the goodly palace. There, the short walk's fatigue dispelled by wines most cool and comfits, they presently gathered for the dance about the fair fountain. And now they footed it to the strains of Tyndaro's cornemuse, and now to other music. Which done the queen bade Philomela give them a song, and thus Philomela sang.
Ah, woe is me, my soul! Ah, shall I ever thither fare again, whence I was parted to my grievous dole? Full sure I know not, but within my breast throbs ever the same fire of yearning there, where erst I was to be. O thou in whom is all my weal, my rest, Lord of my heart's desire, ah, tell me thou, for none to ask save thee, neither dare I nor see. Ah, dear my Lord, this wasted heart disdain, thou wilt not, but with hope at length console, kindle the flame I know not what delight, which me doth so devour, that day and night alike I find no ease, for whether it was by hearing, touch, or sight, unwonted was the power, and fresh the fire that me each day did seize, wherein without release I languish still, and of thee, Lord, I'm fain, for thou alone canst comfort and make whole. Ah, tell me, if it shall be, and how soon, that I again thee meet, where those death-dealing eyes I kissed, thou chief will of my soul, my very soul, this boon deny not, say that fleet thou hiest hither, comfort thus my grief. Ah, let the time be brief till thou art here, and then long time remain, for I, love-stricken, crave but love's control. Let me but once again mine own thee call, no more so indiscreet as erst I'll be, to let thee from me part. Nay, I'll still hold thee, let what may befall, and of thy mouth so sweet, such solace take as may content my heart. So this be all my art, thee to entice, me with thine arms to enchain, whereon but musing in light chance my soul.
This song set all the company conjecturing what new and delightsome love might now hold Philomela in its sway, and as its words imported that she had more joyance thereof than sight alone might yield, some that were there grew envious of her excess of happiness. However, the song being ended, the queen, bethinking her that the morrow was Friday, thus graciously addressed them all. Ye wot, noble ladies, and you also, my gallants, that tomorrow is the day that is sacred to the passion of our Lord, which, if ye remember, we kept devoutly when Nephila was queen, intermitting delectable discourse, as we did also on the ensuing Saturday. Wherefore, being minded to follow Nephila's excellent example, I deem that now, as then, it were a seemly thing to surcease from this our pastime of story-telling for those 2 days, and compose our minds to meditation on what was at that season accomplished for the weal of our souls. All the company having approved their queen's devout speech, she, as the night was now far spent, dismissed them, and so they all betook them to slumber. End of conclusion of the 7th day.
Day 8. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by M. Rigg. Day 8. The Introduction. Endeth here the 7th day of the Decameron, beginneth the 8th, in which, under the rule of Lauretta, discourses had of those tricks that daily woman plays man, or man woman, or one man another. The summits of the loftiest mountains were already illumined by the rays of the rising sun, the shades of night were fled, and all things plainly visible, when the queen and her company arose, and hied them first to the dewy mead, where for a while they walked; then, about half tierce, they wended their way to a little church that was hard by, where they heard divine service; after which they returned to the palace, and having breakfasted with gay and gladsome cheer, and sung and danced a while, were dismissed by the queen, to rest them as to each might seem good. But when the sun was past the meridian, the queen mustered them again for their wonted pastime, and, all being seated by the fair fountain, thus at her command Neifile began. End of introduction of the Day 8.
Day 8, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 8, the first story. Gulfardo borrows moneys of Guasparuolo, which he has agreed to give Guasparuolo's wife, that he may lie with her. He gives them to her, and in her presence tells Guasparuolo that he has done so, and she acknowledges that 'tis true. Sith God has ordained that 'tis for me to take the lead to-day with my story, well pleased am I. And for that, loving ladies, much has been said touching the tricks that women play men, I am minded to tell you of one that a man played a woman, not because I would censure what the man did, or say that 'twas not merited by the woman, but rather to commend the man and censure the woman, and to show that men may beguile those that think to beguile them, as well as be beguiled by those they think to beguile. For peradventure what I am about to relate should, in strictness of speech, not be termed beguilement, but rather retaliation. For as it behoves woman to be most strictly virtuous, and to guard her chastity as her very life, nor on any account to allow herself to sully it, which notwithstanding 'tis not possible by reason of our frailty that there should be as perfect an observance of this law as were meet, I affirm that she that allows herself to infringe it for money merits the fire, whereas she that so offends under the prepotent stress of love will receive pardon from any judge that knows how to temper justice with mercy. Witness what but the other day we heard from Philostrato touching Madonna Filippa at Prato. Know then that there was once at Milan a German mercenary, Gulfardo by name, a doughty man, and very loyal to those with whom he took service, a quality most uncommon in Germans. And as he was wont to be most faithful in repaying whatever moneys he borrowed, he would have no difficulty in finding a merchant to advance him any amount of money at a low rate of interest. Now, tarrying thus at Milan, Gulfardo fixed his affection on a very fine woman, named Madonna Ambrosia, the wife of a wealthy merchant, one Guasparuolo Cagastraccio, with whom he was well acquainted and on friendly terms; which amour he managed with such discretion that neither the husband nor any one else wist aught of it. So one day he sent her a message, beseeching her of her courtesy to gratify his passion, and assuring her that he on his part was ready to obey her every behest. The lady made a great many words about the affair, the upshot of which was that she would do as Gulfardo desired upon the following terms, to wit, that in the first place he should never discover the matter to a soul, and secondly, that as for some purpose or another she required 200 florins of gold, he, out of his abundance, should supply her necessity. These conditions being satisfied, she would be ever at his service. Offended by such base sordidness in one whom he had supposed to be an honourable woman, Gulfardo passed from ardent love to something very like hatred, and cast about how he might flout her. So he sent her word that he would right gladly pleasure her in this and in any other matter that might be in his power. Let her but say when he was come to see her, and he would bring the moneys with him, and none should know of the matter except a comrade of his, in whom he placed much trust, and who was privy to all that he did. The lady, if she should not rather be called the punk, gleefully made answer that in the course of a few days her husband, Guasparuolo, was to go to Genoa on business, and that when he was gone she would let Gulfardo know, and appoint a time for him to visit her. Gulfardo thereupon chose a convenient time, and hied him to Guasparuolo, to whom, "I am come," quoth he, "about a little matter of business which I have on hand, for which I require 200 florins of gold, and I should be glad if thou wouldst lend them me at the rate of interest which thou art wont to charge me." "That gladly will I," replied Guasparuolo, and told out the money at once. A few days later, Guasparuolo being gone to Genoa as the lady had said, she sent word to Gulfardo that he should bring her the 200 florins of gold. So Gulfardo hied him with his comrade to the lady's house, where he found her expecting him, and lost no time in handing her the 200 florins of gold in his comrade's presence, saying, "You will keep the money, madam, and give it to your husband when he returns." Witting not why Gulfardo so said, but thinking that 'twas but to conceal from his comrade that it was given by way of price, the lady made answer, "That will I gladly, but I must first see that the amount is right." Whereupon she told the florins out upon a table, and when she found that the 200 were there, she put them away in high glee, and turning to Gulfardo, took him into her chamber, where, not on that night only, but on many another night, while her husband was away, he had of her all that he craved. On Guasparuolo's return, Gulfardo presently paid him a visit, having first made sure that the lady would be with him, and so in her presence, "Guasparuolo," quoth he, "I had after all no occasion for the money, to wit the 200 florins of gold that thou didst lend me the other day, being unable to carry through the transaction for which I borrowed them, and so I took an early opportunity of bringing them to thy wife, and gave them to her. Thou wilt therefore cancel the account." Whereupon Guasparuolo turned to the lady and asked her if she had them. She, not daring to deny the fact in presence of the witness, answered, "Why, yes, I had them, and quite forgot to tell thee." "Good," quoth then Guasparuolo, "we are quits, Gulfardo. Make thy mind easy, I will see that thy account is set right." Gulfardo then withdrew, leaving the flouted lady to hand over her ill-gotten gains to her husband, and so the astute lover had his pleasure of his greedy mistress for nothing. End of Day 8, the first story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 8, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 8, the second story. The priest of Varlungo lies with Monna Belcolore. He leaves with her his cloak by way of pledge, and receives from her a mortar. He returns the mortar, and demands of her the cloak that he had left in pledge, which the good lady returns him with a gibe.
Ladies and men alike commended Gualfardo for the check that he gave to the greed of the Milanese lady, but before they had done, the queen turned to Pamphilo, and with a smile bade him follow suit, wherefore thus Pamphilo began.
Fair my ladies, it occurs to me to tell you a short story, which reflects no credit on those by whom we are continually wronged without being able to retaliate, to wit, the priests, who have instituted a crusade against our wives, and deem that, when they have made conquest of one of them, they have done a work every whit as worthy of recompense by remission of sin and punishment, as if they had brought the Soldan in chains to Avignon. In which respect 'tis not possible for the hapless laity to be even with them, howbeit they are as hot to make reprisals on the priests' mothers, sisters, mistresses, and daughters, as the priests to attack their wives. Wherefore I am minded to give you, as I may do in few words, the history of a rustic amour, the conclusion whereof was not a little laughable, nor barren of moral, for you may also gather therefrom that 'tis not always well to believe everything that a priest says. I say then that at Varlungo, a village hard by here, as all of you, my ladies, should wot either of your own knowledge or by report, there dwelt a worthy priest, and doughty of body in the service of the ladies, who, albeit he was none too quick at his book, had no lack of precious and blessed solecisms to edify his flock withal of a Sunday under the elm. And when the men were out of doors, he would visit their wives as never a priest had done before him, bringing them feast-day gowns and holy water, and now again a bit of candle, and giving them his blessing. Now it so befell that among those of his fair parishioners whom he most affected, the first place was at length taken by one Monna Belcolore, the wife of a husbandman that called himself Bentivegna del Mazzo. And in good sooth she was a winsome and lusty country lass, brown as a berry and buxom enough, and fitter than e'er another for his mill. Moreover, she had not her match in playing the tabret and singing. The borage is full sappy, and in leading a brawl or a breakdown, no matter whom might be next her, with a fair and dainty kerchief in her hand. Which spells so wrought upon Master Priest, that for love of her he grew distracted, and did naught all day long but loiter about the village on the chance of catching sight of her. And if of a Sunday morning he espied her in church, he strove might and main to acquit himself of his Kyrie and Sanctus in the style of a great singer, albeit his performance was liker to the braying of an ass. Whereas, if he saw her not, he scarce exerted himself at all. However, he managed with such discretion that neither Bentivegna del Mazzo nor any of the neighbours wist aught of his love. And hoping thereby to ingratiate himself with Monna Belcolore, he from time to time would send her presents, now a clove of fresh garlic, the best in all the countryside, from his own garden, which he tilled with his own hands, and anon a basket of beans or a bunch of chives or shallots. And when he thought it might serve his turn, he would give her a sly glance, and follow it up with a little amorous mocking and mowing, which she, with rustic awkwardness, feigned not to understand, and ever maintained her reserve, so that Master Priest made no headway. Now it so befell that one day, when the priest at high noon was aimlessly gadding about the village, he encountered Bentivegna del Mazzo at the tail of a well-laden ass, and greeted him, asking him whither he was going. "I'faith, sir," quoth Bentivegna, "for sure 'tis to town I go, having an affair or two to attend to there, and I'm taking these things to Ser Buonacuore de Ginestretto, to get him to stand by me in I wot not what matter, whereof the justice of the quorum has by his provoker served me with a pertrumpery summons to appear before him." Whereupon, "'Tis well, my son," quoth the priest, overjoyed, "my blessing go with thee. Good luck to thee, and a speedy return. And hark ye, shouldst thou see Lapuccio or Naldino, do not forget to tell them to send me those thongs for my flails." "It shall be done," quoth Bentivegna, and jogged on towards Florence, while the priest, thinking that now was his time to hie him to Belcolore and try his fortune, put his best leg forward, and stayed not till he was at the house, which entering, he said. God be gracious to us! Who is within? Belcolore, who was up in the loft, made answer, Welcome, sir, but what dost thou gadding about in the heat? Why, as I hope for God's blessing, quoth he, I am just come to stay with thee for a while, having met thy husband on his way to town. Whereupon down came Belcolore, took a seat, and began sifting cabbage seed that her husband had lately threshed. By and by the priest began, So, Belcolore, wilt thou keep me ever a-dying thus? Whereat Belcolore tittered, and said, Why, what did I do to you? Truly, nothing at all, replied the priest, but thou sufferest me not to do to thee that which I had lief, and which God commands. Now away with you, returned Belcolore. Do priests do that sort of thing? Indeed we do, quoth the priest, and to better purpose than others. Why not? I tell you our grinding is far better, and wouldst thou know why? 'Tis because 'tis intermittent. And in truth, 'twill be well worth thy while to keep thine own counsel, and let me do it. Worth my while? Ejaculated Belcolore. How may that be? There is never a one of you but would overreach the very devil. 'Tis not for me to say, returned the priest. Say but what thou wouldst have. Shall it be a pair of dainty shoes, or wouldst thou prefer a fillet, or perchance a gay riband? What's thy will? Marry, no lack have I, quoth Belcolore, of such things as these. But if you wish me so well, why do me not a service, and I would then be at your command. Name but the service, returned the priest, and gladly will I do it. Quoth then Belcolore, On Saturday I have to go to Florence to deliver some wool that I have spun, and to get my spinning wheel put in order. Lend me but £5, I know you have them, and I will redeem my purse petticoat from the pawnshop, and also the girdle that I wear on saints' days, and that I had when I was married. You see that without them I cannot go to church or anywhere else, and then I will do just as you wish, thenceforth and forever. Whereupon, So God give me a good year, quoth he, as I have not the money with me, but never fear that I will see that thou hast it before Saturday with all the pleasure in life. Ay, ay, rejoined Belcolore, you all make great promises, but then you never keep them. Think you to serve me as you served Biliuzza, whom you left in the lurch at last? God's faith, you do not so. To think that she turned woman of the world just for that. If you have not the money with you, why, go and get it. Prithee, returned the priest, send me not home just now, for seest thou, 'tis the very nick of time with me, and the coast is clear, and perchance it might not be so on my return, and in short I know not when it would be likely to go so well as now. Whereto she did but rejoin, Good, if you are minded to go, get you gone. If not, stay where you are. The priest, therefore, seeing that she was not disposed to give him what he wanted, as he was fain, to wit, on his own terms, but was bent on having a quid pro quo, changed his tone, and, Lo now, quoth he, thou doubtest I will not bring thee the money, so, to set thy mind at rest, I will leave thee this cloak. Thou seest 'tis good sky-blue silk, in pledge. So, raising her head and glancing at the cloak, And what may the cloak be worth? quoth Belcolore. Worth? ejaculated the priest. I would have thee know that 'tis all do I, not to say true I, make. Nay, there are some of our folk here that say 'tis quadru I, and 'tis not a fortnight since I bought it of Lotto, the second-hand dealer, for 7 good pounds, and then had it 5 good sold I under value, by what I hear from Buglietto, who, thou knowest, is an excellent judge of these articles. Oh, say you so? exclaimed Belcolore. So help me God, I should not have thought it. However, let me look at it. So Master Priest, being ready for action, doffed the cloak and handed it to her. And she, having put it in a safe place, said to him, Now, sir, we will away to the hut. There is never a soul goes there. And so they did. and their master priest, giving her many a mighty buss, and straining her to his sacred person, solaced himself with her no little while. Which done, he hied him away in his cassock, as if he were come from officiating at a wedding. But when he was back in his holy quarters, he bethought him that not all the candles that he received by way of offering in the course of an entire year would amount to half of £5, and saw that he had made a bad bargain, and repented him that he had left the cloak in pledge, and cast about how he might recover it without paying anything. And as he did not lack cunning, he hit upon an excellent expedient, by which he compassed his end. So, on the morrow, being a saint's day, he sent a neighbour's lad to Monna Belcolore, with a request that she would be so good as to lend him her stone mortar, for that Binguccio del Poggio and Nuto Buglietti were to breakfast with him that morning, and he therefore wished to make a sauce. Belcolore having sent the mortar, the priest, about breakfast time, reckoning that Bentivegna del Mazzo and Belcolore would be at their meal, called his clerk, and said to him, "Take the mortar back to Belcolore, and say, my master thanks you very kindly, and bids you return the cloak that the lad left with you in pledge." The clerk took the mortar to Belcolore's house, where, finding her at table with Bentivegna, he set the mortar down, and delivered the priest's message. Whereto Belcolore would fain have demurred, but Bentivegna gave her a threatening glance, saying, "So then, thou takest a pledge from master priest? By Christ, I vow, I have half a mind to give thee a great clout of the chin. Go, give it back at once, or murrain on thee. And look to it that whatever he may have a mind to, were it our very ass, he be never denied." So, with a very bad grace, Belcolore got up, and went to the wardrobe, and took out the cloak, and gave it to the clerk, saying, "Tell thy master from me, would to God he may never ply pestle in my mortar again, such honour has he done me for this turn." So the clerk returned with the cloak, and delivered the message to master priest, who, laughing, made answer, "Tell her, when thou next seest her, that, so she lend us not the mortar, I will not lend her the pestle, be it tit for tat." Bentivegna made no account of his wife's words, deeming that 'twas but his chiding that had provoked them. But Belcolore was not a little displeased with master priest, and had never a word to say to him till the vintage. After which, what with the salutary fear in which she stood of the mouth of Lucifer the Great, to which he threatened to consign her, and the must and roast chestnuts that he sent her, she made it up with him, and many a jolly time they had together. And though she got not the £5 from him, he put a new skin on her tabret, and fitted it with a little bell, wherewith she was satisfied. End of Day 8, the second story.